Because this is a depressing channel.
She's very good at opening doors.
Very, very good.
Very good. Oh, I think we are live. I think we may be live, Callum. Are we live?
Did you press the big threatening button?
I think I pushed the big red threatening button. I think I did. We are live, I believe. I think we are. Leave a comment. Please tell us. I don't want this to fail. That would be horrible.
Now we're live.
We are live. All right. Well,
EDAR number 4. End of the decade.
Well, yeah. This is an EDAR number 4. And we are here live on YouTube because we are going to be counting down to 2020, which is obviously the beginning of a new decade in the world. And this is very exciting-ish. I don't know, maybe it's a little bit scary, but it's also very exciting.
This is when Copper shuts us down.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Because I haven't deleted any of my videos, so this is when we all die. This is a live stream for EDAR number 4, and we will be talking about the 2010s as a decade in Doctor Who. Now, I'm just going to get together a couple of things. I need to get the chat on the screen. I also need to get a countdown to the New Zealand New Year, because when I'm doing this, in the next 4 hours, is actually going to be the real, legit countdown to New Year's where I live. So, yeah. For most of you, I assume, who are living in the UK, this is morning on the 31st, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Doctor. But yes, I shall chuck the chat up on screen. I shall also put a New Year's countdown there. Hang on, I just gotta trim that a little bit. Just put that there. Okay, I've got a little animation there. So I'm going to put that somewhere, maybe in the bottom right. That might be a good place to put it. I could just put it over the EDAR logo, but I don't know about that. Might be a bit dangerous. But there is the countdown to New Zealand New Year's. I know it's irrelevant for most of you, but it'll help me keep track of time just so I don't miss out on New Year's happening. But yeah. It's 7 a.m. here in the UK. Is that correct, Callum?
Yes, it is 11 past 7. Ooh.
Right. So, time to put the chat on screen too. Let's trim that up a bit. Let's get it all nice and fancy for you all. I'm not sure if it's going to be... Let's put that there. I should have done this first, but I'm a bit stupid today. And then the image goes... Oh, no, not the image. The, which one's the 20? Which one is that? Hang on, the countdown. Is that 21? I think I've got it. Yeah, there we go. So we've got the countdown at the bottom to New Year's. We've got the chat there. We've got everything all ready for this EDAR stream. So, any of you watching... throughout, if you want to ask questions, we may do Q&A bits here and there. The ideal topics to discuss are anything to do with the 2010s, and also obviously Series 12 is coming very soon, so that's part of the conversation too. But yeah, the main theme of this live stream is going to be the 2010s. We've got a bunch of ideas. We've got a bunch of little activities we shall be doing. We shall be covering a couple of videos. We shall be doing a couple of lists, and there's a little bit near the end of it that I actually have a nice little thing organised that's going to be fun for us. So yeah, and Callum, glad that you came on this so that we could celebrate the end of this decade.
This very, very, very odd decade.
Yeah, this is a lot. A lot's happened.
A lot happened.
Yeah, but I guess... Oh, actually, no, hang on. before we get into any of that juicy goodness, patreon.com/GenesisVandrazani is a place that you can donate to this channel where we can fulfill goals, get better stuff, and make the videos come out faster. For example, the extended advent calendar, I'm sure some of you watching will be aware, has been delayed for a little bit. Some of the videos aren't coming out on the correct days, and the reason why is because my computer is an absolute piece of rotten garbage and doesn't want to listen to what I have to say. And it likes freezing Premiere and crashing and making me lose all my work. So, one of the goals I have on Patreon is to buy a new computer. Reason why that is because I want to be able to get videos out to you exactly at the time that I prepare them to be and not have to deal with all this shit. But with that said, I'm currently working quite hard to get all the rest of the extended calendar videos out on Patreon for all of you who are donating kindly. I'm going as fast as I can. Can't promise anything too insane, but I will do the best I can. But with that said, I am making the decision that the video that is day 26, those of you who know what that video is, that won't go public until day 31 has dropped on Patreon. So I will be holding off all public viewings of those extended videos until all of them are out. I think that's only fair. So yeah, there is that. But yeah, if any of you are watching who aren't on Patreon are interested in checking out what all those videos are, they are coming out, and they will be all available very soon, as soon as I can. And yeah, Callum, you are a patron yourself.
Yes, I am.
Would you say you've enjoyed what's been uploaded so far to the extended calendar? Yes.
It's been very, very interesting stuff.
Yeah.
I very, very much enjoyed it. I haven't even finished the latest one yet, so
Well,
I got that to look forward
Day
to.
28 was the last one I put on there, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Mm.
It's actually been pretty funny, so I love enjoying it. So yeah,
Yes.
it's good stuff, guys. It's good stuff.
Yeah, so go check out Patreon if you want to get some of that. And in the new year, it'll be again, like with the Series 12 videos, the early accesses apply. You'll get like 12 to 24 hours early access on the Series 12 reactions and reviews that we do. And I'm sure at some point we'll drop some more exclusive access videos. We don't do too many of those, but we do some of them. We try and do some here and there. And of course, the master tier allows you to request videos for us to do. Weirdly, we had 2 people add themselves to the master tier, but they didn't request a video. It was very strange. Very strange. But and
Maybe
then
they're just really, really nice.
Yeah, I mean, I messaged one of them, like, what do you want to request for your video? And then he, like, deleted his patron, like, donation. I was like, wait, what the hell? Did you make a mistake or something? That was odd. And then the other one was Jake. He's on the $10 tier. And I was like, well, are you going to request a video for us to do? He's like, oh, I don't know. I don't know what I want you to do. Yeah. But I suppose, I'll give him some time to think about that. He's a busy man. Twitter.com/Giandrazzani. It's really toxic and quite horrible sometimes, but it's great fun. Just don't get involved in the stuff that I always mistakenly do. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now let's have a look. Let's have a look at a couple of the comments that have come in.
Also, I would say maybe move the countdown to the top of the chat because you can't see what's being posted first. You can only see what's been posted later.
Okay. Sure. I can do that.
That'd probably be better.
I can do that. Oh, yeah. Well. There we go. That'll do.
Do you think they are going to cut one of the companions or for 13? I actually hope they do. Because I feel like if they go 3 seasons with 3 companions, I feel like that's way too crowded. For, like, long term. It'd be very... I just want something a bit different. I don't want the same thing for 3 seasons in a row.
I don't think... I mean, there's been... In scenarios where the Doctor has had 3 companions for consecutive seasons, but not the same characters. So, for example, like, fucking Eirich got replaced by Turlo in season 20. So there were 3 briefly, like in season 20 as well, but it was a different character. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if I would have to put my money on one of them being cut, I think the safe bet would be Graham.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Like...
It makes sense. And the woman who fell to earth, he said that he had cancer and Grace saved him, but now she's dead. It's also quite possible that it may be some kind of spiritual thing where he ends up in like some kind of, I don't want to make it like a whole religious thing, but like he may end up in some kind of spiritual place with Grace. It's really like I feel like that's something that could actually happen. Or Chibnall could pull a Broadchurch and just have him fucking die and we never see him again. And also it's Bradley Walsh and he's a lot more expensive than the others.
I'd imagine so.
So it just makes sense, I think. And also, if you cut Yaz, you know, she's just going to go down as one of the most forgettable companions.
Depending, obviously, on this season, of course, but because the first season was so poor with her character, then yeah, even if she's good in series 12, she's effectively going to be an inconsistent companion, I feel like, even if it's good. Obviously, it's going to be good if she does become a good companion, but it's like we had to go through bad to get to good.
Yeah. To answer Asmat's question about Series 12, he says he's more nervous than excited, and he hopes it's good. I actually agree. I am actually quite nervous as well. I feel like Chris Chibnall might actually start like really trying to put his foot mark on the lore, and I don't trust him. I feel like we may get a Moffat scenario again, and I'm a bit worried about that because I feel like Chibnall might make some massive mistakes, but you never know. Maybe he won't. Maybe he'll actually do something good for the show, but I don't know. I have my reservations.
Seems like the character that's going to get all of the development when Big Finish gets the license. I mean, that's the case with every bad companion or just any companion.
I mean, you know what? I've got something to say. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So people talk about, like, what if Big Finish became the showrunners of the TV show, right? And I'm kind of half-half on that for a few reasons. But one of them is Nick Briggs. And the reason why is that whilst he certainly is a brilliant, like, manager of Big Finish, like, he's the head of the entire thing, and he's created a wonderful thing for fans, I don't think his stories in the Big Finish audios are actually that good. Like, he's actually a very generic writer. You know, I think of stories like Sword of Orion, and there's a lot of stories that he's written, like fucking his overexposure of the Daleks in Big Finish as well. You know, when you think of the War Master set, like, for me, I think the weakest is easily Beneath the Viscoid, because he wrote it. And even though it's got Derek Jacobi in it, and Derek Jacobi's fantastic, the actual story itself is extremely bland, and it's because of Nick Briggs. Like, he is actually quite similar to Chibnall in his writing style. I just think that the difference being is that Chibnall is much more suited to a general audience, and Nick Briggs is more suited to, like, hardcore fans. But they are both quite generic from what I've gotten of their stories. So, yeah.
If we could get the best writers that currently do Big Finish on an actual episode of Doctor Who, then I would take that. I would like that. But I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel with the managers of Big Finish becoming the showrunners of the main show.
I would say if I were to pick someone to be showrunner, like, it would be someone more like Toby Whithouse, not big Nick Briggs. Like, I would want someone who's written a lot of TV stories, or at least has experience writing sci-fi on TV. Weirdly, like, this might sound bizarre, but, like, honestly, Matthew Graham might be a good option. And obviously, you know, gonna be like, what the fuck, he wrote Fear Her and the Flesh Two-Parter. I'm like, yeah, I know. Those are extremely padded stories that are very unpopular. But he did Life on Mars, which is a very successful show. And I think that if Matthew Graham was a showrunner, or maybe Toby Whithouse, or if there was some kind of collaboration, I think you could actually create something quite interesting. Yeah, I think one of the ideas that I have after Chibnall is I feel like maybe you could go back to like the kind of classic Who format of the writers, in the sense that you have someone as a producer and someone as a script editor, and not one person doing both. So it's more of like a collaboration effort. I think that might be a better idea. Also, the fact of having so that the showrunner doesn't have to do the majority of the stories. It's actually spread out, and each writer can focus on the story that they're doing at hand. I think that this entire format was set up by Russell T Davies because it suited him best, but I don't think that it works for someone like Chris Chibnall because he's not creative enough to do like 5 stories in one series.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I feel about it. Paul Cornell. Well, the thing is, I think Paul Cornell's kind of like done with Doctor Who. I mean, he does all the novelizations here and there, but I don't know. I feel like he might be he may have phased himself out of that, area. But I would absolutely be happy to give him a shot because I love Father's Day and Human Nature, Family Blood. So yeah, it's possible. Anyway. Shall we start cracking on with some of our content, Callum?
Yeah.
So, first thing I'm going to ask you is that what's your first memory of this? So, going back to like 1st of January 2010. Obviously that this was the day that The End of Time Part 2 aired in the UK.
Yes.
Did you watch it when it aired?
Yes, I do remember where I was when I watched it. I remember I was in my parents' room upstairs. I was on the bed. I was laying down, had the TV in the corner of the room, and I was just watching End of Time Part 2. And I don't remember like the full like viewing of like specific moments of that viewing, but I remember the last 20 minutes very vividly, where I can't remember how. I think I was about. Yeah, I would have been 12 at this point, and I was just bawling my eyes out crying because David Tennant was regenerating. It was a very surreal moment for me because I literally had been growing up not only with Tennant but really the Russell T Davies era of the show, even though I didn't know he wasn't running. I didn't know he was running the show, I think, properly at that point. Because obviously I was very young, and I didn't really know all about the behind-the-scenes stuff. I wasn't as interested in it than I was now. But the whole feeling of that era coming to a close, it was very surreal because it was basically my childhood. I remember the first story I ever watched was, I think it was either Father's Day or Empty Child. One of those two, because I had the DVD for the 4 episodes around that time. So seeing a big part of my childhood pretty much leaving was pretty surreal. It was a very, very emotional 20 minutes, I would say, of going through all the characters I had known for the previous decade and saying goodbye to them for the last time. And then David Tennant, probably one of the best, not only actors, but characters to breath this show, leave to introduce a very unknown actor in Matt Smith was very, very odd for me. And I was, like a lot of people probably did at that time, especially the casual audience, it was very bittersweet. It was when seeing Matt Smith on the screen. Because it's like every other fan, it's, who are you? Who's this guy taking over my favourite character in this suit? Don't like you. But no, like, watching End of Time Part 2 was very, very odd for me. I was very emotional, and even when I rewatch it, after watching, I guess, a run of episodes leading up to it, I still get emotional watching it. I still probably cry pretty hard, because I feel like even though it's a very flawed, not only episode, but story, it still gets the emotional beats right for me. And it still is written well enough for me to get invested and properly connected to the characters. It's just... of course, it's got a lot of problems. We obviously discussed this on day 8 of the Advent calendar. We discussed End of Time quite a lot. But I still can never say that it's a bad story. I can never say that I feel like it's so terrible it ruins the lore or anything like that. I just get so emotionally attached to the characters that I feel like it's decent enough for me to overlook the bad. And I think it is a satisfying conclusion for me for the RTD era. So I remember just enjoying it, but also being very emotional that day.
Yeah, so in New Zealand, End of Time Part 2 didn't actually air on the 1st of January. Because we had a massive... This was back when we had the tape delay, or in quotation marks, tape delay, where things didn't air on TV the same day. Like, it aired like 2 weeks after. That's how crazy it was. And you know what? Like, that was lucky, because Series 4 aired like 3 months after. No, I don't understand why this was the way it was, but fucking hell, it was annoying. Because I was like, I can't go on the internet because then I'll get spoiled for 2 weeks. But obviously these days it's all different. But yeah, I remember the 1st of January 2010 because I remember exactly the house I was at during the New Year's countdown. And I remember I had very long hair at the time. But when I watched End of Time Part 2... at my dad's house, I think that it was basically from the point when Wilfred knocks 4 times onwards, I was kind of frozen in my seat, and like when the Doctor was about to regenerate, like I kind of denied that it was going to happen, because I was thinking like David Tennant is the Doctor, like he is the Doctor to me. Like, he is this character. No other person in the world is this character. Because at that time, I was so attached to the 10th Doctor that I couldn't imagine anyone else being the Doctor. But that's the entire point of the story. And that's why I think the almost pulling, like, your heart out style that Russell T went for that story is he knew that David Tennant had really captured an entire generation of fans, and like how he was absolutely aware of how popular this character had become. So to utilize, obviously, you know, the character arc of the 10th Doctor as well, to have a story that just completely takes these people who are so invested in this character on this emotional end, I think was actually a really smart move, despite a lot of the criticism that End of Time gets, which I do understand. I think from a personal experience, like I've never in my life have I been so emotionally affected by a TV show than I was that day when I watched End of Time Part 2. Like it was harrowing. It was like someone died, you know?
That's how I felt when I watched it. I felt like one of my favourite things in my childhood was dead.
Yeah.
And it's always a very, very, very dark thing to think about in the context. It is a show at the end of the day, but it is, I feel like that's what was so special about the RTD era, that it felt like it was a part of you. It felt it was part of your childhood. It felt more than just a show. And I feel like obviously we'll discuss the rest of this decade of Doctor Who a bit later, but it just, I keep saying this, I cannot understand how anybody can put Moffat's era over RTDs. It does really baffle me, because I just feel like that RTD's era has so much more heart, has so much more charm to it than Moffat's. Moffat's, like, while it has got a lot of really great writing, like some of the best writing the show has ever seen, there's still something missing. There's always something missing for me, and I can never wrap my head around it as to what it is. But I guess RTD just gets audiences better than Moffat does, and I think that's what gives RTD that better ability to write stories that can connect with audiences. And I feel like even with End of Time Part 2's problems, it still can absolutely connect with you, like, mentally. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why we both feel like it's not terrible. I feel like it just gets us. It gets the fans of the show.
Oh yeah. Well,
Even
I think with its plot problems aside, I think the character stuff in that episode is absolutely phenomenal. Like I love it. I love the
I think
love the
Will, Master, and the Doctor are great in part 2.
Yeah.
Like the scene with the Doctor and the Master at the beginning of the episode is fantastic.
Absolutely.
The way that they interact, and the way that the Doctor talks about how genius the Master is, how he wishes he could be more like the Doctor, to not conquer the universe, to just see it. And it's like David Tennant completely sells it, and so does John Sim. John Sim is fucking great in that scene when he talks about like, "Would have stopped then, the noise in my head." Like that's so great. Like him talking about, I don't know where I'd be without that noise. Imagine where I'd be without you. It's like they completely get these characters, both of them.
Yeah.
And it's great to see. And it just baffles me that.
And I think,
like,
and also
terrible.
in context as well, rewatching it now, that scene actually like really leads in well to the Doctor Falls.
Yep.
And they feel connected. That's one thing I remember when I watched the Doctor Falls when it aired. I know we're jumping forward a little bit, but I remember when I watched the Doctor Falls when it aired, when I saw the scenes with the Masters and the Doctor, I felt like Peter Capaldi's Doctor to me felt connected to the RTD era, like just for a brief episode, you know? Like it was
for a brief moment.
It really did, and it was really like that. The end of Series 10 really was a massive turning point for me with Capaldi. Because for so long, he was like one of my least favorite Doctors for ages. Even with Heaven Sent, that was just a one-off miracle. He was actually
but then Hellbent followed it.
Absolutely,
You know?
and for ages, I was just constantly maligning him. I was like, I just can't get it. But then you get the end of Series 10, and it just completely turned me around a bit. Like, I mean, I still obviously am very critical of Capaldi's era as a whole, but that finale really had me connect with Capaldi's Doctor, and I feel like that's a rare example in the Moffat era of him writing a story in the same way that Russell T Davies writes the stories. You know what I mean? Like that to me is something that I wish there was more of in Moffat's era, was some of the elements from the Series 10 finale. Anyway, Game Troller Prime left a comment saying the 1st of January 2010 was a Friday, so I was probably watching SmackDown. Can't remember anything from it. I believe that was the SmackDown where CM Punk cuts the promo on R-Truth, when he's using all the different drugs. Like he's got the alcohol, the cigarettes, and the pills. Do you remember that promo, Callum? Have you seen that one?
What, say again?
So it's when CM Punk was like starting his sort of, it's around the beginning of his like Straight Edge Society run.
Yeah.
He's still got the long hair. I think he's I'm not sure if he's got Serena yet. I don't think I think it was like the week before he started shaving heads. But he was with Luke Gallows, and he brought out like these boxes of drugs, and he started telling the audience about like how bad these drugs were. And you'd think like that would be really boring, but because it's CM Punk, it's fucking amazing.
Yeah, I imagine that it was probably a really entertaining promo.
And then R-Truth came out, and like, because you know it's well known that R-Truth likes to smoke, and then CM Punk like beat him up and like poured alcohol on him and threw cigarettes on him out of a rubbish bin. It was like thinking about that, like 2010 is known for being quite shit, but it was like a nice little gem of that year.
It started off well, then went to shit.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, the first few months of 2010 aren't too bad because you get the Shawn Michaels retirement run. That was phenomenal. And then as soon as Shawn Michaels retires, it immediately goes to shit. Like the year just plummets because it's fucking Super Cena for the rest of the year, and you get the whole Nexus angle that was completely botched.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, enough about wrestling.
Yeah.
Cause
I mean, there's a bit where the Doctor jumps out the helicopter. That's pretty bad. Yeah, that's bad.
Part two.
Very big.
Part 2 also has the Donna cop out as well.
Yes. Yeah, it's not faultless because no story is. So when we praise it, we don't forget about those moments. It's like It's very much like, yeah, how do
Yeah.
you survive that?
I think there are faults that come from things that are set up in part 1, like faults with part 2 that are a consequence of part 1, you know what I mean? But they're not started in part 2, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like the Donna cop-out is started in part 1, so RTT backed himself into a corner, so he has to sort of resolve it.
Yeah. And actually on my last viewing, it actually wasn't as bad as I remembered, because I used to think it was like absolutely terrible, but then I rewatched it and I realized that there is actually it's still bad, but it's not terrible. I rewatched it and I was like, oh, okay, it actually makes a little bit of sense. It's still really contrived though.
Yes. Doesn't change how contrived it is.
Mania 26, probably the earliest memory I have of this decade and most euphoric. That was the first Mania I watched on pay-per-view. And the first pay-per-view I ever bought was on pay-per-view was Royal Rumble 2010, and that was on my Edge returned. That whole like Road to WrestleMania I really enjoyed. I mean, not just because it was my first few pay-per-views I bought, but like the Elimination Chamber matches that year were fantastic as well, because that was the one that Jericho won when Shawn Michaels came out from under the grate and sweet chin music, The Undertaker. That was some good times there. And that was Batista's heel run as well. Oh, now look at him. Look at what this decade has done for Batista. Seriously. Think about that, Callum. Batista's life has completely changed this decade.
Oh, yeah.
Now, moving on from the start of the 2010s, we've told our stories. We shall do something that we have prepared, Callum.
Yeah.
Callum and I have come together and we have written our own little lists. And what we are going to be doing here at the start is we're going to be counting down our top 10 best stories from the 2010s. So I'm thinking we might do it in the style that I do with some of the other top 10 videos, you know, with like the snap style.
Yeah.
So yeah. Do you want to go first or should I go first?
Which one are we doing first?
Top 10 best stories.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I can go first.
I mean, actually, no, before you do that, I just want to mention I do have a slight honorable mention because it's not technically not going to be on the list. It can't be because it's not technically not part of the criteria. But I am going to give an honorable mention to the Night of the Doctor because Night of the Doctor is a mini episode, obviously. So.
Oh right, yeah.
So it doesn't actually count.
I was thinking. I thought you meant the Matt Smith regeneration.
Oh, you mean? You think?
No, that's Time of the Doctor.
Oh yeah, no, that's Time of the Doctor. No, I meant the Night of the Doctor and Paul McGann's regeneration story.
Yeah.
Honestly, like that was one of my most euphoric moments from this decade. Like when I saw that drop, when I got that on my Facebook inbox from my friend that Paul McGann was back, and then I watched the story and he regenerated, I was fucking over the moon. Like. I think actually Night of the Doctor is one of the only bits of Doctor Who that seems to be universally loved. Like, I've never met anyone.
Yeah, no one hates it.
I've never met anyone that
dislikes it.
No one
even thinks it's just meh. It's like everyone thinks it's good.
It's fucking amazing, and Paul McGann is brilliant in it. Like and the fact that Moffat, because obviously it was the 50th anniversary season, so he was in full fan wank mode. The fact that he brought the Big Finish Paul McGann onto TV, oh yes, Stephen,
yes,
well done. It was brilliant, absolutely amazing. Like 10 out of 10 mini episode that is, and I fucking can't wait till Jake sees it. Holy shit.
Oh, that's gonna be good.
Yeah, and it was the perfect thing to follow up the Name of the Doctor as well, because that we got the John Hurt like pin drop. So then to show the scene where Paul McGann regenerates into John Hurt as well after all those years of YouTube where people made those shitty animations of Paul McGann turning into Christopher Eccleston.
Yeah, having that classic Paul McGann photo from the TV movie, and they just have an effect it turns into Eccleston.
Yeah. That was such a meme for ages. But
Yeah.
then Stephen Moffat actually created a scene where Paul McGann regenerates into Eccleston. Like, what a legendary moment! Like, what the ultimate fan service, honestly. Like,
Because every Doctor deserves an on-screen regeneration. It would have been a crime if it had never happened.
and then to bring back the Sisterhood of Khan as well.
Yes,
From
and
the
use
from
them
the
well.
from the brain of Morbius. And then of course they were ruined later, as we know. But we'll get into that.
Oh yeah, terribly.
Yeah, go check out Callum's video. Anyway,
Oh yeah.
so are you going to start with your number 10?
Yes.
Before you do that, I
Yes.
just want to establish, if anyone doesn't know, if we have any of the same story at the same number, then we'll snap and talk about it together.
Yeah.
So your number 10 for your best
Yes.
stories of the 2010s. Go ahead.
Yes. So the way I actually did it was I did it in a similar way to how Lord Slaw did the all top stories of all time video that you were part of. I put down all the episodes into a Word document, and as I went through each episode, I deleted ones that I did not like at all. And what I came up with, I think it was about 15 stories.
So there's only
or 13. Technically 13 because I had two. I had the two-part separate on accident because I forgot, and then I was like, oh no wait, I need
So
to
there's
put it
only
into one. So technically 13.
So from the 2010s, which has had like 7 seasons, there's only 15 stories you really like.
That I would consider great. There were 19 that I was like, I like these episodes.
That's like just over one series.
Yeah. 19 episodes I had were like episodes I liked. 15/13 technically.
If you did like
stories that I
if you did
really
just if you did just like series 4 and the specials, you'd probably get 13 great episodes just from that.
yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So yeah,
That's hilarious.
So if there were some choices on here that shock you, it's because the 2010s era was not great for all-time classics. So at number 10, I've got Flatline.
Ah,
So Flatline, you'd think that it would not be on a top 10 list because even though it's really great, it's not top tier. But again, we're talking about the 2010s here. There's just so many poor stories.
It's my
and just average stories.
it's my favorite episode from series 8. Like that's sad.
For you, it's your favorite. Yeah, exactly. It's like Flatline is actually a really great episode. It's such a great idea that it's executed really, really well. And the only problems I have with it is probably Clara, and that's about it. Because Clara, it's almost the precursor to the Dr. Clara storyline.
Yeah, I think this one has been damaged by Death in Heaven though, because Death in Heaven did the same thing but way worse.
Yes,
because it was Moffat. Whereas,
man, imagine changing the opening sequence title as a joke for your finale. Like, what the fuck was going through Moffat's head during that? God. Like, legitimately.
Oh, fucking Death in Heaven.
But the positive Flatlines are obviously the idea, and the execution of that idea is almost masterful. It's such a well put together creature brought to life. The animation is really great. The way it sort of acts like a drawing, but it's constantly like in like animation form. It's really fucking cool.
Yeah. So
the Doctor. Yeah.
I was gonna say.
really cool.
I was gonna say something. I don't know if I've mentioned this before. I probably have quickly mentioned it before. But if Doctor Who were to ever get sold to like Netflix or like one of those or like Disney Plus, like I wouldn't want Disney Plus because fuck Disney, but but like one of those networks that have like billions and billions of dollars and they can afford like high budget episodes, I would want an episode where they go into the 2D world. Like where the Doctor goes into the world that what's the creatures called again? The 2D creatures. Fuck, what are they called?
The boneless.
Yeah, the boneless. Yeah, the boneless. Like I would want to see a story like where the Doctor goes into the boneless's world and like see how creative you can make it. I think that would be really interesting.
Yeah. So the story of Flatline is like it's not like a very complicated story in terms of when you're not thinking about the monsters. It's just they're obviously running away from them. They're not understanding what these monsters are. They figure out that are these actually, misunderstood? Are they just doing what they're programmed to do? But it's like no, they're actually monsters, which is very very different kind of thing that I think around this time Doctor Who didn't really do much. I think Capaldi is great in this episode. He's very funny. He's very witty. It's one of those rare instances where the Doctor doesn't know what's going on, especially with the TARDIS. The TARDIS growing short is actually hilarious. It's actually really, really funny. And I think Rigsy as a side character is pretty good. I think he isn't terrible in this. I think he's better in Face the Raven. So,
but I think this is a cool setup for him though, with the whole graffiti thing.
Yeah. Oh no, actually, since you said your honorable mention, I should probably say mine. Face the Raven didn't make the cut just because, and my reason why is because it is technically part of the Clara Hellbent story, so it is kind of ruined. It just missed the cut. It would have been 11 if I had like a top 11, but obviously it's top 10.
Also,
so Face the Raven didn't make the cut.
Also, I've noticed Game Triller Primer's put his top 10, and I've just noticed that Flatline's in it twice.
Yeah, I noticed that as soon as he posted it, and I was like, yeah. Also, when you look at the word flatline, it looks wrong.
Yeah, because it should be flat line. Yeah. Oh well, there's Anthony.
Also, it just looks really oddly spelled. I don't know, even though that's the actual spelling.
Oh god, there's Anthony. Fucking Anthony, he's in the chat. He's reminding me about the music festival that I'm not at right now. Because Anthony and Daniel and a couple of others are at a music festival in New Zealand, and yeah, I'm not there, and they're angry about it.
Because you're talking about Doctor Who, which is way better.
Yeah.
Hey,
I would. You know what? I would absolutely go to R&V if Murray Gold was playing.
Oh yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine your New Year's party and Murray Gold is playing.
Murray Gold playing Violated Chim.
Oh, goodbye 2010's.
Yeah.
Oh,
perfect.
Oh, brilliant.
But yeah, Flatline number 10. Okay. It's a very, very cool story.
Is it time for
very great.
So,
I love it.
Time for my number 10?
Yes.
All right. My number 10 is Under the Lake and Before the Flood.
Ooh, that also missed the cut as well for me.
So, weird choice because, like you said, the 2010's not very good.
Nope.
So this just edges onto the list. It just makes it onto number 10. Do I love the story? Well, yeah, not enough for it to be.
It's bordering.
Yeah,
it's bordering.
Yeah, it's not enough for me to put it in like a top 10 usually, but because this is the 2010's, I suppose it makes the cut. But no, I do really like Under the Lake Before the Flood. It feels like classic Who. You know, when Stephen Moffat came out and said that Series 9 was going to be full of multi-part stories, this is the one that actually nailed it on the head. This completely strips back all of the tisms of New Who and goes for a very stripped-back classic Who style story with a Doctor and companion very much involved in the story and are reacting to everything around them rather than having pre-established quirks and quips and whatnot. I think the Doctor and Clara... I mean, obviously there is moments when Capaldi channels his Series 8 self, even though it is in Series 9, and that just shows how fucking inconsistent this Series 9 is. But he does show some of his...
I think you might have saw this on Twitter, but obviously Jay put out a tweet, talking about Series 11/12 and stuff. And obviously I replied to it, and then you and Game Troller Prime did a bit of a Twitter feed. Someone else replied to my tweet saying like, "Nah, Series 9 is one of the best of New Who," and let me get the full tweet out because I then replied saying that I only think that 4 episodes from the series are considered of high quality.
Yeah, I've seen this.
And
I think
they reply saying, and here's the exact tweet saying, "So you agree that 84% of the season was good? Thanks." And then I reply saying, "That's not what I said at all. I only talked about 4 episodes that were of good quality. That's 4 out of 13. That's not 84%.
Yeah, well,
I don't know how this person thought I was talking about 84% of the series being good when I mentioned 4 episodes.
No, 84% of the themes are shit. That's what I can tell you.
Yeah, there's like MLO, what?
Yeah.
Series 9 is one of the best seasons of New Who. Magician's Apprentice, Face the Raven, Heaven Sent, Under Lake, Heaven Sent, the Zygon Invasion, Heaven Sent, The Husbands of River Song, Heaven fucking Sent. It's like, well, Magician's Apprentice isn't good. Face the Raven is good. Heaven Sent is good. Under Lake is good. Heaven Sent is good, that you keep repeating. The Zygon Invasion, no, it's just fine, but I have problems with it. And then Husbands of River Song, I actually really kind of don't like, but it's not the worst Christmas special ever. There are worst. So
It's probably
yeah, that's not 84%.
It's probably my favorite Capaldi Christmas special though, because I really don't like the others.
I'm trying to think. So there's Last Christmas.
Last Christmas.
That was his first one.
Yeah, then there's Return of Doctor Mysterio and Twice Upon a Time.
Actually, that might be true. I'd probably put that top. Twice Upon a Time is second, and then probably Return of the Doctor Mysterio next, and then Last Christmas.
Yeah,
because I actually really don't like Last Christmas.
Yeah, I'm the same as you. I'm the exact same.
I think Last Christmas is vastly overrated.
Oh yeah, it's fucking trash. Anyway, Under the Lake Before the Flood. There's actually one scene in this episode that I really hate, and it's when they're in the TARDIS, like randomly. And this is the line when Capaldi looks at Clara and says, "I have a duty of care." And it was a Moffat
Oh my god,
line.
is that said in the episode?
Yeah, it's said in Under the Lake.
Oh my god, I completely forget.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes Hellbent even worse.
Yeah, so fucking...
It's a recurring thing.
Yeah, so Moffat lodged that into Under the Lake, and I hate it. But then the rest of the story is actually really good. It's great atmosphere. The ghosts are scary. The concept of the ghosts is really interesting. The fact that of how they exist. You got nice.
It's a rare base under siege story that actually under siege, underwater.
Yeah,
you know, it's
very. And then the fact,
it's unlike Impossible Planet and Satan Pit. It's a different kind of base under siege. It's a different kind of vibe.
Yeah, and then the because Under the Lake itself, the first episode is a Classic Who episode, like through and through. It's absolutely Classic Who, but then you get Before the Flood, which twists it into a New Who episode, and you get like a timey-wimey story because it goes back into the past. And I just really think it's quite interesting. Like, it's so different to everything else in Series 9. It's a very unique story. It's got the Toby Whithouse little quirks in it that I like. It's very well directed and acted. It's just solid all the way through. And I would rate it highly, but I don't know. It's just odd that it ended up being in the top 10. That's all, because I don't really think it.
Like, let's be honest. If this episode was in the RTD era, it probably wouldn't have made the top 20 because that's how many. And that's not a knock on it. That's just talking about how many great stories there are in the RTD era.
Oh yeah. If it was in the RTD, I mean, if it was in the RTD era though, it would be a very different tone. I can guarantee that.
It'd probably actually be better
because well, I mean, it would be more like fun, if that makes sense, like in quotation marks.
Imagine this story with Martha and David Tennant.
Yeah, it would
I think that'd be the best mix.
It would be a lot more like electric and colorful. But I think one of the strengths of Under the Lake and Before the Flood is the modern cinematography that I don't think you would have been able to pull off in 2007.
Yes. It'd probably be very similar to how Impossible Planet is filmed.
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing. It's just I think that
no.
One of the things that makes this one particularly special is the fact that it's 2015 and it looks like a film. Like, it's really beautiful.
Yeah, when I did a rewatch, I think when it was first released on Netflix, I think about over a year ago, Series 9, when I rewatched the whole series, this was probably the best time I had with that series, other than Heaven Sent.
It's very good.
Like, I think the story is very, very good.
Yeah. Anyway, you're number 9.
Yes, number 9, I have The Doctor's Wife.
Ah, the one that I had on my overrated video.
Yes, you did. And I don't think, for me, I do think this is a really great episode. I do really like this episode a lot. it's one of those episodes I actually do quite often rewatch. I haven't watched it in a while, but it was one of those episodes where I've rewatched it quite a bit. Maybe on a random night, I would order some pizza, and then I just watch it, and I just have a great time with it. Because I feel like it's such a really rewatchable episode. I think Doctor's Wife, I think the Doctor and the TARDIS, I think they have very good chemistry together. I think the Amy and Rory stuff is actually very dark, and I actually wish we had a little bit more of that in the episode. Because I think that when it's a very interesting thing. I think I've talked about this before, but that sort of like when Amy sees Rory age after going down the corridors time after time, it's very dark. Like, it is very dark. And I think it's actually executed very well. And it's playing on the whole Rory feeling sort of second fiddle to the Doctor in Amy's eyes. And it's showing Amy really does care about Rory, like, more than I think she probably shows, because of who she is. And I think it's very well done. That's a very good aspect of the episode. I think the direction and cinematography is fucking great in the episode as well. I think the atmosphere is great as well. Special effects are very good. Also, you've got the Ood in it as well, which I always love seeing the Ood. And though I think this is the last time we've seen the Ood as like a sort of villain, is it, or do we see him again at another point? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think this is the last time we've seen the Ood in a like a deep role in a story. So I'm like, I don't think they come up later at any point. So I want the Ood to come back at some point. Bring them back. The Ood are great. But yeah, Doctor's Wife, I really love. I think it is actually a great episode.
I'll agree on one thing. It's the best episode from Series 6A. I'll say that.
Yeah, easily. Yeah. But I still think it's... I'm trying to think. It's not the best episode of Series 6, but it's definitely, like, top 2.
Oh, you've just spoiled part of your list, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, sorry, top 3, sorry.
Well, you've just spoiled your list again.
Yes.
It's
a great episode.
Can't wait to hear you talk about Let's Kill Hitler in closing time.
Oh, yes. It's fucking spoilers.
Is it time for my number 9?
Yes.
My number 9 is one of your favourites, Callum.
Ooh.
It's Amy's Choice. It's
This actually might be my gridlock, like, legitimately. I think this is my gridlock. So yeah, I fucking love Amy's Choice.
Yeah. Wait. So gridlock. If Amy's Choice is for you and gridlock for Adam, then what's mine?
God, I'm trying to remember. It's Love and Monsters, isn't it?
Well, I mean, Love and Monsters is kind of like it's more like I love it because it's
your
great,
meme one.
It's great fun, but and it has a lot of great meta text. Check out the extended calendar. I actually don't know what mine is. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just gridlock again.
I think it'll probably be something else. I think it'll be something else.
Maybe
down the road.
Maybe something from Series 1, like Father's Day.
That actually might be because I think a lot of people don't like that story.
It's fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, I would say Father's Day is your gridlock / Amy's
Father's
Choice.
Day is fucking 10 out of 10. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I would say that's it. I think that's your story.
Yeah. And I remember when
Jake's is Bad Wolf parting the ways.
Yeah, anyway, Amy's Choice, really good episode. The Dream Lord, as we discussed in the last EDAR, the best villain of the 2010s. Or at least the best new villain, like, because there are villains that have returned.
Yes, best new villain.
Yeah, because you can't look past John Sim. But he's the best new villain. Toby Jones is phenomenal. This episode is actually one of the ones that really... It's one of those ones that really focuses in on the characters. Like you were saying with the Doctor's Wife, I would say even more so with this, because... this episode is directly targeting the Doctor, Amy, and Rory as characters, which was desperately needed, because I feel like a lot of what came before that in Series 5 was not doing that. Like, when you think about, like, Vampires of Venice... I mean, obviously, Vampires of Venice, thematically, yeah, it's kind of the honeymoon thing. Like, well, even though they haven't got married yet, it's a romantic setting. And you get, like, stuff like The Time of Angels, and you get fucking Beast Below and Victory of the Daleks, which is very just, you know... It's more just focusing on the story itself. But when you get Amy's Choice, it's the first one since the 11th Hour that actually, like, fully focuses in on the characters of the series, which I think was desperately needed by that point. And it does it really well. And the whole concept of the two different dream worlds, I think, is fantastic. One in the TARDIS and one in this weird location that's, like, in a kind of cottage, and it's very strange. And the fact that, like, it's just so... It's such a weird episode, but it's fantastic. And I think also the tone of Series 5, with it, like, changing and becoming a lot more, like, mystical and fantastical, actually works probably the best out of all of them in this episode, because of how just strange it feels. I think that's one of the strengths as well. But there's a line from this episode that I think really nails it on the head of why it's a strong one for the 2010s, is when Rory dies in one of the universes, and Amy says to the Doctor, well, what's the point of you if you can't bring him back? And the fact that she would be willing to die in this one, but and not have Rory, and to have the risk of the other one being the real one and him being alive, but basically saying that I'd rather be dead than you not be alive, you know? It's a very strong character story for the Ponds, you could say. I do have my little nitpicks with Amy's Choice, but overall it's extremely strong. So, number 9 for me.
It's fucking great.
Yeah. Your number 8.
8. Number 8, also from Series 6. The Girl Who Waited.
Snap.
Ooh, I was going to say, I think, after you said yours, that I don't think we were going to snap at any point.
Yeah.
But we did.
So,
number 8.
So to me, just to cut in quickly,
Yeah,
I feel like this story is kind of like a sequel to Amy's Choice in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, anyway, you go ahead with your little thing.
The Girl Who Waited is a very, very, very cool episode. And a very emotional episode as well. Like you said, it is kind of like a sequel to Amy's Choice, because it delves into what Amy could be at some point. And I think the way Rory is used and Amy is used is very, very good. It develops them. It shows their bond at this point, how strong it is, how much Rory, at this point, even though we know how much he cares for Amy, he really shows it in this episode. He really, the actor does a fantastic job with it. Karen Gillan does a fantastic job in this episode as well. The robots are very, very simplistic, but very threatening as well. Just the concept of them is just a single touch and they take you out, and it's very interesting. I really like it. I think that they're very cool design and a very interesting creature. The set design is phenomenal as well. I love the set design. The whole locations is great. And the Doctor, I think the Doctor, while he's very in the background for this episode,
it's a Doctor Light episode, but he's phenomenal. Matt Smith is brilliant in it.
Yeah. The ending is fantastic because it shows it's that little bit of what RTD did a lot with the Doctor, of showing the bit of the dark side of the Doctor, but he's doing it for the greater good, you know? And I think Matt Smith absolutely pulls it off.
Yeah, so the you know how I was talking about when we were talking about Amy's Choice, talking about the line that Amy says to the Doctor, right? Well, there's a line that Rory says to the Doctor in this one that I feel like is another one of those moments when he says, "I don't want to see me become like you," or there's something like that. And again, it's one of those really, it's one of those moments that's sort of building to the fact of, because obviously in the very next episode they briefly leave the Doctor before they eventually come back in Series 7. But I think that it's those kind of moments that really sort of test the whole thing of, can you actually live with the Doctor for this long? Can you, Amy and Rory wanting to be married and have a life together, but also having this temptation to travel with the Doctor, and then seeing the consequences of that and what he does to them. Maybe not intentionally, but just as a consequence of being around him. The fact that he has to make these horrible decisions really just sheds light on how dark the Doctor's life can be at some points. It's
Yeah.
And honestly, I think this is Arthur Darvill's best acting in the whole show. Is this episode?
Yeah, I think he's phenomenal
Yep.
in this. You really understand Rory's morals and what his feelings are towards the Doctor. While he respects him, he thinks he's not a good person overall. I think you would say,
Yeah.
because I don't think the Doctor is. He's just That's what makes the Doctor so great, is that he's not a great person.
Yeah.
He's a person, and we relate to him by his actions and his character. To quote the Game of Thrones woman that I can't remember the name of.
Phasma. Fucking Brienne of Tarth. What's her name? Gwendolyn Christie. Gwendolyn Christie.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's like that meme, but it's fits with the Doctor.
Yeah. Also, apparently,
like-
Game Troller Prime says we had a 3-way snap with this one.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
And he also said, I think earlier, you talked about Amy's choice, and he hates how they're suicidal in every story, and that's where the start. I feel like that's unfair to the story.
I think
'Cause
saying
like you're saying,
I think saying it's. I mean, obviously, technically speaking, it is a suicide, but I feel like that's a bit harsh.
I feel like that's really harsh, and even if that's the case, it's unfair if you blame or you criticize the first time they do it. When they do it many times, I think that's a bit unfair because how.
Yeah,
if the
I'll say one thing. When it gets to the Angels Take Manhattan, that's when it gets too far. Because that was just fucking ridiculous. Like that, the existence of that story makes life hell.
Together, oh, not at all.
Like honestly, I used to be very forgiving of that story because it's actually very well made.
Same.
But when you think about don't think about the actual story itself, the nitty gritty details, because obviously there's some brilliant acting in that story, with all the main cast, because they know it's their last one, and some of the production's great, the way it looks. But when you really think about its actual existence, and think about how much better it would be if that whole episode just didn't exist, it really paints a new light on it, a bad one for me. Anyway, we're not going to talk about the Angels Take Manhattan. One other thing I was going to say is I really like the direction of The Girl Who Waited, because it's a very...
the direction and cinematography is fantastic.
It's a very visual episode. There's a lot of scenes that don't have much dialogue in them, and they rely on the visuals, and they do a really good job.
And don't they reuse the garden for Missy in Series 8?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Also, there's a room that Amy is in that has these metallic parts that remind me of the room from Rise of the Cybermen. When the Lion King thing is playing, The Lion Sleeps Tonight, when that song is playing, I think. Anyway, because we snapped, I suppose I should give my number 7.
Yes.
My number 7 is also from Series 6. It's The God Complex.
Ooh.
The God Complex. By Toby Whithouse, so he's got another story in this top 10, because he did Under the Lake Before the Flood as well. I love it. I love The God Complex. It's one of my favorite performances by Matt Smith as the Doctor, because I'm very critical of Series 6 Matt Smith. I find him very irritating, especially when you get to episodes like Let's Kill Hitler and Night Terrors. Those 2 in a row really rub me the wrong way. But then you get this episode, and I know for a fact that The God Complex was written for Series 5, so it was meant to be in Series 5, but it got pushed back, and that makes sense because the way that the 11th Doctor is written actually feels more like Series 5 Matt Smith, and he's fantastic.
And I think the adore part of the episode makes more sense if it's in Series 5.
Yeah, and honestly, Matt Smith is brilliant in The God Complex. It's probably in my top 5 favorite acting performances from him in this show. He's great. On top of that, you got the entire concept of the hotel with all the the infinite rooms. You got the nightmare doors that lead into like those rooms of almost like boggart rooms in a way. The fact that there's a door. The Doctor has his own door. It's not revealed until the time of the Doctor. When it's revealed in time of the Doctor, I don't know. Like, I don't really know how I feel about that, because I always thought, like, when I saw that episode, and I was like theorizing about what could be in that door, and then eventually, like the next 2 years later, I was thinking maybe the War Doctor was in that room. Like, that would have been a great reveal. But then it got to time of the Doctor, and it was revealed it was actually the Crack, and I was a bit like, don't know about that. But like, yeah, I would have loved if it was the War Doctor, but I don't know. Anyway, I really like the side cast as well, like David Williams as that
He's great.
I don't know what the alien race is called, but there's another one that comes back in Under the Lake Before the Flood. Like, I like that little connection. The cowardly mouse character almost that they look like,
who like sacrifices someone so that you're like, I want to live. Take him.
Yeah, and then there's also that Indian. There's that Indian doctor lady who's also in the first episode of the modern Twilight Zone as well. She's a really good actress. I really like her like dynamic.
She's in something else. I'm trying to remember that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember her face. Yeah, she's actually very good in the episode.
Yeah. And yeah, she almost plays Matt Smith's like companion in that episode.
Yeah, she really does.
I really like.
I think, and they don't spend that many scenes together as well, like a couple. But I feel like even with a few scenes and lines, she like becomes one of the better side characters in the Moffat era.
Yeah, and I really like the practical effect of the Minotaur as well. Like, it's fantastic.
Yes, it looks so good.
Yeah, and also the fact of how it ties into like the Pond's arc. Like, I feel like the exit they have in this is so much better than what we got in The Angels Take Manhattan. It's really subtle. I like it a lot. And how sort of Amy's story comes full circle. Though it is very odd that the Doctor just buys them a car, like, at the end. Like, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's very... I always forget that's a part of that story.
Yeah.
Because then it goes into closing time, which is terrible.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because it's literally like after this episode that you get the worst run of Doctor Who ever.
Oh god.
Yeah. From like closing,
it really is.
From like closing time to Dinosaurs in a Spaceship. You could even say by extension closing time to like Nightmare in Silver, like Bar a Town Called Mercy. Like, it's just a run of very bad episodes. But yeah, I fucking love the God Complex. Like, one of the gems of Matt Smith's era, in my opinion. It's like my favorite episode from one of my least favorite series. And I just wish that the Matt Smith Doctor that we got in that episode was how he was for like the whole of Series 6, and not the stupid idiot we got in the other episodes.
Yep.
Yeah.
He would legit be so much higher on my list of Doctors, because I feel like Matt Smith has the potential to be one of the best. And it's the same with Capaldi. But then you got the episodes that are fucking awful, that terribly mischaracterize him.
Yes.
And it's such a shame, because Matt Smith, when he's at his peak, is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've heard he's brilliant in The Crown.
Oh yeah, I'm honestly like tempted to watch that at some point just to see how good Matt Smith is.
Well, the thing is about The Crown is that it's like, I'm like, oh yeah, it's a historical British drama. Like, that's not the kind of thing that I would watch. And then when I heard that Josh was watching The Crown, I'm like, like, Josh watches fucking like Avengers and Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. Like, why would he watch The Crown? But no, he does. So yeah, it's tempting just to see like what Matt Smith's like, and also to see like what he could have been like in Rise of Skywalker.
That's like proves to us like how good.
You know
Matt
what's
Smith
so
is.
weird is like one of the first bits of leaked news about Rise of Skywalker was that Matt Smith was going to be in it, and we were all crying
up. Even fucking in it.
We were all crying out about how horrible it was going to be, and now the film's over, and we wished he was in it.
I wish I could see Matt Smith, because obviously, did we talk about how he was like?
Yeah, we did.
Meant to be the main villain of the story.
We did talk about it. That's disappointing.
Man, obviously it would have been still a really bad movie, but I would much rather have seen Matt Smith as the main villain, at least, because at least it doesn't fucking undo the original trilogy.
Yeah, and just to see what Matt Smith's acting is like outside of Doctor Who, you know?
Yeah, because probably he might be like, because of how good he is at his best in Doctor Who, he could become one of my favourite actors.
Yeah, anyway, I love the God Complex. What is your number 7?
Number 7 is Mummy on the Orient Express.
Ah, yes.
Yes. Another Series 8 episode, which is the one of the two that are great. It's a very, very poor series. So Mummy is like, it's probably my favorite episode from Series 8. It mainly because I feel like it's a great idea. I think Capaldi is on fire in this story. I think this is his best performance.
Oh yeah,
in that
he
series.
feels like a more like grumpy Tom Baker in that story.
Yeah, but he's on fire. He's like, we've got to figure this out. No, we can't more. We've got to keep going. And it shows like he's like, this is what Moffat was going for like Capaldi's like distant relationship with human life. Like he's like this idea that he needs to figure it out, and it's just that's all he's focusing on. It's a very, very fun episode as well at times as well, but very interesting. I think the set design is great, costumes are great, the music is great. Clara is just fine. She isn't like her terrible self throughout.
So the one big negative I have with this episode is the fact that it's in Series 8. I mean, obviously Capaldi's great, but the fact that it has the Series 8 tone, which I don't think is particularly interesting. It's kind of bit dull. And also the fact it has to follow up Kill the Moon with the whole fucking Clara leaving the TARDIS and then coming back bullshit. Like, I really don't like that whole thing. But that's more to do with the arc of Series 8 itself rather than the episode. Yeah. It's more of a Moffat problem than a Jamie Mathieson problem. But apart from that, it's very good.
Yeah. Apart from that, it's really great. I love it. And obviously, if it probably was in a better series, it'd probably be in the top,
honestly,
3.
I mean, obviously, the CGI, you'd have to, like, consider that because there's a lot of CGI in Mummy and the Orient Express. If you had the exact same CGI quality that you have in the Series 8 episode, right? And you maintain that quality, right? You put it in Series 1 instead of like the long game, for example. You cut out Adam Mitchell and you have the 9th Doctor and Rose Tyler in Mummy and the Orient Express. I think you honestly, like, it would have been even better. I've always thought that Christopher Eccleston would really fit that story as well. I mean, obviously maybe his costume wouldn't quite fit it because of his black leather jacket.
No, we can't, Morn. We can't. We have to figure this out.
But again, like the Clara scenes on Mummy and the Orient Express when she's separate from the Doctor, like you said, they're just fine. I feel like they'll be way more interesting if it was Rose, because she's a very like engaging character, and it's great whenever she gets involved with all like the side cast. Like when you think about like in the Unquite Dead when she's having those chats with Gwyneth, or like there's a few others too. I would have really liked to see what that episode could be like if it was Eccleston and Rose instead. Though I do love Capaldi in it too, but I just think that the whole Series 8 thing kind of holds it down in my mind.
Yeah. I think it's a very, very, very good story. It's I would say it's the best episode of Series 8.
Right. Anything else you want to say about it?
No, I think it's just a really great episode. It's really
okay.
good.
Does that mean it's time for my number 6?
Yes.
My number 6 is The 11th Hour.
Ooh.
So, the beginning of Series 5, I mean, technically End of Time Part 2 was the first episode from this decade, but, like, really, when you think about the 2010s...
We're not going to put it in the top 10. As much as we, like, praise it,
oh, yeah,
it's
I know.
not a top 10
well,
of the
I mean, again, the problem, again, is, like, the fact that it was... If it's the 2010s, we're only putting in, like, only the second part, which kind of disconnects it. Like, you want to put in the whole story if you're going to do that, and you kind of can't do that because it's technically, you know what I mean. But just forgetting End of Time Part 2, like the real sort of proper start for the 2010s is the 11th Hour, because that's really when this whole decade begins with Doctor Who. And it's great because I have gone on record that saying Matt Smith is one of my least favourite Doctors, but I think he has a perfect start point. I think the 11th Hour greatly establishes everything that you're going to get from his Doctor. It has all the best sides of Smith established at the first point. It does a lot of heavy lifting in one episode, like introducing Amy and Rory and an entire new style of show with a new Doctor, a new production team. everything just it's all fresh and new and different, and it's great. And I think that Moffat really nailed it on the head. Like there was a lot of pressure around this episode when it came out because I had to follow up the Davies era. I think Moffat absolutely delivered on it. I personally think that his era like sort of started to decline from the first step, because I think there's a lot of episodes in series 5 that I think aren't particularly great. But the first one, the 11th Hour, I really do like, and I really do think it establishes what's to come in exactly the way it should have. The villain's not like the best thing ever, like the Prison Serenos Traxi, but that's kind of the point, is that there really wasn't room in this episode for anything bigger than that. I do like how it was used more as an obstacle within the episode rather than a full-blown character. The concept of Amy having a room in her house that she doesn't even know exists is such a Moffat thing. Like, what I love about this episode is it feels like, as the same kind of, fluffy series opener feeling that something like Rose, Smith and Jones or Partners in Crime has, except it has all of the quirks and quips of the Moffat style two-parters that we got in the Davies era as well. It's really like, it's got some horror, it's got really atmospheric direction, and not to mention Matt Smith's performance, which I think is absolutely phenomenal. Like, he's completely steals the show out of the gate. Like, I can't think of another Doctor that just completely stole the show on screen quicker than Matt Smith did. Like, it was from the first scene, he really just completely, I reckon, won the audience over. So yeah, I think it's one of the best Doctor first episodes in the whole show. And probably, I would say the best one from New Who, definitely. I mean, I really like Rose as well, but I think 11th Hour, there's something special about it that sets it apart from the others. Though I wouldn't say it's the best by like a margin or anything. And also, if we're including Classic Who, I'm not sure I would say it's the best, because I do love Spearhead from Space and Power of the Daleks. But in terms of the 2010s, weirdly, it's like the starting point, but it's still one of the best episodes in it, which I think really shows how far the show dropped and not being able to live up to its beginning. So yeah, brilliant. That's all I got to say about it. What's your number 6?
Number 6 is a story that I think not many people are surprised that's in this top 10, but are surprised at how low it is. Number 6 is Vincent and the Doctor.
Ah.
A story that I think I don't really think about a lot, but when I do think about it, I think about how well written, how well executed it is, the way it mirrors the depression aspect of the episode with Vincent to the monster. I think that's a very well put together aspect of the episode. I think the actor playing Vincent is fantastic. He's so good, and the way he plays off the Doctor is great as well. Matt Smith is great. Karen Gillan is great as well. The direction is great, and the music is great as well. And it's just a really well written, tight story about Vincent. It's just a very, very, very well executed story. It's emotional, it's heartfelt, it's funny, and it's just very thought provoking as well. I think Vincent the Doctor is really great. It's not my favourite episode of all time. I don't think it probably would just make my top 10 of all time, but I just feel that it's not my Doctor Who, because it's very different, but that makes it unique, so I have to praise for that and how well executed it is for that idea. So Vincent the Doctor, number 6, it is just a very great written episode.
Alright then. Does that mean it's my number 5?
Yes.
So, my number 5 is one that you have omitted from your top 10. And that is Face the Raven. And your reasoning for doing so is fair, because obviously Hell Bent completely and utterly ruins it. But, in my mind, I have my own little head canon. And in my mind, Hell Bent does not exist. It was a fever dream. And it was deleted. It was deleted. Because Face the Raven, I think, deserves to be this high, because it takes my least favourite companion in the entire show and gives a better exit than probably anyone else has ever had. It's fucking phenomenal. The fact that Sarah Dollard takes Clara and in one episode makes me invested in her character and sad to see her go. And that comes down to obviously the writing. And, you got the great concept in there too. Like, it's very, obviously it's kind of ripped off from Harry Potter, the whole Hidden Alley thing. But I think used within Doctor Who, I think it's really interesting how it's kind of like where these aliens are harvesting themselves to hide from the humans. But not in the way that the wizards do in Harry Potter, because the wizards do it because they want to keep their magic secret, whereas the aliens are there because they want to survive, really. It's really interesting. This episode takes all of the elements of Series 9 that I absolutely hate and somehow manages to make them work. You've got Ashilda, who in every other episode is a nightmare, but for some reason in this one she's actually really good. Then you get, obviously, Clara as well. And then this episode, Capaldi takes off the hoodie and puts the suit back on. You know it's business time when he does that, because fucking hell, Capaldi's performance in this story steals the show. The fact that this episode is meant to revolve around Clara, yet Capaldi completely steals it with his acting. It's some of the best acting I've ever seen in this show from Capaldi, like in this episode, especially at the end, when he's in denial of Clara dying. When he tells Ashilda that it's a very small universe when I'm angry with you. Like, it's a brilliant scene. And the whole thing of the Raven with the countdown, and the fact that they bring back Rigsy from Flatline as well, I think is great, and the way it ties into him sort of being a babysitter, and the fact that I think was it his mum that died there, or was it his dad or something? I can't remember actually. It was one of his family members.
I can't remember.
Yeah. On top of that, great direction. It's a very tight script, and
music is great as well.
Yeah, and honestly, like, it's fucking brilliant, and I can't believe Stephen Moffat made the horrible decision to neuter it, because it's honestly like if Hellbent didn't exist, I might actually be more forgiving of Series 9 for just how good this episode is and how well it ends.
How good this in Heaven Sent is as well.
Yeah, and honestly, like, I remember, because I've talked about the Angels Take Manhattan and how that acts as like a consequence of Amy and Rory sticking around, but I don't think it works. Whereas I think with Face the Raven, it takes like this horrible character arc with Clara, but somehow gives it the exact ending it needs. It's a work of magic, I think.
It shows that you can literally, out of really poor writing consistently, you can still make the best episode for that character.
Absolutely. So yeah, Face the Raven for me is, I think the reason why I'm so drawn to it is just how much it impresses me, taking something that I really hate and making me love it and then be sad to see it go. I think that is such a powerful bit of writing.
And that's actually a good point, Game Troller. Like the Doctor saying, the Doctor is no longer here, you're stuck with me. It's bittersweet because it's great in the moment, but it is a teaser of how unlike the Doctor is in Hellbent. And that really is what it is. And it's just because it's like in that scene, it's really great because the Doctor is trying to protect someone who his companion is alive, because that's what he has done before. But it is a teaser of how he is in Hellbent, which is taking someone who has died and he's gone past it and bringing them back to life, undermining everything.
Yeah. So, yeah, for that reason, Face the Raven is my number 5. What is yours?
My number 5 is the God Complex.
Ah, yes.
The God Complex is easily the best episode of Series 6.
Oh, yeah.
It is wacky. It's so all over the place in the best way possible. The different rooms with people's fears is such a great idea. Like you said, it's like a boggart, but in rooms. It's very, very cool. The monster is so well designed that the detail on it is fantastic. It looks so real. The fact that it's too tall for the room and it drags its horns on the roof, the ceiling, it's like so cool. It's such a nice little detail. And the Doctor, Matt Smith, is phenomenal. He is absolutely phenomenal in that episode. He is on fire. He's on every point, and he's like, I like how he constantly gets the idea of what is going on wrong. Like, Like, he's not saying don't give in to the fear, but it's not about that. It's about belief. It's about, like, for example, Amy's belief in the Doctor. And like we mentioned, how this was meant to be in Series 5, I wish it was, because that would probably make Series 5 my favourite series of Doctor Who, because how well that fits in to, like, his narrative in that series.
Oh, yeah.
Because I feel like it makes it way better, because it makes more sense, because it's a way of us learning about this version of the Doctor. So, like, I wish it was in Series 5, because it would probably be, like... It would definitely be, like, top 2.
Yeah, imagine this,
Series
right?
5.
Imagine this, right? You scrap Victory of the Daleks and the Hungry Earth Cold Blood two-parter, and you put in the Doctor's wife, the girl who waited in the God Complex.
Best series of all time.
I mean, the Vampires of Venice would still be there, but, like, you know, you gotta have it.
Every series has a dud.
You gotta have a...
So, like...
Yeah.
Like, Series 4 is my favourite series, but it has the Doctor's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, every series can have a dud.
Series 1 is my favourite, and it has the long game.
Exactly. Every series has a dud.
Though, to be fair, I do like Simon Pegg.
Oh, yeah, Simon Pegg is great in it, because it's Simon Bloody Pegg.
Yeah. And the Doctor's
daughter
has some brilliant trivia around it.
Yeah, and also Donna's great.
Oh, yes.
Because Donna's always great. Donna is great. She's... Clara better than Donna? You're fucking insane. You're a psychopath. As people call us.
Yeah. God, imagine thinking...
But yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine thinking that.
Yeah.
But yeah, number 5, the God Complex. It is just phenomenal. Like you mentioned before, all the points you said, I also think the same. It's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Best of Series 6, and that's like the second worst series, so that shows how good these episodes are.
So is it time for my number 4?
Yes.
Okay, these are the episodes that I have a really, like, strong personal connection to.
Same.
I fucking love these episodes. My number 4 is one that we have already briefly discussed. It's a 2-parter, and it is World Enough in Time and the Doctor Falls.
Ooh.
The Series 10 finale. This really did catapult my interest in Doctor Who back to its peak. I remember this was around the time when, I think there was like a sort of 2-year period after Hellbent when I really didn't give two shits about the show. And then before Series 10, I rewatched the whole of New Who. And I obviously fucking loved the Davies era and didn't really like the Moffat era that much, aside from some of these really good episodes. But I watched Series 10, and I remember being very trepidatious about it for the whole thing. And just being like, you know, watching an episode, like, for example, I'd watch, like, the pilot or Smile and be like, you know what, I don't dislike this episode, you know, I kind of enjoyed that, but it could still completely go wrong, you know, we know what Moffat's like. And Series 10 had its ups and downs, you know, you got a few, like, really just sort of enjoyable but not, like, brilliant episodes at the front end. I did really like Oxygen, but overall it was sort of treading along like a very standard series. And then when we got the Monk 3-parter, I actually kind of like started to turn on Series 10, because I remember after I watched The Lie of the Land, I'm like, oh no, this is turning into shit again, isn't it? Like, I was thinking
it's another like Series 8.
I was thinking like this is gonna be like the other Moffat ones that he fucked up. And then we got like Empress of Mars and Eaters of Light. I'm like, this series is just running out of steam. Like I was like, this is so fucking boring. Like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
And like, I was really losing hope. And then we got World Enough in Time and the Doctor Falls, and it just completely won me back, because World Enough in Time, as you all know, is one of the darkest episodes of Doctor Who ever made. The companion dies within the first 5 minutes. It's one of the best examples of it subverting your expectations. Actually, a great example of it. Funnily enough, came out the same year as The Last Jedi, like 6 months before it, but it has one, well, it has more than one, but that particular subversion is 1,000 times better than any of the ones from The Last Jedi combined. With the Bill being shot in the chest, the consequence of the Doctor letting himself off the leash, pretending like he's invincible. This is something that I talked about in watching Series 2, about the consequence of not letting yourself sense real danger. But in here, it's even more extreme because he's literally not even supervising the situation. And then this person that put all her trust in him for this whole series gets shot. And fucking hell, like, it's harrowing. And then you get the rest of the episode, because you get Bill being converted into a Cyberman by the Master in disguise. Like, what more could you fucking want than that? And then you get all the really dark moments. Like, you got some of the best, like, cinematography in the show from Rachel Talalay. You've got fucking scenes like kill me, pain, pain. You get all the really nasty bits. You get also a brilliant little timey-wimey sci-fi plot too, with the fact that the ship's orbiting around a black hole. It kind of ties back to the Impossible Planet. If you've seen that story, then you get a bit of understanding of black holes. The fact that obviously the black holes were created by the Time Lord, so that ties a bit into the lore. The fact that the time is moving in different directions on different sides of the ship. Like, honestly, World Enough in Time and the Doctor Falls feels like a two-parter from the Davies era. That's how good it is, and it's a finale as well. So it's got all of the really interesting parts that the two-parters from the Davies era have that Moffat wrote, but it also has the fact that it's a finale as well, and the fact that Moffat writes the episode the same way that Davies did with his finales. Maybe not quite as extravagant. I mean, I think the second part does have some moments that are like that, but it's not quite as extravagant as the Davies finales, but it really does have that heart to it. And I think World Enough in Time is a very, like, it's one of those episodes that you could say is like almost spotless. Like, it's so good. And I really do think it was ruined by the fact that we were spoiled that the Cybermen and the Master were coming back. But I'm after watching people's reactions to it online, I'm not knowing that they were coming back. I'm absolutely convinced it's like one of the best setups to a plot twist that we've had in this show. Like, probably the best one since John Hurt. Like, it's probably the best, because I know the Dark Water twist is quite awesome with like Missy being the Master, but I think the one in World Enough in Time is even better. The fact that it teases the genesis of the Cybermen and just like Capaldi feeling like an old school style classic Doctor. The fact that he gets a story with the Mondasian Cybermen. I think Nardol's really good in this too. And then you get The Doctor Falls, which is admittedly a very different episode to World Enough in Time. And I know that does turn a lot of people off, but for me, I don't mind that that kind of difference, and I do kind of appreciate, because obviously this is heading towards the end of Moffat's era. I really like the fact that his sort of final proper story, because Twice Upon a Time doesn't really count because it's kind of didn't need to happen, but I like that his final story kind of goes back to the whole thing, like the whole format he created of having a two-parter where both parts are in completely different places. It's like one of his signature moves, and I think it's done probably one of his best examples of it is here in World Enough in Time and the Doctor Falls, and I absolutely love that, how it's executed. I love the way that they show Bill's point of view being a Cyberman. I think John Sims' performance in that episode is very good, as is the fact that this is, talking about going back to Face the Raven, about how Face the Raven took something I didn't like and made me love it with Clara, and then being sad when it was gone. It was the exact same thing with this and Missy, because I really didn't give a two shits about Missy for the majority of her run on TV, but then we got her in this episode, and I completely got invested in her character, and then was sad to see her go at the end. Like, the scene when the Masters kill each other is so poetic, and I love it. And the fact that Moffat managed to create a scene where he managed to create a regeneration scene where we didn't even need to see the change because of how well those characters were written in that episode. And then I think, whilst, you could definitely argue it's kind of meta and like fan wanky, the fact that Peter Capaldi, who was a Doctor Who fan since he was a small boy, watching.
Since he was a wee boy.
So he watched the show from the very start, and the fact that as a wee boy watching the Cybermen come onto our screens, the fact that he got to play the Doctor and he was killed by a Mondasian Cyberman, I think is a really nice, like, like almost present for him after his 3-series run of putting in all his all his performances, all his hard work and his great acting into the show. The fact that he got killed by the monster that scared him as a child is a nice little metatextual way for his doctor to be killed off. I like the little exit that Nardole has. It's quite tragic, but it's very subtle. There is one moment I don't like in The Doctor Falls, and that's when Heather tells Bill that she's not dead, because I think that absolutely ruins it. Like, I think it would be...
also don't like how she just comes back. She just appears. It really bugs me.
Yeah, I mean, it is sort of established in the pilot that she can travel across the universe, but it is very convenient. Like, definitely very convenient.
Super convenient.
But, yeah, I do wish that Moffat didn't have that line where she said that Bill wasn't dead, because I feel like that kind of takes away from the consequence of World Enough in Time a bit. Like, I do understand that Moffat was probably doing it because he didn't want to make the show too bleak. It's possible that he may have felt pressure from the BBC not to have characters be completely dead. But just personally, I would have rather had it Bill actually did die. That's just a little nitpick I have. And then, whilst I do have my issues with Twice Upon a Time, the initial reveal of David Bradley as the first Doctor, the fact that the 12th Doctor's about to regenerate and then he runs into the first Doctor from the 10th planet, I remember exactly where I was when I saw that scene, and I got
the ending.
Yeah. I got absolutely goosebumps.
I remember as well.
Yeah,
I remember I was sat on the couch and I think my mum was there as well. She wasn't really paying attention because none of my other family watched the show. But I remember watching it, and I was like, "Oh God, oh shit, it's the first Doctor!" And I was just like, wow, that's such a cool cliffhanger. I really like that. Obviously, the episode followed before it. While I was very emotional during it because it was Capaldi leaving, and I do actually really like Capaldi. The way they used the first Doctor wasn't great. But it was a really cool cliffhanger, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I do have my little nitpicks with Dr. Falls, but overall, brilliant two-parter. One of my favourite... I mean, it's my favourite Moffat finale. I don't think I can say I like it more than the Davies ones, but it is close. Like, it is very close to those Davies finales for me, and I think it's the only one for the Moffat era that I really do think gets to that level. And I think it's the reason why is because he put a lot of heart into it. And he not only did a lot of the heart that Davies had in his finales, but he implements his unique concepts and ideas in a way that's not stupid. Like, the timey-wimey stuff in World Enough in Time is absolutely phenomenal. And I'm just like, I was watching it, I was like, why wasn't his fucking era like this all the time? Honestly, if Moffat was like he was in World Enough in Time and like the two-parters in the Davies era, like all the time, he probably would have been like the best Doctor Who writer ever. But he's made so many mistakes, and it just angers me, and I wish that more of his stories were like this one, because it's great. Anyway, that's my ramble. What is your number 4?
Number 4. It's the one and only Amy's Choice.
Ah, there it is.
Amy's Choice, not only is it the most underrated episode of the 2010s, but I honestly think it is the most underrated story in the entirety of modern Who. It's such an interesting story. It's so rewatchable. It's so fun. It's so wacky. It's such a great concept, and it's executed to perfection. The Dream Lord is phenomenal. Toby Jones is phenomenal. Matt Smith is phenomenal, especially so early on in his his full run. He puts on a performance like this that really questions his morals, questions who he is, who the Doctor is as a character. It's so damn good. And Amy and Rory are also fantastic in this story as well. Like you said with Amy's line about what's the point of view, all that stuff, I think it's fantastic. It was the first time, obviously, Rory died, and obviously that became a meme / thing that was recurring that was pretty poor. But the first time they actually did it, I think was great, showing Amy's sort of, in a sense, true colours of how much she cares for Rory. It's done so well. This was a great episode for the two, and I absolutely fucking love it. The music is great. The way it's like sort of dreamlike is so good. Murray Gold is on fire. The direction is on fire. It's everything about this episode. The fucking introduction, the line before it goes to the title sequence, Matt Smith saying, "This is going to be a tricky one." It's just so fucking good. This episode is fantastic. Fucking talk about it more, people. It's so fucking good. I fucking love it. Fucking great. 4th on spot. Obviously, I can't put it higher. I think subjectively, I probably would put it higher because that's how much I fucking love it. But when we're talking about it like in quality, the episodes above it, they are better. They're better written because of what they are. You know how important they are as well. But Amy's Choice, when you're talking about just regular episodes, it is absolutely one of the best. It's fucking fantastic.
Alrighty then. Is it time for my number 3?
Yes, it is.
The Day of the Doctor.
Ooh, I actually don't have that on my list.
This is more of a personal one. I remember when I first saw this episode, when it first aired, I don't know if I've ever been more like intensely just I don't know what the word is, but like I basically had goosebumps on my entire body for the whole hour and a half or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know how long it is. It's like 70 minutes. It's absolute fan wank, but I do I do think that for a 50th anniversary, it's kind of what it needs to be. I have heard Adam sort of give a little complain about the fact that it doesn't have enough classic Who in it, and I do agree that that is a good point to be made. But in terms of it being a new Who like 8th anniversary, you know, I think it's fantastic. Seeing David Tennant return, and also the fact that I remember when I watched Series 7, like I was really like, especially when I rewatched it, I was really like turned off by Matt Smith's Doctor. But then for some reason, when it comes to the Day of the Doctor, he suddenly becomes brilliant again. And I think it's because the episode actually kind of makes fun of his shit, you know? And it does the same thing with David Tennant, and it does the same thing with John Hurt being an old man. The fact, wow, how John Hurt, you know, being the Ward Doctor. You know, I honestly think this might be Moffat's funniest script. Like, there's so many lines in Day of the Doctor that just make me laugh.
Compensating for what?
Yeah.
Regeneration, slurry.
Yeah. Why you had your screwdrivers like that? They're scientific instruments, not water pistols.
They're not sand shoes.
Yeah, it's an absolutely fun romp. And oh, fucking hell. One of my favourite parts of this episode that people don't talk about enough is how it ties into the Shakespeare Code. And how, like, Queen Elizabeth returns and, like, fucking the Doctor comes out on a horse and they have, like, a date and then they get married. It's so fucking funny. And the fact that there's a Zygon that's dressing as her, and then like they both kiss him, so he got kissed by a Zygon. Like, it's just so funny. And then obviously,
Nice Doctor, nice one.
And then obviously the climax on Gallifrey. The barn has been ruined by Hellbent, obviously, but in Day of the Doctor, I loved the whole barn thing. And also, one thing I forgot to mention, Billie Piper as the moment absolutely steals this episode. Her acting in this episode matches John Hurt.
I cannot wait for Jake to get to it for Billie Piper when she says "bad wolf."
Oh yeah,
and it's the bad wolf entity. It's like it's fucking that's really good.
Yeah,
it's gonna be pretty cool to see that again.
The fact that it really shows to me, like, Billie Piper, the fact that she manages to match John Hurt of all people on screen really shows how brilliant of an actress she is. Like, she is so underrated.
Time I grew up.
Yeah.
John Hurt's great.
And I think that I love the fact that she kind of plays the companion to the War Doctor as well. It's really unique. And I would say there is a couple of little nitpicks I have with the story. I think the unit characters aren't strong enough, like Osgood and Kate. I wish it was. It's sad because I wish that you just know that if Nicholas Courtney was still alive, the Brigadier would have been in it, because it would have been great to see the Brigadier back for the unit. I really think the unit portion of the story, like with with the Zygons would have been a lot better if it was the actual unit from Classic Who. And another thing is, like, I wish that Elizabeth Sladen was still alive, because imagine if Sarah Jane could have been in the 50th. Like, that would have been amazing.
Imagine Elizabeth Sladen with
Yeah.
all the cast of Sarah Jane Adventures. That would literally make my dream
Yeah.
come true.
Like, honestly, like, if she was still alive, that would have been a really nice way to, like, end the Sarah Jane Adventures, you know what I mean? Like, if that was, like, the final, like, where it all led to was the 50th anniversary. I think that would have been great. Sadly, we didn't get that because she was dead, and I'm really sad about that. But with the resources they had, because obviously Nick Courtney passed away, and Elizabeth Sladen passed away, and Christopher Eggleston didn't want to come back, so Moffat had a lot on riding on it. He had a lot of people that couldn't be in this 50th, and he had a lot of things to do. Honestly, I think with the resources that he had, he did a brilliant job. And might I say, like, the last 20 minutes of The Day of the Doctor is some of my favourite television I've ever seen in my life. Like, with all the Doctors and all the TARDISes coming together to lock Gallifrey away, like, it's a really neat plot twist to sort of wrap up the whole Time War arc. And the fact that it's so interesting, because Moffat, being the timey-wimey writer he is, he found a way to bring back Gallifrey without ruining all of the character development from, like, series 1 to 7. You know, if you know what I mean, like, with the entire Gallifrey arc, like, it still exists, it's still relevant. Yet
He did that later with Hell Bent, though.
yeah, he did it later with Hell Bent. But the way he managed to bring back Gallifrey and do the whole thing of locking it in a pocket universe, I thought was really clever. And then just those final moments with the 3 Doctors sitting there in the museum,
Drinking some tea.
The fact that the War Doctor walks, you know, he has his like his closure on his Doctor. Like the fact that this is his regeneration story as well. The fact that he finally became the Doctor again was a really nice little moment. Then he obviously regenerates. We don't get to see Eccleston, sadly, but we do get to see his eyes.
There's a little bit of his face you can see, just very tiny.
The fact then you get the 10th Doctor leaving us again, and he says, "I don't want to go again."
We need a new destination because I don't want to go.
That was
He
awesome.
always says that.
That was awesome. My add
I can imagine all of the David Tennant haters just cringing at that line.
Yeah.
And that actually makes me smile because it's pretty funny to think about.
Yeah. And then, of course, how could you talk about Day of the Doctor and not mention Tom Baker? Like, when Tom Baker walked on screen in Day of the Doctor...
If I were you. If I were you.
Well, perhaps I was you, of course. I literally lost my shit when he came on screen. I couldn't believe it. And the fact that Tom Baker hadn't appeared technically, because technically he was in Dimensions of Time, but we won't count that. That's not canon. But technically he hadn't been on screen as the Doctor since Legopolis. Like, after he regenerated, he didn't want to come back for the 5 Doctors. He kind of distanced himself from the show. He wasn't in any Big Finish as well up to that point. Like, Tom Baker kind of did a Christopher Eccleston where he left the show and he was on bad terms with it.
Yeah.
It
was that era's like Eccleston version.
And the fact that in the 50th anniversary Tom Baker returns to Doctor Who, it was the best way to end it. Like, say what you will about Day of the Doctor, like, it is absolutely fan service, but that is what it needed to be, and I will never forget how I felt when I watched it. Like,
very
fucking blown away that after Series 7, Stephen Moffat managed to pull that together.
Who knows?
Yeah. It's
and the ending scene is great as well.
Yeah, with all the Doctors.
I love it. It's so cool. I love it. Man, honestly, let's be fucking honest, this is the best show on Earth.
Oh, yeah.
It's fucking phenomenal.
Well, it's certainly not Game of Thrones. We know that.
Doctor Who is better than Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Fucking at me.
Game of Thrones honestly could have been the best TV show ever, but it's not because of Dave
I'm
and
sure
Dan.
it could have, but it's not.
It's not because the books weren't finished and because Dave and Dan were idiots.
Yes.
Anyway, what is your number 3?
Number 3 is The 11th Hour.
Ah, yes.
Funny, it's like Moffat came out with an absolute banger, and only 2 stories in my mind were better than his first as showrunner.
Unless of course the episodes that you have above it are the Saranga Conundrum and the Battle of Ranskorav Kolos, right?
Shit, you must have hacked into my computer. Yeah, 11th Hour, it's just phenomenal. I would say it definitely is the best New Who introduction. Like this, I don't think there's any. Though, like Rose is really good.
I think Rose does the job of introducing the entire show to the audience.
Yes.
But with 11th Hour, it does the best of introducing the specific Doctor.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And also the direction.
Yeah.
The direction's better.
Direction, cinematography, acting, story is really fun as well. It's very well suited to us. While it's simple, it is. I think that's the best thing to do because we get more of the Doctor. I think that's the best way to do it when you're doing an introduction to a Doctor.
I mean,
very, very
I mean, I do love Christmas Invasion, but I will admit that there is something to be said about the fact that the Doctor doesn't appear till the end.
Yes. And while he's great...
Oh, trust me, Matt. If David Tennant had gotten an 11th Hour, it would be the best. Like
It'd be the best episode ever.
Like, seriously, if David Tennant got an opening episode in that style, you're right. It would be fucking unbelievable. But I think that's literally not a possibility because the universe wouldn't be able to handle David Tennant having an entire episode like that. That's why they had to contain it. I would die
after it because there would be no point in watching the show after. It's never going to get as good as that.
Yeah. The show could only handle him being in like 10 to 20 minutes of it. Otherwise, it would have exploded.
You would have to make a new cocaine meter category. But not for Tennant, but for us. Because we wouldn't be able to handle it.
The 10th Hour.
The 10th hour. It's so good. But yeah, the 11th Hour is great. It's such a great introduction for Matt Smith. He's on fire from day one of like broadcast. Obviously, he did Time of Angels first, but doing an introduction episode, I can imagine how hard that is to really have it be like you are a clean slate from the start and to completely pull it off, but also be so interesting, charismatic. He pulls it off in spades. He is so good. The first like 5 minutes are amazing. It's so hilarious. It's so funny. He's so good. And it's just like, obviously it's the childlike wonder of the Matt Smith era, really, is specifically how like of fairy tales and stuff. Obviously they got very, very poor as it went on, but that episode pulls it off amazingly. It's so dang good. So good. The music is also great. There are a few reused samples from the RTD era as well that I noticed when I watch it, but it's still great. Like the music that is brand new is fantastic as well. Like the 11th Doctor's theme is fantastic.
Oh yeah, see this is the thing. Like with I Am the Doctor, is like that episode. That song was tailor made for that episode, and it works brilliantly in it. It's just annoying that they fucking reused it like Death and the rest.
Yes. Yep, yes. They absolutely did.
2 hours till the new decade for me, by the way. Game Troller Prime just said.
Yes, I can see. Ooh, it's not 11 hours left. It's 2. But yeah, 11th Hour it's phenomenal. It is phenomenal. It's phenomenal writing, acting, set design, directing, cinematography, all that snaz. It is fantastic.
Also, have you just realized that there's going to be a point in the stream where I'm going to be in a different decade to you? How does that feel?
That's odd.
Timey-wimey.
That's very odd.
Good thing we're doing
timey-wimey.
We're doing a review of an era that's based around predominantly Moffat, so that makes sense.
Yes.
Timey-wimey. Right, my number 2.
Yes.
Is Vincent and the Doctor. Ooh. So, Richard Curtis, very famous. He did the film Love Actually, which is my favorite rom-com of all time. And you know what? So I've been talking before about, like, I really appreciate when someone takes something I don't like and makes me like it. It's the same thing with Face the Raven, with Clara, with The Doctor Falls with Missy, and with Russell T Davies and soap opera. It's the same thing with Richard Curtis. The fact that he takes a rom-com. Like, rom-com films to me are like some of the worst you ever get, but Love Actually is a fucking masterpiece, and it's because Richard Curtis is a fucking brilliant writer. So when it was revealed that Richard Curtis would be writing an episode for Moffat's first series, I think everyone sort of said, this is the one we need to watch out for. Like, this is the one we need to, like, tune into, because Richard Curtis is Richard Curtis. It's the same thing with Neil Gaiman when he did The Doctor's Wife as well. But because the reason why is because this episode is brilliant. It tackles a very real, dramatic thing. The fact that it's a historical about a man, Vincent van Gogh, who was an artist, who was brilliant, but obviously suffered depression, which is something that so many people around the world can relate to. The way that it handles this is absolutely brilliant. Like, depression is something that you could completely fuck up in a TV story, and you could absolutely, like, your show could be driven to the ground and, like, even cancelled for it if you handle it wrong. Look at fucking 13 Reasons Why. You know why people think that show is a piece of garbage? Is because it takes depression and makes a fucking joke out of it. You get Vincent and the Doctor, which shows off Vincent van Gogh in his prime, in his most depressed state, but making the best art we've maybe ever seen. And the performance from, I can't remember his name, but the guy who plays Vincent in that episode is one of the best performances I've ever seen in any TV show ever. I've never seen someone portray a historical figure more accurately than he does in that. It's so good. Matt Smith, Karen Gillan as well, are absolutely brilliant in it. The script is beautiful, the emotion is heavy, the way it focuses around the characters is unique. It's so different to everything else in the Matt Smith era because it actually has bucket loads of heart to it. Like, this has more heart than most Davies episodes. It's so brilliant. I love the fact that the monster is invisible to everyone except for Vincent, because it represents the fact that people can't see depression. You have to have it to understand it, and I think it really handles it well. And then the scene where he goes to the museum to see his paintings just brings tears to my eyes. It's a phenomenal piece of television. I think it transcends Doctor Who itself, but the fact that it's in Doctor Who really shows how special this show can be. So yeah, honestly, like, it's one of those episodes that I think will stand the test of time, and people will look back on, 50 years, 100 years from now, look back on this episode and it will still have an impact because it's truly masterful. And it's only number 2 because the one I've put above it, well, I'm sure you all know what it is, but yeah, Vincent and the Doctor is my favourite Matt Smith episode, and I think it's just, it's fucking good. Anyway, that's what I think. Your number 2, Callum?
My number 2 is the one and only World Enough for Time / The Doctor Falls.
Oh, yes.
And the reason why it's at number 2 is mainly because of World Enough in Time and how dark and well written that story is, or episode, I should say. The Doctor Falls is also really great. My main problem with it is John Sim, mainly because obviously he's used to contrast Missy, which is fantastic, but he's not in it enough for me, and that is a very subjective thing as well. It's like it runs still very well, but I just wish, personally, I wish there was a little bit more of John Sim. But the overall story is phenomenal, so well written. Capaldi is on fire in this story. Bill is great in this story as well.
Where I stand is where I fall.
The Master and Missy are both fantastic in this story as well.
I do what I do because it's right! Because it's decent!
That speech is fantastic. So good. Such a great speech. No music, just him expressing himself. Phenomenal. Nardo is bloody great in this episode as well. In this story. He's great too. Like, well, to be fair, I've always have like Nardo. I think the pilot was when I really decided to turn a corner with him. But this story is just fantastic. Moffat writ this to almost perfection. One Earth for Time is so dark, but so clever and so unique and interesting. It's so good. Like, not a single moment in that story could you ever be bored by it. It's just the way the pacing is fantastic, just slowly going along, but so interesting and just so dark. The Cybermen in that story are so dark. It's so
honestly,
just,
it's the best portrayal of the Cybermen on TV, World Enough in Time.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful.
Kill me, like, Jesus Christ, Moffat. Like, God, it's so good. Also, the direction, the color grading, cinematography, the music, that is all great as well. That's all fantastic. I love it. CGI is pretty good as well. And the fact they're doing a whole city as well. I'd imagine that for a TV budget, that'd be a tough job to do. And they actually pull it off really well. And John Sim in War Enough Time is fantastic. He is so good. He's almost like a really like fun and light character, but because he is the master in disguise, he just makes it more better. Just makes it better.
Do you like disguises?
Do you still like disguises?
Yeah, and
It's great.
oh, the fact how that ties back to Classico as well.
Someone's former prime minister.
Yeah, the fact that it ties back to Classico with the master wearing a mask and like the crash zoom as well.
Elite, you shut up. Elite, you shut it. Don't even joke with me. With that bullshit.
Silver Nemesis being the best portrayal of the Cybermen on TV. Are you serious? I haven't even seen that episode. I know it's not true. But yeah, you can't beat the top knots.
No, Lady, whatever the fuck her name is. Anyway, one at a time. The Doctor falls. Capaldi went out with an absolute banger. Of course, Twice Upon a Time came after, but let's be honest, this should have been his.
Oh yeah,
this should have been his.
If this was
story.
If this was Capaldi's final story, it would be one of the best like regeneration stories.
It'd probably be the best.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but it would be one of the best.
It definitely could be. It has the potential to be, depending on how they ended it with Capaldi.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it above in terms of New Who. I wouldn't put it above Bad Wolf Playing the Ways. I do prefer that story because it doesn't have like Doctor Falls like has some mistakes in it that I wish were different. Whereas Bad Wolf Playing the Ways is like a fucking, and it's also Russell T Davies and Chris Eccleston.
Actually, you know what's actually a really cool detail that I actually do like? Obviously, you got the whole Bill being gay, and like a lot of people don't like how it's brought up quite a lot, and I think that is a fair point. But I actually do like how the little detail of the Doctor knew she was gay, but she never said it to him. So it's actually quite a nice detail that shows Capaldi's like awareness of like how caring he is. So I think that's actually quite a nice detail, and actually it does fit with the like. She mentions it a lot, but never said it to Capaldi. And he knew. You
know the scene in Some World Enough in Time like, after Bill gets shot, it does a flashback to them talking like at the university.
Oh,
no other.
When he talks about the master.
No other TV show could do that. Like it's so unique.
Like they do that in Hellbent. They do the whole they shoot the Doctor, but then they cut away, and it takes all the tension out of the air. This it's sort of the opposite. It's just like how like out of nowhere it is, but they cut away to Bill and the Doctor.
I was gonna say it cuts the onions, but I think I should say it squeezes the lemons.
Squeezes the lemons, guys, right into my eye sockets.
Yes. Are you done?
It's phenomenal.
Are you done talking about it?
It's just great. Yeah, it's just great. It's phenomenal.
Right.
Love it.
I think it comes at no surprise that we have the same number one. I believe, unless of course.
Yes. Let's kill Hitler.
Yeah. Fucking lock Hitler in the cupboard. No, of course. I haven't even seen your list, but I've got a 99.9% sure I know exactly what it is, and it's the same as mine. Number one is Heaven Sent.
Snap.
Like
I've never said snap before, so that's fun.
Yeah. Heaven Sent is an absolute masterpiece. Probably one of the best episodes of television ever created.
Absolutely.
Capaldi's performance in this episode is one of the best performances as the Doctor in this entire show. I would say it rivals alongside things like Dalek and Midnight. It's fucking great. And also the fact that the entire episode is just him by himself, yet it is so captivating. The direction is the best the show's ever had. Rachel Talala's direction in Heaven Sent is unbelievable from start to finish. It has the best score in the entire show. Murray Gold's score for Heaven Sent is like audible chocolate. It's brilliant. It's old school, timeless, but it perfectly fits this Doctor. The plot surrounding the castle and its puzzle, the fact of how dark it is, the fact that the Doctor has to let his body burn so he can restart, the fact that he has to punch a wall 10,000 times the strength of diamond for 5 billion years or whatever it is, like 4.5 billion years, just to get to Gallifrey. Like, who comes up with this shit? Like, only Moffat could possibly come up with something so brilliant. Like, it's just ridiculous. It's like, it's honestly like, this idea for this episode comes from an alien planet. It's unbelievable. And the fact that it's executed to perfection as well, it just really shows that when the Moffat's at his absolute best, he is quite possibly the best writer that Doctor's ever had. It's phenomenal. It's scary. It's atmospheric. It's heart-wrenching as well, the fact that it coming off Face the Raven and how it squeezes the lemons of Clara's death. You get some absolutely phenomenal scenes. There's lines from Capaldi in this episode that are like life-changing quotes, you know. Things like, you know, no matter what I do, no matter how hard I try, you'll still be dead. Which obviously Hellbent completely ruins. But when you look at Heaven Sent just by itself, it really illustrates how powerful death is and how much it truly... I was talking before about Vincent and the Doctor and how it mirrors life. The way that in this completely alien environment of this castle that's nothing like we have on Earth, yet the character drama in it mirrors proper tragedy that we have in our lives. The fact that we get to see the grief that we experience when people die on the scale of a Time Lord, like the Doctor, it's fucking brilliant. Absolutely fucking phenomenal. And the only bad parts in this episode are because of Hellbent, like the hybrid. But if Hellbent had been as good as this, Series 9 might be like one of the best ever, even with the shit episodes in it. Just because
it would literally catapult it to near the top.
Yeah, and honestly, like, if Hellbent was as good as this episode, that 3-parter might be like the best Doctor Who story ever made. Like Face the Raven, Heaven Sent, Hellbent.
One of the best stories ever made.
Yeah.
Better than like some films ever made.
Yeah, honestly, because Heaven Sent is peak Doctor Who. It's
because
fucking phenomenal.
If you consider all those 3 parts, it basically meant a fully fledged film because of the length and the way it's structured.
Yeah.
A 3-act story.
Yeah. So yeah, fuck Hellbent, but Heaven Sent is the best episode of the 2010s by far, and one of the best in the entire show. It's phenomenal. Your turn.
Yeah. Heaven Sent is just one of the best, not only Doctor Who stories ever made, but one of the best stories ever made. It is one of the best performances of all time in fiction. Some of the best direction I've ever seen, music I've ever heard. And it's in my favourite show of all time. Like, it literally, the only way this story could get better if Hellbent was good. Just good, not even great. If it was just good, this story would, Heaven Sent, it's the best story of all time. That's what it would be if Hellbent was just good. That's how fantastic Heaven Sent is. It is just everything that you want from Doctor Who. From a person wanting to make a great Doctor Who story, it is everything you need. Great Doctor, great writing, great music, great cinematography, a great concept, great ideas, great monsters, great just meaning and themes. We always talk about themes, but it has great themes in this, and it is executed well because of the writing. It is just one of the best written stories to be ever created. Heaven Sent is absolutely fantastic. And Capaldi gets to perform at his very best in this story. Some doctors don't get that. They don't get a story like Heaven Sent. Because, honestly, Heaven Sent is one of those once-in-a-lifetime stories. It really is that good. It's absolutely the best story in Doctor Who in the 2010s. Without a shadow of a doubt.
It's so good, it eclipses a lot of my favourite Russell T Davies episodes. That's how good it is.
That's how good it is. That's how good it is, guys. It's fantastic. I know. The themes are even good because of the writing.
Yeah.
Even fucking Clara is great in this story. And she's dead.
Game Troller Prime says it wouldn't touch War Games. I think you do make a good point. But I think in an alternate universe where Heaven Sent wasn't ruined by Hell Bent, and that three-parter had consistent quality all the way through, I would be interested to see how it compares.
Really, it's just Hellbent that ruins that three-parter.
But
if it was just good,
but I will say, if Hell Bent was as good as Heaven Sent, and that three-parter was considered one story, it would be the best New Who story. Like, I know that.
Oh, without doubt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, if Hellbent was just good, this overall story would probably be top 3 in New Who. If it was just good.
Mm-hmm.
That's how really good the first 2 parts are. And Heaven Sent shows how good Heaven Sent is.
Mm-hmm. And Heaven Sent also shows that in an alternate universe where the writing was consistent, Peter Capaldi could have been the best Doctor. I mean, for some people, he is just because of this one episode. Like, that's how good it is.
That's how fucking phenomenal it is.
Yeah. Yeah. So, wow, that took way longer than I thought it would.
Yeah.
Should we get into our first video, Callum?
Yes.
Okay. So, we are going to be covering Council of Geeks' review of The Big Bang, as that is near the start of this decade. So, yeah.
Yeah, first series of the decade.
Mm-hmm. So,
and it's like, I think it's his most recent. Is it his most recent?
It's one of them. It's one of them.
New Who review.
I think he's done some Series 6. I'm not sure.
Okay.
So can you please get that watch together, ready?
Yes.
Whilst we wait for that watch together, I'll look at some of the comments. But the first scene is the pilot, almost the first line. There is this hot girl. She immediately tells him she's gay. Oh well, there you go.
She doesn't say I'm gay. She just talks about it, and the Doctor obviously picks up on that. But at no point does Bill have to tell the Doctor, "No, Doctor, I'm gay." You get what I'm saying? That's what I mean.
Yeah. Arachnids #1. No, go die in a hole. Arachnids. Well. I've got things to say about arachnids later on in this video, Callum. I'm sure you know exactly what I mean.
Yes.
Recent, Mr. TARDIS's Dalek sentiment made me think, why did Moffat was so bad with the Daleks? Because Moffat thinks the Daleks are a joke. That's exactly the reason. Like, Moffat was, when he was watching as a fan, he was in that era where people were making parodies of the Daleks. And it stayed through, like, the Daleks became like a meme for ages, and then Rob Sherman fixed that.
Yeah.
Didn't he just, Callum?
Didn't he just?
Yeah, because what Rob Sherman did was he did what Moffat did for Capaldi and Heaven Sent, and he did that for the Ninth Doctor and the Dalek. Like, if you look at Dalek from the Dalek's point of view, it's kind of similar to what the Doctor has in Heaven Sent. Has to find a way out of this hell, and then the only way out is to die. Anyway, we're not talking about Rob Shearman because he does not contribute to this decade in Doctor Who. Although, actually, technically he did, because he's actually releasing his novelization of Dalek. I think it's coming out. I think it's already come out. I can't remember. I'm not sure if it's this year or next year, but he did write it this year. So that's Rob Shearman's one Doctor Who story from this decade as Dalek novelized. Terry Nation also wrote the Daleks as jokes 3 times, but not a single one of them was bad. I assume you mean the chase, and I can't remember what other jokes. Oh, I think he did. Didn't he do like Death to Daleks as a kind of a joke? I haven't seen Destiny, so you would have to comment on that, Callum. Are they jokes in that or no?
On what?
Are the Daleks jokes in Destiny?
I've only seen parts 1 and 2 so far, and right now, no.
Oh, okay, so it's probably not that one then. Maybe he means. Oh, I'm not sure actually what you mean. Planet of the Daleks? Day of the Daleks? No, he didn't write Day of the Daleks. But the chase is absolutely a joke story, and I love it. Like, the chase makes the Daleks, like, more silly than what Moffat does, but because it's actually entertaining, it's really, really good to watch. Whereas something like fucking Asylum of the Daleks is, like, makes me want to die. Oh, he does mean Destiny, Callum.
Okay.
All I know about Destiny is that he writes them like as robots. Like he specifies that they're robots even though they're not. And that's like
I'll be back in a sec. I need to get a drink of water.
Okay. Oh, I just had a big bowl of ice cream. So I shall be answering questions until Callum returns. The Daleks work best when they have an arc. Genesis to Remembrance is one long flowing narrative. The 10th Doctor Cold Scar stuff is a mini arc to the whole Time War arc. Yeah, you're right, actually. And I would also say you could argue, I mean, obviously the chase is a bit of an exception because of the whole thing of them being a joke. But aside from that, you could argue that there's an arc from like the Daleks to the evil of the Daleks as well. It's a little bit more loose, but there is definitely something that develops in there. Yeah. And sadly, the Pertwee ones don't really have an arc. They're just sort of like one-off stories. And then you get the Moffat ones, which are just fucking atrocious.
Garbage.
Like, the best one is probably Into the Dalek, and that's not even that good. It's like, okay.
It's got a decent concept, though.
Yeah, but it's really boring. It's like bland Rob Shearman. And then the rest of them fucking terrible, like Victory, Asylum, Magician's Apprentice, can all go to hell.
No, but it's good though.
Themes. Anyway, have you got the link, Callum?
Put it in the Discord.
Have you? Well. Gotta open up Oh, I think maybe the New Year's countdown may have come off the screen. Yeah, it has. Okay, I'm gonna have to detach. Oh, shit. Okay, that's going to change that too. Fucking hell, I wish I had 2 screens. That'd make things way easier. Okay, so if I put that... I'm going to put that down like that. And then I put... Fucking... OBS is such a cunt. Okay, hang on. Just gonna rearrange this so I can see what I'm doing. Alright, okay. So we got that there. And then I'm gonna add another window capture that has that one there. And then I crop it like that. And then I put that on the screen. And then extend that out. So it's like sort of fully encompassing the screen. I think if I crop that like that, and then, yeah, I think that works. So, as you can see on the screen, we are going to be covering, for this first portion of the EDAR, even though we're like already like 2 hours in, classic EFAP style, isn't it, Callum?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be covering Council of Geeks review of The Big Bang. And this is going to be a really interesting one, because, as you may be able to see by the thumbnail, Council of Geeks has actually got some quite interesting things to say about it. The Big Bang is obviously a very...
Does not look happy.
In general, it's a very popular episode. It's a very popular finale. And I think this is a very interesting video because it's very critical of it. And I would say that I do agree with some of the things he mentions in this episode. In this review. So I think it's worth digging into. I'm aware, Callum, that you are quite a big fan of this episode, The Big Bang, from memory.
I do like the two-parter and The Big Bang.
Yeah, so, yeah, and I know that Azmat Mahmood loves this episode. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Rather than, like, going over a Tismy video, it's probably going to be more of a discussion. So, I think it'll be an interesting one to do. And I've chosen it because, obviously, it's relevant to the 2010's. It was the first finale from this decade. So, yeah. I'm just going to go put my bowl away, and then we will be able to start.
All right.
So. Oh. So, like, my icon is making a lot of, like, noise. Like, it's got, like, the green circle around it constantly. Is that fine? Like, is my noise fine?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Okay. Anyway, you entertain the audience for a little bit.
Me. It's me, guys. Hi. How's it going? Yeah, he did leave, so he won't know Connor's thoughts on it as this EDAR continues. What did everyone think of our list? Were we fair? Were we unfair? Did we miss a lot of episodes? Even though we probably didn't. Because, like I said, I only had about, like, 13 stories that I considered for a top 10. You can tell what I think about the Moffat era / Chibnall era. Oh, has it actually stopped? Yeah, actually on the on the screen it seems like the Discord on his screen has kind of glitched, and it's always the circle on him.
Yeah, I think I know why. Just let me.
Yeah, because the chat's frozen as well. And
I do think I know why. I'm just gonna have to do something for a sec. I think I might have fixed it. Yeah, I think I have fixed it.
Let's see.
Just have a look at it now.
Ah, there we go. It's there we go.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
Fixed.
Yeah, I just needed to pull everything up so it was visible for my computer. Fucking hell, okay, so Patreon, right? My goal is a new computer, but not only that, I want to have 2 monitors. Because this thing is really hard to do with just one. I can't see everything. I can only see like a couple of things at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The clock is broken. Clockwork droids.
That's like fucking the TV movie. Doesn't the clock like freeze or something?
I can't remember. I haven't seen it in like over a year.
I always dress for the occasion. Anyway, shall we begin?
Doctor is half human.
Oh, fuck! The hybrid! The hybrid is half human! The hybrid. The hybrid. Anyway, shall we press play on this video?
Yes.
Alright, Council of Geeks is always going to come in hot because he's a very, like... Also, I just want to mention, congratulations, Council of Geeks. He won the top 50 YouTubers poll.
Hey!
And he said that it really emotionally touched him because he's not used to being accepted. Because obviously he is trans, so in the real world he actually faces quite a lot of not abuse. I don't know. Oh, I mean, I don't really know his personal life, but he did say that he doesn't get a lot of acceptance because of that. So it was really nice to have like an entire community of people just appreciate him. That's nice. That's nice for him, you know. I feel good for him for that.
Yeah.
Shame
we weren't
on
the list.
Fucking hell. Jesus Christ.
That's loud.
He's very bombastic. He's the American YouTuber, isn't he?
Yes, but actually understands the show.
Well, yeah, he does.
More so when you talk about in comparison.
I mean, he understands why Hellbent's a piece of shit.
Yes, he does.
Anyway, are we ready to begin this video?
Yes, I am ready. Good intro.
It's a little teaser. I do like this music. Do 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 do.
The Big Bang, which I need to remember to not call the Big Bang Theory because I've done that before. So I mentioned last time that I normally do.
Are you on 36? 37?
I'm on 40.
Oh shit! Okay, pause.
Let's drag it back to 31.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So I mentioned last time that I normally do two-parters as a single story, and this time I'm not because I don't feel that these flow together very well as two halves of a single narrative.
It's like when we separate Heaven Sent and
I
Hellbent.
think that this is very good. Which is a shame, because Pandorica Opens was great. And it actually may be one of those cases where Pandorica Opens was so strong in terms of setting up a situation that they shouldn't be able to get out of. And with so many layers to it, you know, between the universe ending and the TARDIS exploding and the Doctor and the Pandorica and Amy being killed and Rory is plastic. And it's got so much going on that maybe there was no way to wrap it up other than what this episode does.
Not necessarily, because we've seen Russell T Davies do that before with really strange odds. Like how you think about like the series 3 finale, like at the end of the Sound of Drums, how much crazy shit is happening, and you're like, how the fuck is Russell T gonna end this series? And there's a bunch of other stuff too. Like you think about the Stolen Earth, how like the 10th Doctor's regenerating and the cliffhanger. Yeah, I mean, there's been examples of this where I think it's worked in the second half, but anyway.
Yeah, like World Enough in Time.
And
yeah.
The case may...
World Enough Time builds a Cyberman.
Yeah.
Like that, and obviously there's a bit of contrivance there, but it works, kind of. It's just the line she says when after all of it is what kind of makes it really meh.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I've got a funny feeling that his criticism of this is not just going to be about one line, though. It's going to be about the whole thing.
Maybe I should hold it against Pandorica Opens a little bit for doing too much at once, but end of the day, Pandorica Opens works and this doesn't. So why doesn't
You're on 136?
Why do I dislike this episode?
I'm on 139.
Yep, that's fine.
As much as I do, because I really do get the sense that I'm in a minority opinion on this. So, allow me to explain. The big thing on this for me is especially following the very emotional climax of the previous one, where it really felt like everything was lost and all hope was gone. This not only opens very weakly. I know it's trying to mirror the first episode of the series, but like tonally, it's a weak start and it stalls, and then it just doesn't feel like it's picking up from the threat. And then it immediately launches into what I think is the fundamental issue with it, which is a sense of tone in of stakes. This doesn't have the feel of we have to save the universe. This has the feel of Moffat going, okay, watch me tie up all these plot threads. I'm so clever.
I'm so clever.
So clever.
I think that's actually fair.
That's one of the one of the criticisms I have of the Big Bang is it feels like an exercise of tying up the plot threads using a lot of timey-wimey. I mean, I don't think it's a bad story, but the fact that the entire episode revolves around like unwinding all of what just happened, just like, and does it in a way that's sort of like a puzzle, like kind of, you know, solving like a Rubik's cube or something. That's what it feels like. But it doesn't have the same like punch in the gut that Davies finales have.
I wouldn't say it stalls, but I do understand what he's saying.
It just seems very strange that Moffat would choose to have his entire finale revolve around like solving a puzzle rather than
I actually do I probably understand the criticism of that. It doesn't feel like they're trying to save the universe desperately. It does feel like we are kind of going along.
Well, it's it's a fucking romp. It's a romp episode. Mm-hmm. It feels like a classic Who finale, except the stakes are higher. You know? Mm. Although, to be fair, most classic Who finales aren't romps, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an hour-long tying up of narrative threads. And given what a tangle of narrative threads the previous episode was, that's no small feat. But the problem is that's kind of all it does. It tries to wring emotion out of the tail end of it and gets a little, but not a lot. I mean, you can kind of tell just from the soundtrack. It uses some of the goofier tracks from Murray Gold at points in this, like early on. And again, it's like, aren't we supposed to be saving the universe here? Why is the music doing the goofy end of things? Where's the sense of
that's Moffat for you?
Where's the sense of the approaching?
I actually understand. Like, for example, when like Rory and the Doctor are like talking about like Amy dying, and after like Matt Smith gets punched and he pops back up, it goes into like goofy music.
That's Moffat for you.
Yeah, I get what he means. Like, that's an example of it. Yeah. So I understand that what he's saying.
Yeah.
Threat. It's not there because this isn't about.
Yeah. So
this is about...
so the only actual active villain that the story has is the Dalek, and that was just completely ruined.
Yeah. Hold on, give me a sec.
Like, it's a story that doesn't really have an active antagonist in it, and it just kind of revolves around this puzzle, and it's just very strange. Like, it's kind of like it does its job in unfolding the mystery, because, you know, something like Wedding of River Song doesn't even do that. Like, it doesn't even unfold the mystery in a satisfying way. I feel like The Big Bang does, but it doesn't have anything on top of that. Like, it solves the mystery fine, and it does it all with very well executed, you know, timey-wimey stuff. And it's a sort of romp, but it doesn't do anything. Well, it does have some subtext, but beyond that, it lacks a certain something for me. It doesn't have the extra.
Guys, my new mic arrived.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yay. That'll be
I might set up at some point.
No, you said it's your 2020 mic, so you gotta. Yeah. So is it gonna be even better than your current one?
Well, it's the one that MauLer used.
Oh my god! So you're gonna sound Welsh, are you?
I'm gonna sound Welsh, guys.
Church jerky.
So, hello everyone, welcome to our unboxing channel.
Yeah. It's audio only.
Yeah. We've got the shock mount. I've got the the boom net. Yes. AT2020 USB Plus.
Great.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Yeah, you can just carry on your point while I do this.
Oh, I can't remember what it was. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, no, it was the finale unfolds the story perfectly fine, and it makes sense. It is very convoluted, but it makes sense when you dig into it and you go on Google and you're like, hang on, a Big Bang explained, and you look up the step-to-step explanation of how all this shit works, and it does make sense, and it is a quite a funny episode. Like, it is a quite it's got quite a lot of jokes in it that a lot of people enjoy. And the direction's good, and it's also the first New Who finale that ends with like a happy ending, because the Davies ones are all fucking miserable. Like series 1, the Doctor dies. Series 2, Rose gets fucking transported into an alternate universe and cries her eyes out. Series 3, the Master dies. Martha fucking gets rid of the Doctor, and a Titanic boat crashes into his TARDIS. Series 4, the Doctor loses everyone and he's alone. End of time, he fucking doesn't want to go and he dies. So this one was actually...
RTD just loves making you feel depressed.
Yeah.
He's so good at it.
Yeah, so like it was actually
That's
something different, It was a happy ending. Which I suppose fits the fairy tale thing, right?
Yes, it does.
But you know what I'm like. I like my endings to be bittersweet and horrible and make me cry. Yeah. So like, comparing this to something like, Doomsday. Doomsday is a very simple story compared to this. Like, the plot doesn't have all these contrivances, right? But it has that character focus in it, that really strong character focus that I really like. Whereas something like The Big Bang has like small little sprinkles of it, but it's not enough, and it's very just like it feels like a finale. It's just unfolding the mystery, and then by the end, it's like, oh yay, we solved it, hooray! And for someone like me who likes stories that really leave you punched in the gut and in tears, I just think that's not enough for me for a finale. And also, another thing I really don't like is the fact that a lot of the stuff to do with the crack and the silence is left a mystery in this, and then when you get to it in Series 6 and 7, it's absolute shit. So, rewatching it, it's now worse. Like, where have we heard that before? Moffat did that with Day of the Doctor with Hell Bent. So he did it.
It's very true. It's very true.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Fucking Moffat.
Yeah. So I don't think this is a bad episode. Like, I think it's a good episode, but as I stated in the Advent Calendar, I do think it's an overrated finale for those reasons. And when Full Fat Video put it in his top 10 stories, I was like, no! How can you put that in, but not Waters of Mars or Dalek? Oh wait, no, hang on. He did put Dalek, didn't he? Did he?
He did.
Oh no, he didn't. Oh yeah, he did put Dalek, but he didn't put Blink. He didn't put Waters of Mars or Blink, but he put the fucking Big Bang two-parter in it.
Yeah.
And he didn't put any of the Tenet finales in. He put the Big Bang in over it. Yeah. So anyway, that's all I've got to say about that. Are you done with your unboxing?
Yes.
Peak ASMR right here is what Game Controller Prime says.
Peak ASMR.
Hello, everybody. How does that sound? Does that tingle your ears?
That tingle your fancy. Hope that makes you relaxed. Everyone nice and relaxed.
Seeing as you're not saying anything, because you're doing whatever you're doing, I'll have a look at the comments.
Yes.
Alto Omega says one of his favourite Black Mirror episodes has a happy ending. which is rare for Black Mirror, apparently. Actually, that does sound nice. Oh, there you go then. Bit of ASMR for you.
Ooh.
Are you done with your microphone?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to... you want to start the video again?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, fucking hell. I'm just waiting here. You're just like, oh, this is doing this live stream, but fuck that. I want to look at my microphone.
Alright, let's go.
Press the play button.
Watch me fix all of the timeline and watch me be clever with paradoxes, and I'm allowed to get away with them this time because time's collapsing anyway, so I can do it this time. And ooh, I'm so clever, and here's this, and it connects to this, and now they do this, and ooh, make sure that the Sonic is in the inside pocket, and ooh, take that soda from little Amy and give it to little Amy again later. Ooh, clever. And again, if you were to diagram out this episode, yeah, it's clever, but that's all it is. It doesn't leave me feeling anything other than, okay, that's kind of clever, I guess. Except it's also not as clever as it thinks it is. The big instance of that is Amelia. So Amelia is at the start, again, so that we can mirror the opening of the series again. And they give a logistical narrative justification for why she has to be there and the Pandorica needs her DNA or whatever, but I keep banging this drum. Justifying something narratively doesn't suddenly make it actually work and flow and function properly. It just means you came up with an excuse as to why you did it that way. But anyways, my problem with little Amelia is she is there until she is an inconvenience, and then she literally disappears. That's the level that this thing is working at. It's going to introduce something and keep it there for as long as it has mechanical plot function. And as soon as she no longer does, she is gone. Literally vanished from the episode, from the story. And I'm sorry, that's really lazy. That's really easy and really lazy. And again, I understand the narrative justification for how Moffat thinks he got away with that. I don't care if it's justified. That's a really lazy thing to do. To take a character who no longer has function and is now inconvenient and literally have them vanish. That is the hand of the writer, very heavy on this story. And I also don't like the fact that the way the entire Big Bang 2 thing plays out. Okay, so the universe ended. Not the planet blew up. Not, something horrible happens in time. The universe ends. And in fact, never existed at all. But by the end of this story, there are no consequences to that. I brought this up when I talked about the end of Series 3. And the fact that what I really hate about the
let me pause here. I remember when I saw this video, I was like, I was with him for a lot of this. I was like, I do agree with your thoughts on the Big Bang. And then as soon as he brings up Series 3, I'm like, actually, there are consequences to Last of the Time Lords. Adam said this in the Underrated Stories video when he talked about it. Martha's entire family remember the events. They are affected by it. They will be scarred for life. The Master dies. I mean, he does come back in End of Time through magic, but that's a different story. But he does die. It affects the Doctor. Martha Jones remembers the entire year that she had to fight to get to that point. The Doctor remembers the entire year being old as well. All the characters that were involved within that circle, in that high, whatever that fuck that was, the helicopter carrier thing they were in, every single character that was involved in that section of the story remembers the events of the story and were affected by it. Going forward, it has an impact on the Doctor as a character and Martha Jones and Captain Jack Harkness, maybe to a lesser.
We see that in series 4.
Yep. So I have to say that I disagree with him on this because I think that Last of the Time Lords does have consequences. It doesn't have consequences for Earth and its humans, I will agree with that, but it does for a moment show what happens when you have an entire Earth depending on the Doctor, which is a really interesting idea. You know, a lot of Classic Who fans hate it because it portrays him as like a space Jesus thing, but I really like the fact that it takes the Doctor Who story to a point where that is a reality, and then because it gets reset, then the Doctor goes back to being the anonymous traveller again. I think that's a really interesting way to do the story in the sense that RTD experimented with, well, what if the Doctor was the person that all people on Earth would look to you know, to depend on. So I do think there are consequences to Last of the Time Lords, despite the fact that the Earth gets reset. So I think
it's the characters that feel that responsibility.
Yeah, and with the Big Bang though, I do think that there is something to be said about there having been no consequences to the universe being reset.
Yes.
There are some, but they're very minor.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
It isn't what the Master does or that the Doctor defeats him. It's the 1 year rollback. So that, aside from a handful of people, nobody ever knew it happened. In other words, there are no tangible, lasting consequences to that having happened. And my big problem with that is, if you're going to go big, there have to be consequences to that. And if you're not going to have consequences, don't go that big. Don't blow up the universe if at the end of the story you would never know that that had happened. If you were to pick up Series 6, or if for whatever reason skip this two-parter finale, jump right to Series 6, and someone were to tell you, oh, did you know that the universe ended and was restarted? Oh, no, I didn't. I never could have told you that. There's no consequences to this. And if you're not going to have consequences, don't go that big on the threat. Just don't. And like, that really gets under my skin. What is the tangible difference at the end of this? Amy has her parents back. Well, yay, good for her. We're never going to see them again.
That is very true.
So for us as an audience, that doesn't matter. Nothing is different.
Yeah. And what's different about Davies is that we would actually have gotten to know the family members.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you on that point.
And the history, apparently, when you reboot the universe, plays out exactly the same as it did last time. Because I guess chaos theory and the butterfly effect aren't things. Everything is exactly the same. Nothing is different. Status quo maintained after literally blowing up everything. No. Just no. And again, like, to give credit, it's not uncleverly constructed in terms of solving the plot, but that's the thing. It takes the ending of the previous episode where all these things happened and doesn't treat it like a story. It treats it like a puzzle. Okay, how do I put it back together? And while it's not necessarily uninteresting to see how that gets done, it's not especially engaging, especially not emotionally. You know what it's a bit like? This episode, and I'm probably going to stretch the metaphor a little bit, but go with me on this. It's a bit like finding out how a magician does a trick. Yeah, it's still kind of impressive, but it's not nearly as magical as when you just saw the trick. And I feel like Moffat is so eager to show off how he's going to fix this and put on full display the mechanics of what he's going to connect to this and this and this and this to fix this problem he created, that it's like he's just showing us the backstage mechanics of the trick, which again is not uninteresting but doesn't land the same. And I've been talking about plot and structure and feel and tone and flow. Performances are fine. Actually, they're great, even. Rory and Amy are terrific. The Doctor is really good. He has some great, really funny moments. They
Oh yeah, Matt Smith is great. I will say that.
He first sort of sits up.
Yeah. He's really good in this.
Along the Pandora Canyon, and he goes, "Oh, I escaped." I love it when I do that. I love little things like that. I like the Fez. I like River Song facing down the Dalek, and it's asking for mercy.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I'm River Song. Check
Yeah,
your
I'm not a
memory
fan of
again if you think I'm going to show you mercy. Like, there are good moments sprinkled across this. But again, they're just sprinkled over it. The through line is, watch me untie this knot that I tied the plot into last time. And the emotional engagement, it tries to get it in the tail end with the Doctor, trying to get Amy to remember, and it ties it back to Flesh and Stone, which again, clever, but it doesn't get me emotionally the way I want it to. The way that the Doctor thinks he's going to die should get me. Nor does his return and Amy bringing him back feel as triumphant as it should. Not for me, at any rate. Maybe it works better for everybody else. It seems to. Whenever I say I don't really like this, I get really weird looks. But that's the best that I can do to explain why I do not really care for The Big Bang. You rewatched it lately? What are your thoughts on it? Whatever they are, drop something down in the comments. Let's talk about it. There's a bunch of stuff to do down there as well, because you can subscribe, you can support me on Patreon, which helps me keep this whole thing going. Plus, there are other things as well.
Yes, Patreon is good, isn't it?
There's my P.O. box, book
Yeah,
I wrote,
it is.
and click on stuff. It'll take you places.
You've got a
but
Patreon now, don't you?
You don't have to.
I
'cause
do.
At the end of the day, you are the council. I'm just running the meetings. And until next time, this council is adjourned.
Interesting.
I think it's interesting that I think it's a bit sad that Asmat doesn't seem to be in the chat at the moment, because he loves this episode.
About an hour ago.
Yeah, he loves this episode, so I would really want to see what his thoughts are on this. But he's not here, so we'll have to do it without him. But yeah, I think it's a really interesting take on The Big Bang, because it's a really popular episode. It's one that a lot of people love. People talk about, because Series 5 is often considered by a lot of people to be one of the better ones. Or, I mean, I think it's the best of Moffat's era, but I wouldn't say I'm very, pro Davies. But I do understand that a lot of people consider it to be one of the best. And obviously with that, you have to have a good finale to say that, because your finale is important. And I think it's a really interesting take on The Big Bang, because I think I agree with a lot of what he says about how it feels like Moffat untying a knot. And that's why I think it makes for a really fun romp, but it's not a great finale, because it doesn't have the same consequences or gut punch that the Davies ones do. It doesn't have that character focus. It doesn't have that emotional weight. It doesn't have the threat. It's just a fun, timey-wimey romp, and that's all it is.
Yeah. Also, I've just switched it over to the new mic. How does my sound?
Oh, wow. That's great.
Is it better?
Yeah, it is.
I want to actually listen.
You're right in my ears.
Hey,
This is like-
Connor.
It's like an
How
AS.
you doing?
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. It's like an ASMR mic. Okay, just under an hour until New Zealand New Year's. And a new decade. Callum, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, what are you doing? Are you focusing on something else?
No, I'm just going through my computer.
Oh, yes.
Oh wait, hold on. Okay, no, I thought it wasn't working for a sec. Anyway, yeah. So-
My biggest criticism of The Big Bang was the Amy bringing 11 back scene. That scene doesn't sit right with me. Yeah, I'm the same, actually. The scene at the wedding when she wishes him back, I find a bit strange.
I think the timer has. Oh no, there we go. I was going to say I think the timer froze.
No,
sorry.
it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, whenever I see that scene in The Big Bang when it's the wedding and Amy's like, "You want to turn up to my wedding?" And then the doctor comes in and he's there, and the fact that I suppose again it fits in the whole fairy tale thing, but the fact that the doctor comes back because Amy wishes him to is a bit strange. It's just a bit weird, but I suppose I can slightly,
it's a bit odd.
I can slightly suspend my disbelief, but I don't know, it's very forced. I do think it's quite funny that the Moffat called the episode The Big Bang when it's Amy and Rory's wedding. Oh, it's so clever. You know, we made the story arc about a crack because Karen Gillan's got a nice bum. And then we made the finale The Big Bang because that's when they fuck. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
And then the fact that in A Christmas Carol, Amy's wearing the Kissogram police outfit and Rory's the Centurion, and it's implied that they're doing a role play. Oh dear. That's how River Song was created.
That is how she was indeed created.
Anyway, anything else we want to say about that video that Council of Geeks did about the Big Bang?
I think he made a lot of fair points. There was some, I think, him saying that the beginning was a bit slow. I wouldn't largely agree with that. I think it's finely paced. But yeah, I think the points he did bring up, I think, were fair. And obviously then he talked about like the performance and stuff. He didn't really talk about those kind of aspects. He just talked about I guess he talked about the whole concept of it being the end of the universe and it not really being important in the end, I guess. That's all he really brought up, is what I would say. He didn't really talk about the performances, the direction, anything like that. But that's not really what he would talk about.
Well, he briefly mentioned it, but he didn't talk about it that much.
Yeah. He very briefly.
I do agree that Matt Smith is brilliant in it. He's one of the reasons why I don't dislike the episode. Like, he's really good actor in that, and he's one of the reasons why I really adore that. And he completely makes you believe what the story's trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think the plot itself just isn't quite what I look for in a finale. Like, it's very lackluster for me. It's very much just a fun romp that unwinds the story, but it doesn't really have anything else beyond that.
Yeah.
Though I do like the whole thing of Rory staying by the box for all those years when Amy was inside. That is a moment I've always liked. But again, it's like that's like a rare character moment in that story, you know? It's very rare that you get moments like that because the rest of it's all just sort of smoke and mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Does this mean we now need to move on to the next section of this EDAR stream?
Yes.
Well,
EDAR, yes.
Yes. Well, now that we've covered that video, we shall now move on to our next list, Callum.
Yes.
And that is the top 10 worst stories of the 2010s.
Grandio.
Yes. This one was much easier because there's been a lot of bad stories, hasn't there?
It was actually, I think for me, it was slightly harder because I had more stories I had to cut.
Oh, yeah, true. It would have taken you longer, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I had to really, really think about what I thought was worse than others.
Now, the thing is, there were so many that I hated that I didn't want to miss out talking about. So what I've done is I've actually taken the liberty of not only constructing a top 10, but I actually have a top 25. Because I think there's like 25 stories in the 2010s that I really don't like. That's a lot. That's like 2 series worth.
That is a lot.
Yeah, and
that is a lot.
This isn't even counting all the ones that are like average as well, because there's a lot of those. Because you started the best of one, I'm going to start the worst of one.
All right.
I'm going to quickly run through 25 to 11. I won't dawdle on the stories. I might say a word or two. And then when we start, I can talk about number 10 and get into detail about it. So, are we ready to begin?
Yes, you can start.
Okay, number 25, Time Heist. It's got a really messy start. All the exposition is too fast. It's got an interesting concept, but it doesn't pull it off. Steve Thompson's a very shit writer, and Clara is shit, and it's weird. Number 24, Journey to the Center of the TARDIS. Some of the worst acting I've seen in this show from the side cast. There's also a massive plot hole, like, did the android guy never have to go to the toilet? This episode advertised seeing the TARDIS, which is like one of the best concepts you could ever possibly think of for this show, and it really does disappoint. Not much more needs to be said. Number 23, The Woman Who Lived. Fucking dull. It's boring, and Maisie Williams is really annoying, and the villain is forgettable. This is a really forgettable episode. It's just got nothing to it. Number 22, The Magician's Apprentice / The Witch's Familiar. A Dalek story that I've really grown to dislike. People often suck its ass because of the Dr. Davros scenes, because Capaldi and Julian Bleach are brilliant actors, and that's absolutely true, but when you actually think about the story, it makes no fucking sense, because Davros, why would you show that Davros was going to turn on him before he did it? Like, you revealed a twist, and then you did the twist, and it doesn't make sense, and then it's twisted again. Fucking subvert your expectations 10,000 times. Clara and Missy are terrible. They ruined the Daleks by saying that the Daleks say I love you, which makes no fucking sense. Fuck that story. It's basically like, it's not quite as terrible, but it's kind of like Hellbent for the Daleks. Like, it's really shit. Number 21, The Eaters of Light. One of the most boring Doctor Who stories. Came right at the wrong time, near the end of Series 10. The children are really cringe. The pacing is awful. The villain is a very, very disappointing. Like, there's no tension, and when the story gets resolved, you're like, oh, okay, that's it. Yeah, there's not much positive to say, honestly, about Eaters of Light. It's just one of those episodes that you never think about. It's so forgettable. Then, number 20, Nightmare in Silver. Oh god, Series 7. The Cybermen are a bunch of Iron Man robots, and it's really silly. There's nothing scary about them. The reveal of them being in the story is so weak. The children actors in this are terrible. Matt Smith puts in it's arguably his worst performance as a Doctor. Like, his performance as him and the what's the fucking character called, the one, Mr. Clever. I really don't like that. It's interesting because the very next episode is Name of the Doctor, which is one of my favorite Matt Smith performances, so it's odd that you get that. But no, Nightmare in Silver is just a massive recipe for disaster, because you get fucking Neil Gaiman, who had a two-parter in mind that Moffat squeezed into one story and made into a cringe fest. The Cybermen are used like a fucking gimmick, and it's just really silly. It's really silly. Number 19, The Battle of Ranskorav Kolos. I have nothing to say about it. It's just crap. What could I possibly say? It's just the most boring finale ever. Chris Chibnall, fucking weak-ass bitch. Number 18 is The Girl Who Died. This episode is on drugs. I don't fucking understand how it came to air. It's ridiculous. There's a fucking fantasy villain of medieval times in the sky, like the sun from Teletubbies. You've got him drinking masculine juice, and Clara's doing anti-male jokes against him. You've got the Doctor listening to fucking pretentious poetry spoken to him by a baby. He uses electric eels to destroy the Maya. Fucking Ashilda, just this random character, and the only reason we care about her is because it's Maisie Williams, dies, and then it's all spoiled as well because it's the name of the episode. and then she gets brought back to life by this insane, weird plot device out of nowhere that can just make you invincible, which is just fucking weird. Girl Who Died is an insane mess, and I do not understand how it fucking exists. It's just baffling to me. Number 17 is Closing Time. So I do like The Lodger, but I think in this it feels very forced, because The Lodger has a lot of improv comedy between Matt Smith and James Corden, whereas in this one it's just completely shoehorned, and James Corden just looks like he doesn't even want to be there. It's cringe, it's just pain to watch, and it ruins the Cybermen. Like, the fucking Cybermen are beaten by the power of love because Craig, heard his baby crying. Like, what a just terrible idea. I like Gareth Roberts. I love Unicorn and the Wasp, but Closing Time's an abomination. Number 16, The Lie of the Land. It's everything that people hate. It's everything that people hate about Last of the Time Lords, except it's actually that. Because with Last of the Time Lords, there's actual justification for it, and the story that builds up to it, I think, deserves that ending. Whereas Lie of the Land is that ending done in the worst way possible, where it makes the Monk three-parter completely pointless. You also get the fake-out regen as well. You get one of my least favourite episodes for Peter Capaldi as the Doctor. I just find his Doctor so weird in that episode. It's so bizarre. I can't understand what the fuck's going on with him. He's just a man insane. I think the one big positive I have with it is I think Pearl Mackey's acting in it is really good, but apart from that, it's kind of an abomination, really. Like, Lie of the Land is absolute drivel. Number 15, Victory of the Daleks. Oh, God. So imagine the Idiot's Lantern, but it has the Daleks in it. That's basically what it is. It's cringe Mark Gatiss bollocks. The one massive positive I have is the guy who plays Winston Churchill. I really like him. But apart from that, it's an absolute mess. The fucking Daleks, like, multicolored fucking Power Ranger M&M Daleks with the hunchbacks. The plot is an absolute disaster. It's an absolute mess. The Doctor stopping the Daleks with a jammy dodger. This is like the one episode from Series 5 that kind of hints at like the problems that Matt Smith's Doctor would have going after this. And just the whole ending with the robot guy is so bizarre. I never like watching Victory of the Daleks. It just makes me angry. Number 14 is Night Terrors. Bad child acting. It's dull, boring. It has the fact that it's meant to be a horror. It has absolutely no tension. It's badly placed in Series 6, coming after Let's Kill Hitler, because it doesn't showcase any of the aftermath of the River Song thing. It's just a fucking bland episode with bad acting in it. Matt Smith is absolutely unbearable in it. He is so horrible to watch. He's just cringe on every single level in this. And I hate the ending with the fucking dolls being sent away because he hugs his dad. Oh, fuck off. Jesus Christ. Ugh. It just makes me angry. Night Terrors is terrible. Number 13, The Rebel Flesh / The Almost People. This is an episode that doesn't have one large problem that makes it bad. It's like a fucking like laundry list of nitpicks thrown into one, because I have so many small issues with the story. I'd say the only one massive like conquering flaw that it has is it's extremely padded. Like, it's so fucking boring to watch. But also, it's got really yuck CGI. Like, when you talk about, like, bad Doctor Who effects, you're thinking, like, the practical Classic Who ones. They're, like, really charming to watch. Like, you think of, like, the Merca, for example. It's, like, really charming because it's a shit effect, but it's hilarious. But with the flesh monsters, it's just yuck. It's like the Star Wars sequel trilogy Aliens. It's just really yuck and, like, not endearing at all. Matt Smith fucking irritates me the hell out of him, because he's like, not only do we get one Series 6 Matt Smith, but we get two of them at the same time. And yeah, this episode is just a fucking disaster, and it's probably like the most tedious New Who story to watch, because it's so long and just shit. And then there's the fucking kid who's like, Daddy! Daddy! Yeah, and it's the most bland, generic story as well, with fucking clones, and just doesn't execute it very well. Number 12 is Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. When we talk about badly paced stories like The Flesh Two-Parter and Eaters of Light that are way too slow, this is the opposite. This episode is the worst paced story in terms of it being too fast. It's literally a million bazillion ideas thrown into one episode, and none of them work. This is probably Matt Smith's worst, most annoying episode as the Doctor. Like, I know the Nightmare in Silver one is probably like worse acting, but in terms of him just purely annoying the shit out of me, this is probably the worst one. It's that like peak Series 7 silly cringe Matt Smith. The dinosaurs are fucking shit, like the CGI dinosaurs, like the weird crew that they get, like the Egyptian queen and like the fucking hunter. Like, I don't understand why they're in it. Then there's fucking annoying robots as well. It's just a clusterfuck. And then you got a story that's literally like if a child was on fucking drugs, like playing with their toys, but then at the very end, the Doctor kills fucking Filch in cold blood. Like, it's just the darkest thing possible. Like, it's an absolute fever dream. Chris Chibnall, like, I don't know what he was smoking when he wrote that story, but it's just a disaster. Number 11, Asylum of the Daleks. In my opinion, the worst Dalek story ever made. It's like Dinosaurs on a Spaceship, except it's written by Moffat, so it has, like, law-breaking problems. It's fucking annoying. It debuts Clara. It ruins Amy and Rory because they have that shitty divorce subplot. The Daleks are ruined. It has, like, teasers of, like, the classic Daleks, but it doesn't use them. Matt Smith is annoying as hell in it. It just completely ignores all of the Dalek stories around it. Like, it doesn't follow up Victory of the Daleks. It doesn't set up Into the Dalek. None of it makes fucking sense. They forget the Doctor at the end, but then somehow they remember him again. Yeah, Asylum of the Daleks is absolutely fucking terrible, and I'm surprised it didn't hit the top 10 worst. So yeah, all those stories. What are your thoughts on that, Callum? Anything you want to specifically point out?
Well, all of them are terrible.
Yeah, you sounded a bit surprised with Time Heist.
Yeah, that was because I wouldn't really consider that as like worst.
To be fair, I
would just say it's average.
To be fair, I did put that at number 25.
Yeah, and that's like really high. But
Time Heist
I would never probably consider it for bad.
So Time Heist is like one of those episodes that I just can't watch. Like, I think Adam says that about certain episodes that he doesn't think are necessarily bad. Like, but there's just some episodes he just can't watch, and I just can't put myself through Time Heist. Like, it's the episode where I go on my phone. I just can't sit through it. It's undigestible. So yeah. So should I start with my number 10?
Yes, you might as well start.
So number 10 is a story that when I first reviewed it, I didn't particularly hate it. Like, I didn't give it that bad of a review, but as time has gone on, really thinking about it, it's really gone down in my mind. It's one that I really think makes a lot of mistakes, and it's a really, really bad story, and that's Arachnids in the UK.
Ooh.
This is the worst episode for Jodie's Doctor. She's really badly characterized in this. Not only is she as annoying as hell, like, peaking at the point that Matt Smith got in episodes like Night Terrors and Dinosaurs with the fucking, I call people dude now, and like, are you Ed Sheeran? And it fucking annoys the hell out of me. Like, oh, could you be more annoying than that? And then you get the whole fucking fake Donald Trump character, which is just a fucking joke. It's like, what are you doing?
And then you've got the really poor tonal shift.
Yeah.
It's really poor. It's like really bad.
Yeah, you get Ryan's grime.
And then it's like, we need to let this creature die humanely, even though it's not.
Yeah, so you fucking think that letting a creature like suffocate is better than being shot. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, but it's pro animals, so yay, good. You know what's interesting is like on most of the episodes of Series 11, I tend to like deny the sort of Bolstrick attitude of like ripping apart the political views. And honestly, like for the most of them, I honestly don't even like. I actually disagree with a lot of Bolstrick. Well, like when he talks about like Demons of the Punjab and how it's pushing a pro-Muslim thing, I'm like, I'm absolutely fine with that because it's actually handled in a way that makes some sense.
Yeah.
Like there is actually handling of it in a way that is historically like representative of this event. You get like it takes you away. It's trying to attack. He says it tries to attack single fathers, but like honestly, I don't even think that's the true. It's just like it's an overreaction. But the one example of this that Bolstrick pointed out in Series 11 that I actually do agree with is arachnids in the UK, because I think the politics in that episode is just fucking atrocious. Like it's such a mess. And then you get the fact that Chibnall went for the most obvious thing ever, like just fucking CGI spiders. Like, could you get more generic than that?
Oh, spiders.
The fucking spiders in Chamber of Secrets are 1,000 times more scary than this.
Oh, you are friends with Eirich.
Yes. And the only part of this episode that I like is the scenes when Graham sees the ghost of Grace. That's it.
That's it.
Because everything else is terrible.
Yeah.
So yeah, what is your number 10, Callum?
My number 10 is The Girl Who Died.
Ah, yes.
And it's obviously because those two episodes, The Girl Who Died and The Woman Who Lived, that's not a fucking two-parter. Those are two separate stories. Moffat trying to pull out on us. But yeah, The Girl Who Died, it's just a complete mess of a story with only one. It's got only one redeeming quality, which is the 10th Doctor and Donna.
Oh yes, the fires of Pompeii.
That's literally it.
It uses fan wank of one of your favourite stories
to
explain why Peter Capaldi is the Doctor. Oh, I'm so clever! I'm so clever!
I'm so clever. But yeah, it's a mess. There's some poor CGI. The villain is terribly designed and acted. The monsters are terrible. The actors are all over the place. Maisie Williams is terrible, and the fact she just dies because she has a helmet on is fucking stupid.
Yep. Let's not forget. Like, I already mentioned this, but the fucking villain drinks testosterone. Like, are you serious? You think that's funny?
Yeah. What is this? What is this story? Yeah, it's terrible. And it makes me angry because like it's just so poorly made. Like I keep saying this. You know the exact reason why they made an episode like this is because Maisie Williams was in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, and you know what's sad is there's people.
It's the same vibe.
There was people that hadn't seen Game of Thrones and they saw the girl who died and thought that was what Game of Thrones was like. I'm like, no, it's not. It's not.
It was good at once upon a time.
Honestly, like you know how we talk about like Idiot Slanton taking the piss out of like 1950s Britain, like in a cartoonish way. This does it, but with the Game of Thrones. It's like a fucking Idiot Slanton of Game of Thrones. That's how bad it is.
Yeah. It's really bad. And Maisie Williams is terrible in it as well.
Yeah.
So is Clara.
Yeah, how did the Doctor just fucking recognize her? He's like, there's something about that girl. It's like, what the fuck? How do you recognize her? Oh, she's a famous person.
Yeah. Fuck it's fucking terrible.
Yeah. Anyway, should we move on to my number 9?
Yes.
So my number 9 is an absolute mess, and that's Let's Kill Hitler. You could describe this as like full Moffat.
It's full Moffat shitfest.
Yeah. Let's kill Hitler. So
what the hell? Let's kill Hitler.
So let's do a comedy romp in Nazi Germany.
Because of the funny meme joke of, oh, if I had a time machine, I'd go kill Hitler.
And then
it's like,
let's explain Amy and Rory's entire backstory with a very summarized bit of flashbacks where this random person we've never seen before that's just a terrible actor was their friend, and it's actually River
she's always
Song.
been there. No, Connor. She's always been there.
Oh yes, this is Moffat's grand plan, wasn't it?
Yes, he thought about this from the beginning, even from Empty Child. She was in the background, like the Sith. Like Palpatine. I was always here, but not really, because that'd be fucking stupid.
Yeah. Anyway, fucking Matt Smith in this episode is so annoying. Like, you know when he dresses up, like he's fucking dying, and he dresses up. He dresses up in that top hat, and he's like dancing around like a fucking idiot.
Help me. Help me, River.
I am not Amelia Pond. I am a user interface. Are you gonna say it again? Say it again. Oh, yeah, show me pictures of RTD companions to make me like the episode.
Yeah, show me pictures of good companions.
And they're not even like pictures of them from like the show. They're just like stills from Doctor Who, like BBC Doctor Who.
Yeah, exactly.
Website.
It's the series 4, and also Martha
promo
from
images.
series 3.
Oh dear.
Think about it. Within canon, why would they take photos like that?
Yeah. This is the episode that's
It's
meant.
so dumb.
This is the episode that's meant to like answer all the questions about River Song, but it does it in the worst way possible. Like it's just
They kiss in the end to bring the Doctor back to life. It's like Kylo and Rey.
fucking hell, and all the fucking plot twists. Oh, so clever.
It's so clever.
And then the fucking Tesselector as well. Oh. And all the and I know I have praised like the actors before in other stories, but like I don't give a shit. Like all the actors, all the main cast in the story, there's something wrong with them. Like they're all just fucking annoying.
The only thing that actually makes me proper laugh is when Rory does the Hell Hitler thing and then punches someone.
Yeah. That's pretty funny.
That's the only thing that makes me
no.
laugh.
Rory's the least shit one, but he's still like in the
Because
background.
Rory is always the least shit one, even
Yeah.
in bad stories.
Yeah. But he's like in the background mainly. But fucking God, Amy, Doctor, and River, especially River Song, are really bad in this. Yeah, let's go Hitler can fuck off. What's your number 9?
My number 9 is the Saranga conundrum.
Ugh.
Because not only is this such a poor story, but it has some of the worst acting in the show's history. That male nurse / doctor is so fucking bad.
You know what's sad?
He can't act to save his life.
You know what's sad is
He dies
like
in this
everyone used to say that Journey to the Center of the TARDIS is the worst it would ever get, and then it was fucking beaten by this.
Yeah, this story is terrible. It's the most inconsequential. It's the most style of substance. It's so.
But the style is fucking boring.
Yeah, it tries to be so stylish, but it's bland as hell. The story is just nonsensical. The monster is just, oh look, it's gross Baby Yoda. Even though obviously this was made before Baby Yoda.
Well, it's more like a
But
gross.
it's
It's like an adipose, more like
Yeah, it's a gross adipose, and it's just like, what the fuck is this story? Yaz kicks her like a fucking soccer ball.
God, ugh.
What is this story? It's terrible, poorly directed, just bad story, and yet the way it ends as well was so abrupt. Like we never find out if they get back to the TARDIS. Obviously they do, but the way it just ends is terrible. Chris Chibnall. The only thing I actually like about it, and I said this on my initial review way back, the only thing I actually kind of like was it's kind of
Sorry, say that
funny.
again. Say that again.
The only thing I kind of liked was the pregnant man because it was kind of funny.
Right.
But yeah, it's still all fucking terrible. Terrible story.
Yeah, and there's not much more you can say than that because it's so bland.
No, it's just so bland. It's poorly written.
God, it's like fucking.
All the characters are poorly acted.
It's like 42 on meth.
It's 42 on the blandest meth you could have.
Yeah. Ugh. At least 40.
That sums it up.
At least 42 is David Tennant in it.
I can't believe Chris tried to remake 42 in his first series.
Ugh. 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 God. Anyway, should we move on to my number 8?
Yes.
So my number 8 is also an absolute disaster. I'm sure all of these from here on will be. The Doctor, the Widow, and the Wardrobe. Oh no. So I already don't like Moffat Christmas specials, but
Yes.
the Doctor, the Widow, and the Wardrobe makes the rest of them look like fucking Christmas Invasion. Like, holy shit, this episode is so bad. It's so bad. Ugh. Cringe. Horrible. Ugh, it's just pain and yuck. It's like everything I hate about Christmas.
Yeah.
Ugh, it's all the worst elements of Christmas rolled into one. Just fucking terrible. I mean, there's so many things you could say, but I mean, the fucking... You know what's really annoying? Is like the fact that I really like the whole thing of the fact that their father died in the war. It's actually something that can make you relate to the characters. But then you know what happens? Do you know what fucking happens? They use the power of love to create a TARDIS. No! Don't do that! Don't do that! That's terrible! No! God, it's so cringe. Because you get worse than that, like on Christmas. More cringe than that. Fucking mum TARDIS. Ugh. And all the actors really piss me off as well because they're just so painful. Yeah. Like that woman who plays the female character is... Oh! Oh! God!
And as Game Troller says, and to make it worse, that is the one episode that references Caves of Androzani in New Who.
No! Don't do that! And they ruined Bill Bailey as well! Fuck! It's so bad! It's so fucking bad! It's terrible! Scourge! Fuck off! Ugh! The only reason why it's not lower is there's like 2 scenes in it that I really like. One of them is when the Doctor goes to visit Amy and Rory. Like, that's actually a really nice ending to it.
Yeah.
And I think there's one other bit that I like, but the rest can fuck off. It's so bad.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Ugh. Fills me with rage. What's your number 8?
My number 8 is Let's Kill Hitler.
Ah, there we go.
Fucking terrible. It's awfully written, awfully performed. Rory's the only saving grace. It's just... What is this episode? What is this actually meant to be? It's meant to be, let's answer a river. There's a girl who's always been there. We're in Nazi Germany. There's a robot thing with people inside who try to kill River randomly. But why are they trying to kill Hitler? I don't know what's fucking going on. This is like stupid bullshit. Man, what a fucking terrible, terrible episode.
Ugh.
Fuck this story. Terrible.
Ugh. Anyway, is that you got
What's
to
your
say?
number 7?
Well, my number
Yes.
my number 7 is very similar to the one you just said. In fact, it's directly connected to it. My number 7 is the wedding of River Song. Yuck. So it's like Let's Kill Hitler, but it's worse because it's a finale.
Yeah, because it's actually meant to be really important.
Yeah.
It's ending all of the series arcs. It's terrible.
It's in the parallel universe. So are we meant to believe that all of these people like Madame Kavarian die in the real universe because it happens in the parallel universe? We don't know. What works. All that has to happen for the plot to fucking resolve itself, which doesn't make any fucking sense in the first place. All that has to happen, apparently, is for the Doctor and River to touch each other. Even though it's already happened in the series. And why didn't they just touch each other? Why did they have to get fucking married when they don't?
It's so romantic.
Oh, but they don't even. Oh, but there's no character development to River Song. There's no justification for why the Doctor would love her. Like, at the very least, you know, with like Rose Tyler, the Doctor traveled with her for a while and they got to know each other, and it's very clear. Like, why the Doctor might have feelings for her because of the fucking time they spent together. With River Song, it's no reason. Like, him being in love with her is a mystery to him until he fucking marries her. Like, what is going on here? What is this? What is this finale? It's so bad. And then the fact that the Doctor was inside the Tesselector when he got killed. What the fuck? Oh, wait,
Look into my eye. What do you see?
And then he's fucking playing chess with Mark Gatiss as well. It's like, the story's such a mess.
He plays chess with Mark Gatiss.
Oh, God. Fuck Series 6. Moving on. Have you said your number 7 yet?
No, we're doing my number 7 now.
Okay, do it now.
Well, we're not moving on from Series 6 because my number 7 is Night Terrors.
Ah.
It's like it is the most ridiculously stupid episode I've ever one of them at least. It's terribly written. What I feel like it does, it also wastes a pretty decent idea in the dolls, but it's also badly executed.
There's no tension. There's no tension. Yeah.
And you know that it's not going to matter because Amy gets turned into one.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh okay. That would work in like a finale sense, but because it's just a random episode, we know it's going to be reversed.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
And it's terribly written. The kid is terrible. The dad is awful. He's the guy that actually gets shot in Rogue One, which is kind of funny. But yeah, this story is it's terrible. This story is terrible. It's badly written. The direction is terrible as well.
The only positive I have is like the transformation into the doll. Like that actually,
it's a decent effect.
It's a decent effect, but that's like one little nugget of gold.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
and like it's so weird as well how like the Doctor gets the message from the kid too. It's like really bizarre.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Fucking Mark Gatiss can't write. He can write, just like Doctor Who.
The Unquiet Dead I really like, but apart from that, it's kind of downhill.
Yeah.
I do have a soft spot for Robot of Sherwood, I suppose, but everything else he's written, like fucking Idiot's Lantern, Victory of the Daleks, Night Terrors, Cold War, Crimson Horror, fucking Sleep No More. Anyway, shall we move on to my number 6?
Yes.
Oh boy, so my number 6 is kind of a personal pick. I know a lot of people wouldn't put it this low, but for me, this is just a story that I just can't get into. It's a bit like, actually no, it's not. It's not because I was going to compare it to you and Attack of the Clones, but I think that's actually quite a common thought, so I won't do that. My number 6 is The Curse of the Black Spot. So Steve Thompson already talked about him when it came to Time Heist and Journey to the Center of the TARDIS. This story has some of the worst dialogue I've ever seen in anything. It's so wooden and stale and cringe. Matt Smith is terrible. Like, this is the first episode in his run where he's properly, like, terrible in it. Yo ho ho! Or do we not say that? Fucking Amy Pond drives me out the wall in this with her pirate antics. You got the fucking...
Trying to save your life. You got a problem with that?
You got the fact that it's the fucking same plot from Pirates of the Caribbean, but it has none of the charm in it. It's boring. It's dull. It's fucking terrible. I hate the whole CPR scene as well. The fact that they tried to tie it into Roy being a nurse, but it makes no sense. Like, I've been to courses where you learn CPR. Like, I'm a certified CPR person, and like that episode, like that's not how fucking CPR works. Like, that's just stupid.
Why can't these writers, when they do these kind of things, just get experts in?
Yeah.
Why is that so hard?
Yeah, the fucking...
Also, do you remember that part where that one of the crew gets cut in his hand and he blocks up the door?
Yeah.
Where the fuck does he go?
I don't know.
He just disappears from the plot until the end when he shows up.
Jesus
like
Christ.
he just literally is forgotten about.
Yeah,
almost like popped out the story.
And just like every other fucking episode in Series 6, you got to have a daddy and son storyline as well. Like, when they turn up and a good man goes to war, I'm like, oh, don't do that.
Yeah. No, but the blind way love it because it's pirates.
It's like one of the worst pirate stories I've ever seen in my life. And the fucking...
it's not good.
Ugh.
It's not good at all.
Yeah, it's very little positive I can say. It's also, as a kid, like on a personal level, that the reason why it's lower than some of the others, as a kid, it was the first episode I actually didn't like. And I watched that episode when I was like 13, I think. And it was
I remember, I think I've told this to you, but I remember when it was airing, I was in a shop and they had it on the TVs. Like, I vividly remember it.
Yeah.
Which is a big mega store and they had like TV set up and that was playing. I remember.
Yeah, it was the first episode as a kid that I was like, I did not like that. That was fucking boring and shit. And, you know, as a 13-year-old, like, Doctor Who was bulletproof for me. Like, I loved every episode from Rose to Day of the Moon. Even Fear Her, like, as a kid, I was really scared of. But this one, fuck no, it was terrible. It was just fucking boring. And it still is. Still is terrible.
Yeah.
So, yeah. A personal one for me, but I think it's deserved. It's a pathetic, lazy piece of garbage. I hate that. It's also like, you know, you talk about Series 7, how it's got like the movie theme of the week thing. This was the one that started it as well, and it's the worst one.
Yeah.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Yeah.
What's your number 6?
My number 6 is Nightmare in Silver.
Ugh.
A terrible episode in Series 7, which isn't saying much, but it's got some of the worst performances. It's got one of the worst stories. It's Matt Smith at his worst.
Yeah, you know it's bad, like, when not even Matt Smith is good in it.
It's just like, I hate it. I do not like it at all. It's like blended with the Series 7 vibe. Which
also, I
despise.
forgot to mention Clara's fucking irritating in that one. She's terrible.
And that was, in Nightmare in Silver, Clara is just terrible. When we covered that video on why we were wrong about Clara in Series 7, and the guy mentioned how she was like, oh, she's taking command because of the stuff she's learned. And it's just like, what has she learned? Why is she... This is terrible. This is fucking awful. There's no build-up to this shit. And it annoys me because Warwick Davis is in it, and I love Warwick Davis, but he's not good in it either. Fucking ask Clara to marry him.
What the fuck was that?
What a fucking terrible episode of television.
Ugh.
Fuck Nightmare in Silver. Though, I'm actually thinking, is it worse than Silver Nemesis? I don't know. I'd have to really think about that. They're very similar in terms of quality.
Yeah. Well, for me, the worst Cyberman story is Closing Time still. That's the one that drives me out the wall. Are we ready for my number 5?
Yes.
My number 5 is the Saranga Conundrum. The least rewatchable episode of Doctor Who ever.
I haven't watched it back since the airing.
It's so fucking boring. Like, the first time I watched it, it was boring enough. But the second time, oh my god. It's unbearable. The pacing is terrible. The acting is terrible. The dialogue is terrible. The best thing about the episode was the
You can do this, Mabley. I believe in you.
Ugh.
I always have.
Ugh! Like, I used to think that Curse of the Black Spot was the worst dialogue in Doctor Who, but it's been topped. That's why Saranga Conundrum is just below it now, because of how much worse the dialogue is. Fuck, it's so bad. It's just boring trash. It's got countdowns, it's got plot devices, it's full of exposition, it's got stupid jokes in it, it's got cringe with, like, even fucking Bradley Walsh's shit in it. Like, that's when you know it's terrible.
Yeah.
Even fucking Bradley Walsh's shit in it. Like, you can just tell he doesn't want to be there. The fucking Ryan and Graham shit where he's like, give me a fist pump, boy, and he's like, no, I can't. We have to wait till the end of the series.
No, we have to wait till the second last episode of the series.
Ugh.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, but the whole like they make up in It Takes You Away.
Ugh.
Grandad.
I love you.
You know who's gonna call him. You know who's gonna call him Grandad in the first episode.
Yeah, and then there's like 10,000 references to like football teams that I don't know, or like TV shows that I haven't seen. Fucking stop it, Chibnall! Control yourself. That's what I was saying.
Just write Doctor Who, please.
Yeah, Starring a Conundrum is a piece of garbage. The one thing that I really liked about the potential of this episode was the pating, because the fact that you've got a base under siege where the monster is eating the base from the inside out is a brilliant idea. But instead of that, Chibnall made it the most dull trash ever. So yeah, fuck it. What's your number 5?
My number 5 is The Woman Who Lived.
Ah.
This is one of the most cheaply made, most uninteresting episodes in the show. It is just so cheap. It's so... This is like Z movie quality. It's so terribly made.
God, even Capaldi's not good in it. He's cringe.
Yeah, Capaldi's really not good in this episode. Maisie Williams is way worse in this than she is in The Girl Who Died, because she's so just fucking up her own ass in this as her character.
I call myself me.
I just fucking hate this episode.
You know,
there's no Clara in this story.
Yeah.
So that just shows how fucking bad this is.
You know what?
Clara's not even fucking in it.
Yeah, you know it's bad when you want Clara to be in the story. Because then you'll get to look at women.
Then you got to look at the women. Yeah, this is just terrible. This episode is just so fucking terrible. I never want to watch this episode again. Woman Who Lived is fucking atrocious.
Mm-hmm. All right. Is it time for my number 4?
Yes.
My number 4 is Sleep No More. There's one thing I like about this episode, and that's Murray Gold. Because the soundtrack to this is actually really atmospheric. I think I showed you it, didn't I? The Morpheus song.
Yeah, we listened to it.
It's great. Everything else, terrible. The direction makes me want to vomit. Like, we were talking about the Idiot's Lantern and all its Dutch angles. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
You thought that was bad. You have an episode that's fucking first-person point of view. It's shaky cam. It's tilted. It sucks. It's so hard to sit through and not feel sick watching this episode. Not only that, you got one of the worst ever concepts for a Doctor Who villain ever with the sleep dust. Fucking sleep dust. Are you serious?
Sleep dust.
The shit that's in your...
Do you want to get some sleep dust?
The shit that's in your eye when you wake up in the morning.
Yeah, you want to buy some sleep dust? You don't want to sell me your sleep dust.
Yeah.
I don't want to sell you sleep
Yeah,
dust.
and then it's dull and boring and shit, and it's got a terrible ending as well, like the anti-climax ending where it's like, oh, the Doctor and Clara just make it to the TARDIS and that's the end of the story. I remember when I was showing Daniel and Anthony through Series 9, when it got to the end of Sleep No More, Daniel, because obviously Series 9 is like full of two-parters, right? When he got to the end of Sleep No More, he's like, I'm interested to see what happens in part 2, and I'm like, no, that's it. That's the end of the episode.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible. It's so bad. Found footage done like way too late. Oh god, it's
That's amazing.
It's probably like the most. It's probably like the most forgotten episode of Doctor Who. Like, it's so forgettable. Nothing about it is memorable. And the fucking sleep dust. So I don't understand that
sleep
the
dust.
shit that's in your eye has cameras in it. What was Mark Gatiss smoking? Seriously.
Or the stuff that Chris Chibnall was smoking during Saranga Conundrum.
Oh my god, and the stuff that Stephen Moffat was smoking during The Girl Who Died and The Woman Who Lived. Fucking Christ, it's an abomination. Oh god, what's your number 4?
My number 4 is In the Forest of the Night.
Oh dear.
This is literally a kids episode. But here's the thing, it's a bad kids episode because there are good kid episodes in television. This is one of the bad ones. It's so dumb. It's so treating you like you're an idiot. It's just terrible plot, terrible acting. The child actors are terrible. I understand that there are a lot of bad child actors out there, but there's like 10 of them, so like what can I do? It's all of them are bad. Clara and Danny are terrible. It continues this terrible romance arc that I just hate in this series. And the Doctor is probably the only saving grace because he's just trying to kick these kids off or just like not even caring. He's like, you think they send Facebook text these trees or whatever? Really?
Oh
You
my!
think they send text to each other?
Fucking.
Like,
And this is
what is this story?
this is the episode that has the most Danny Pink as well.
Yeah.
Is Danny Pink fighting up a tiger?
Man, this is like terrible.
It's also
This is
got badly
awful.
badly handled politics as well because it's like an environmental episode, but it's so shit.
Yeah, if Forrest and Knight were in Gravity Falls, it'd be the worst ever. Yeah, it probably would. Yeah, though probably the writers of that show are probably smarter than the people who wrote this episode.
Ugh, God. Oh yeah, so
The Forest of the Night is fucking terrible.
The Elite has renamed Sleep No More, Sleep Forever. Oh God. I agree with you, Callum, because my number 3 is In the Forest of the Night.
Hey.
Nothing fucking happens. It's
Kids
pointless.
happen.
It's so pointless. There's no threat.
And you know what it also does? It ruins the really actually interesting concept of like London becoming a forest.
Yeah. And then the
I feel
doctor's
like that's actually could have been a good episode.
remember how the doctor's like, how do I fix this problem? And then fucking nature
The
just
kids.
fixes itself.
Yeah.
And then
things
fucking
happen
Maeve
around the
waving her
kids.
arms around like trying to contact the fairies or something. Like, what the fuck? What is this episode? Seriously?
It's a bad episode. That's what it is.
Fucking Christ. I remember when I saw Frank Cottrell Boyce's name on Smile, I was really worried and I was actually pleasantly surprised. I was like, oh, I actually enjoyed this one. But fucking In the Forest of the Night, like, Jesus Christ. Oh.
Yeah.
God.
In the Forest had a good deleted scene. Well, I'm sure it might have.
So did
but,
Last
I
Jedi.
don't know.
So did Last Jedi.
Exactly. So did Last Jedi.
Oh God.
Like, including that scene would have made the film a little bit better. but
God,
it's still
it's
fucking nonsense.
5 minutes to New Year and we're talking about In the Forest of the Night. What a great way to wrap up the decade.
Yay.
What is your number 3?
Number 3 is quite in relation to Forest of the Night because mine is Kill the Moon.
Oh.
Kill the Moon is... It's like Forest of the Night, but it's politic driven. It is so poorly done in
Yeah.
its political aspect. It just takes me out of the story.
Mm.
Everything bad about Forest of the Night is in this. Then you've got the added politics to it, which are terribly
Yeah,
executed.
it's like In the Forest of the Night, except it tries to be a serious story.
It tries to have a meaningful message, and it's really bad. And plus, when Clara goes off with the Doctor, it annoys me because the Doctor isn't wrong.
Oh, but it's great.
Like, what did he do wrong?
It's great.
What did he do wrong?
No, he
Like, his
he
point-
abandoned a woman. He's wrong.
Like, what is so... Like, the Doctor has absolutely every point to be like, it's technically not my planet.
All right,
I'm respecting you and giving you the choice to
all right. I'm
decide.
gonna fucking join in here because my number 2 is Kill the Moon. Like, I can't hold myself. Like, this episode is absolutely terrible. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, who thought it would be a good idea? I mean, obviously it was fucking Peter Harness, but why would you think it's a good idea that fucking having a voting system where you have the world turn their lights on or off? It's like, what about the countries that are in like the day side of the planet? Like,
Yeah. Well, it's like, you
Yeah.
know, the other side of the planet.
Yeah, the other 50% of the Earth. And what about the countries that don't have access to light? What about like countries in poverty?
What a fucking terrible episode.
It's so bad. And then you know what happens at the end? The moon is an egg. It hatches
up,
a
yeah.
fucking space dragon who lays another egg the same size as the moon.
And looks exactly the same.
The most ridiculous jump the shark shit I've ever seen ever.
Also, Courtney, I think her name is terrible.
Oh yeah,
I forgot
she's
that
apparently
in it.
she's the fucking president of the UK or something.
Present, yeah, whatever the fuck her. She's terrible.
Oh, but Doctor Who's quirky.
Oh, fuck off.
It's so bad. It's so terrible. Oh, God. Fucking Christ. Okay, what's your number 2?
Okay, this is a big one.
I think I know what it is.
Number 2 is something that actually wouldn't have been. If you asked me a year ago, probably a year ago, if you had asked me where this would be on my list, it actually probably wouldn't be in the top 10. But because of this past year and because of what I've done on my channel, it's risen to the ranks. My number 2 is Hellbent.
Boo.
And if you want to get a full in-depth reason why I hate this episode now, go and watch my video on Unbridled Rage. I go through the entire episode why it's fucking terrible. But just sum up. Completely waste Gallifrey. Rassilon is a little bitch. The General regenerates for no reason other than, hey, women. The Doctor is illogical and makes his decisions that make you question his sanity. Clara is brought back to life, which undermines Face the Raven. And it's just... what a disrespect to the show in general. Capaldi gives a performance that is sad because he's trying with his terrible script. The Sisterhood of Khan do nothing and are pointless. Why were they brought back? Also, they you mentioned Connor,
and also
I
the
think,
car.
when we watched it.
The car as well.
Yeah, yeah. The car.
Yeah.
It's different. What the fuck?
All right.
And obviously, it's just terrible.
We've got 1 minute to New Year's, so I'm gonna have to cut you off there.
Yeah.
My number 1 is obviously Hellbent for all the reasons that you stated. What is your number 1?
My number 1 is Eaters of Light. It's fucking dull, boring shit. It is the worst thing I've ever watched. I fucking hate Eaters of Light. Fuck this episode. Fuck the children. Fuck Capaldi. Fuck Bill. Fuck Nardo. Just everything about it is fucking terrible. Fuck it.
Oh dear, you need to make an Unbridled Rage on Eaters of Light at some point.
Yeah, I do.
Because a lot of us are just like, oh, it's just that boring one, but you're like, no, it's the worst thing ever.
No, it's fucking
God,
terrible.
worse than Hellbent.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I hate him more.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes! Oh!
We're out of the horribleness that was the 2010's era of Doctor Who.
And we're going to be into the new horribleness that'll probably be the 2020s. Oh, what the hell? The timer's counting up. Oh, there's fireworks. There's fireworks everywhere. I can hear them.
I guess that's how many seconds we're in.
How many seconds in eternity? I'm just gonna put a thing on the screen. It's gonna be a bit weird at first. It might look strange. I'm just gonna zoom down to there. Look at this. 1st of January 2020. New Zealand is here. You all will probably experience this soon. Oh, wow. What a way to do it. Start
the new year.
Start the new decade on an EDAR. You've witnessed a moment in history. It is 2020 where I am. We are officially in different decades, Callum. We are in the timey-wimey zone.
That's crazy.
Oh, wow.
How's the new decade? Is it better?
It's very loud. It's very loud. But I can see in the future. I can see things in the future. I can see in 3 years we will be getting the 60th anniversary special.
Yay.
We got that to look forward to.
Yeah. Starring Jodie, whoever the next Doctor is, and Capaldi.
Oh yes.
And probably Smith.
Wow. Oh, what a moment. What a moment. And you ended the decade talking about the eaters of shite. Oh dear. I'm just gonna send a message to my mum. Happy New Year. Oh, I just sent the message and my phone just lit up with like fireworks. That's so cool. New year, new decade.
New shit.
Oh, what a moment. What a moment. You know, it's interesting because the year that I've lived in this house, like the neighbors like love to set off fireworks, so they've been doing them a lot. But this right now, like what I can hear outside, is so much bigger than anything else. It's like also like they've been building up to it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 2020.
2020.
That means that I'll be getting a new episode of Doctor Who tomorrow. Spyfall.
Yes.
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 Fingers
Spyfall
crossed.
Part 1.
Yes. Fingers crossed. It's not terrible.
What if it's fucking terrible? What if it's so bad? What if it's fucking really bad?
Oh god. Oh, fingers crossed. This is not the decade where the show gets cancelled again. That would be horrible.
Honestly, that's actually a legit possibility if this series is bad.
It all depends on who they hire after Chibnall.
Yes.
But I have belief. I have faith in this show that it will last through the 2020s, and we will see.
Faith.
I have faith that despite what challenges it may face, we will get the Heaven Sense. We will get the Vincent and the Doctors, and we will get the Eaters of Lights and Hellbents as well. But the show will live. Hopefully. Oh my god! Wow. What a surreal moment.
Yeah.
Okay. Probably time for me to take that clock off the screen because it's now 12:04.
Yeah.
Okay, well, here we are. EDAR number 4, crossing over into the new decade. And I've been rambling a lot about it. But now that we have counted down our top 10 worst stories of the 2010s... Well, yeah, the best two. You know, I think it's about time that we crack into our second video. Callum, how do you feel about that?
Yes.
Okay, so whilst you get that ready on the watch together, I'm gonna grab myself.
Just send me the video just quickly so I know which one we're doing.
Oh, it's the one that you suggested me. The one about the Masters.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm just gonna whilst you do that, I'm just gonna have a quick look outside at the fireworks, and then I might grab myself a celebratory bite to eat for the new year. I can say to someone, I started
This
the.
video is sponsored by...
Shit! It's playing the audio.
The video is sponsored by Squarespace.
Oh, fucking Squarespace! Jesus Christ! Hopefully they go out of. What was I gonna say?
Yeah.
Hopefully they go out of business this decade. That's really mean. I shouldn't say that. Oh dear. Anyway, you check out the chat, answer some questions, and I'm gonna be back soon.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. You missed out on the Couch of Geeks episode. It was I don't know if anyone said it was the Big Bang review that he did recently. So if you want to go back after the stream is done, you can go back and see what our thoughts on. Well, we mostly agreed what we said, though we didn't talk about the episode in detail a lot. So yeah.
Do you have any goals for this decade?
Just make more videos and probably get a different job as well.
Well, that's it. You're gonna make more, but that's all you want to do before you're 31.
Yes.
Also
More.
Also, think about that. In 10 years, we will be 31 or 32 years old. That's fucking
Yeah,
scary.
I'll be 31. Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the main goal is to still be alive in 10 years.
Yes.
You know what? You know what would be a really cool goal, actually? I've got one. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Alright, my goal by 2030 is to be somehow involved, if it's still around, to be involved with the show.
Yeah.
Officially.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I think that's a great goal to have by 2030. Like, what if I was, like, in an episode of Doctor Who or was part of, like, the team? Imagine that. Imagine
You
how...
pop up and say, I fucking hate Hellbent.
Oh. Anyway, continue.
Yes. But yeah, that's what I definitely want to be able to get a new job, definitely, and try and get into the industry. And yeah, that's all I really have, at least right now. I can plan plans as we go for the decade. How was everyone's last decade? Was it a good decade for you? Was it a bad one? I'm trying to get laid before 2030. That's a good goal to have.
Hey, what was that?
Game Trawler Prime said, I'm trying to get laid before 2030.
Well, I mean, isn't Game Trawler Prime Christian? So wouldn't that mean
Yeah.
you want to get married? You want to get married by 2030? I suppose that's a nice goal to have. I'm actually thinking about
Yeah.
that. Like, will either of us be married in 10 years?
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, early 30s is like an age where that sort of thing happens, right?
Yes.
I mean, maybe in 10 years marriage won't even be a thing anymore. Like, it'll be extinct. Who knows? Also, think about, like, all the new generations of kids that are gonna make shit memes now. Like, what's gonna be this generation's, like, Fortnite and fucking all that? Also, do you think this decade is gonna play out like years and years?
Oh god, it would be really bad if it did.
But at least Russell T would be right.
Yeah.
God, I can't find my fucking spoon.
Ooh. Ooh. Ah, yes, it would.
Move, you stupid cat.
Yeah.
Oh, my cat's a proper nuisance sometimes.
Cats.
Alright, my first meal of the decade of the 2020s is Goody Gumdrops ice cream.
Ooh.
And you are not having any, you stupid cat. Fucking fed you 1,000 times today. Also, I actually just had a pretty sad thought. I just realized that in 10 years' time, my cat's probably not going to be alive still. Probably neither will yours.
Yeah, same with my cat.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll be sad.
I'm not looking forward to that day, but...
I'm not either.
But, you know, after it happens, I'm going to go on a confession dial for 4 billion years.
Mm-hmm.
Punch a diamond wall. No matter what I do, no matter how hard I try, you'll still be dead.
You'll still be gone.
No one's ever really gone.
No one's ever really gone.
God, what?
Have you come back to save me? To save my soul? No. Just drag me down and I'll always be with you.
I am
Just
not
like your father.
I am not the last Jedi. Wow, we live
Funny.
I just realized we live in a world where The Last Jedi isn't the worst film anymore.
Funny. Everything of what you just said is wrong.
Oh, so it is the worst.
There are currently no films that have been released in 2020.
And The Last Jedi is still the worst film of 2020. Even though it wasn't even though it wasn't released in 2020, it's the worst film of 2020 by default.
Yes. It's managed to slime its way in.
Yeah. What kind of Star Wars are we going to get this decade? And we're going to get Kenobi and Mandalorian Season 2.
Probably,
but in terms
probably
of
bad ones.
in terms of like films though. Honestly, I hope we don't even get one until like the end of the decade, you know? Anyway, we're going to be covering Full Fat Video. And his accent always makes me laugh. He's like extremely like...
Well, really, when you think about it, it's really like this.
The Master and the Doctor are so well connected by the fucking umbilical cord. You think about the themes of Series 3. You know what I mean? And that's why Human Nature Family of Blood is the best Doctor Who story ever made, and it's brought to you by Squarespace. I'm actually glad, though, because he hates Rise of Skywalker. It's like justice.
Does he?
It's justice because he loves Last Jedi. Anyway, we're going to be covering a video from Full Fat about how Stephen Moffat redefined the Master. I'll be very interested in this.
Yes.
Because I did say I love the Doctor Falls, but apart from that, I have some opinions. So let's see what happens. Are we ready?
Yeah, we are.
This video is sponsored by Squarespace.
Oh
Whether you need
God,
a domain,
we gotta advertise
website,
for
or
him.
online store. Make
Yay.
it with Squarespace. Welcome to another installment.
Oh
of
God.
Stephen Moffat Was
Oh
a
God.
Writer. Last time we
You
covered
are on
how
11
Moffat
seconds,
created
12
mysterious Doctor
seconds.
Who monsters, the Weeping
13,
Angels.
14.
And you guys seem
Yeah.
to like that. It's always good to be positive, isn't it? Whilst the Doctor transforming into a female incarnation set the internet ablaze last year, it was of course the Master that underwent a gender-bending regeneration first, all the way back in 2014's Series 8. As a sort of anti-Doctor, the Master has always been a morally ambiguous character, and nearly every incarnation has had at least
Yes.
one instance where they have seemingly put aside their
Oh,
differences
God.
with the Doctor and helped them on their
Hey.
adventures, albeit often for selfish reasons as a result
Oh.
of their plans backfiring.
That's how the
But Missy
decade
was
started.
different. Starting with her first appearance in Series 8,
God.
Missy gradually transforms from an outright antagonist to a reluctant companion of sorts, constantly wrestling with her identity and the struggle to decide whether she falls
Okay,
into
let's
good or
pause
evil.
here.
In choosing to
Before we get into any of the details, I just want to say, I think that the idea of the Master becoming the Doctor's friend is great, and that's why the Doctor Falls works, but the actual content of the stories isn't enough. It's all based on this idea that Moffat has in his head, but the actual execution of Missy becoming the Doctor's friend, everything from Dark Water all the way up to Before World Enough in Time, it feels very forced to me because there's no actual scenes that really demonstrate this. It's all just shallow. and it's all fixed by the last episode. That's really how I feel about Missy. It just doesn't quite work for me. It's like, it's all themes, but there's no substance. So yeah, that's my big gripe.
Turn the Master into a more sympathetic, morally grey character, Moffat gave us one of the best arcs of anybody in the revived series, and delved into the Doctor and the Master's relationship deeper than any previous showrunner had ever done before. But how did all this happen?
I would argue that Russell did quite a bit with John Sim and David Tennant's relationship as characters.
I'm assuming he's sticking to just New Who, right?
Yes. Well, let's rewind and see what I've just listened to what you said again.
He did say the entire
That's one of the
series.
Best arcs of anybody in the revived series.
Oh.
And
The revived series.
Right, okay.
So that I still disagree because I think like the relationship between the Doctor and the Master in series 3, for as little as it is very good.
Absolutely it is. I mean, you talked about End of Time Part 2 when John Sim has that conversation with him.
Yeah. It's a great scene.
Yeah.
delved into the Doctor and the Master's relationship deeper than any previous showrunner had ever done before. But how did all this happen? How did Missy go from this
How may I assist you with your death?
to this? How did Stephen Moffat
He just showed us.
the Master?
He just kind of just showed a clip of just. That was really odd. I wouldn't have used those clips if I was him.
Yeah,
I would have used clips like of him, used of of Missy in Doctor Falls, like for example, maybe like it's time to stand with the Doctor.
Mm.
Maybe that I would. That's just me. I would have used those clips. Like
This
How may I assist you with your death?
to this. How did Stephen Moffat?
that
That's
was
weird.
really odd.
That's
That was like a
weird.
meme.
Yeah.
When Missy is first introduced in Series 8, there is no doubt that she represents outright villainy, looming large over the series as a mysterious force when she is finally revealed as an
Oh yeah, I just want to
incarnation of the
say,
Master in Dark.
remember how she's the fucking woman who calls Clara in the Bells of St. John?
Yeah.
That was so weird.
Why didn't Clara recognize her, by the way, as well?
I don't know.
Because I feel like that would be
Pure
quite an
terror on
important
Doctor's
figure
face
for her
suggests
to
that
remember.
Missy
You know, I feel like that's actually something I haven't really thought about.
Yeah. Also, remember how Matt Smith appears in Deep Breath and Death in Heaven?
Does he appear in Death in Heaven?
Yeah, there's a flashback to the Bells of St. John.
Oh, yeah, I
Yeah.
remember.
Because Missy's like, this is how we met. Some bullshit like that.
Yeah, it's very odd.
of the Master in Darkwater, the pure terror on the Doctor's face suggests that Missy presents as large of a threat as any of her predecessors. This makes her such a perfect counterpart to the 12th Doctor. Capaldi's interpretation of the character in Series 8 is of a measured, calculated man who prefers to keep conversation to a minimum. So how perfect is it that the Master he gets to face is a motormouth, who is all over the place, someone who acts on impulse and follows their instincts, with rumours and speculation
I mean,
that acts as like
what makes that?
No, she has a plan. She has a plan throughout the entire episode.
Oh wait, sorry. What are you up to?
1 minute 54. 1 minute 54.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say like what makes what he's describing, like what makes that different to any other master?
What is that? What makes it different to John Sims' master?
Like acting on impulse, talking a lot. You know what?
She's not really acting on impulse. She has a plan.
Yeah.
She's trying to give an army to the Doctor. That's not really acting on impulse.
And also, just while we're here on this frame, fucking if Charles Dance was the master, it would have been phenomenal.
Yeah,
Charles Dance and
I'm
Peter
sure it would be.
Capaldi, holy shit! Like Charles Dance
That's
is
not just an opinion. That's a fact.
he's my favorite actor from Game of Thrones. Like he's so good. Oh yes, opportunity missed.
Charles Dance might take on the role at the time, it's clear fans were expecting a master that would mirror Capaldi's stoicism. This is a problem I had with John Sims' interpretation of the character. Whilst Tennant and Sim undoubtedly had incredible chemistry, it never really felt like they complemented each other, rather...
What?
That's a contradictory statement. They had chemistry, but they don't work well together. Let's rewind that, because I feel like he just says like they have chemistry. There's no doubt about that, but but they don't mix well together.
This is a problem I had with John Sims' interpretation of the character. Whilst Tennant and Sim undoubtedly had incredible chemistry, it never really felt like they complemented each other. Rather, Sim just felt like an exaggerated version of the 10th Doctor, who was just as fond of grand speeches, camp gestures, and Earth culture.
I mean, he's more than that. He's the fucking Prime Minister of the UK.
There's a lot more than that.
He's the Prime Minister of the UK.
He's not the master version of Tennant. But he does that because of, like, in Utopia, he's like, if the Doctor could be young and strong, then so can I. You know? That's why he chooses the body, but I think his, like, the way he acts isn't very Tennant-like.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I suppose.
But yeah, his statement saying they got good chemistry together, but they don't complement each other is really odd because that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Well, I don't agree with that at all. I feel like the Master and the Doctor work well together. So yeah,
I would listen to the Master's Hot Naughties UK pop playlist, though.
I do
this
like
scene's
that.
great though. This is
For
great.
the most part.
It sums up the
Missy
Master.
and 12 feel like polar opposites. Where 12 is measured, Missy is sporadic. Where 12 ensures that
She's not though. She has a literal plan in that episode. She knows exactly what she's doing. That's the thing. Even though I don't like that story at all, I can't say that, oh, she's just all over the place and doesn't know what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing.
This feels very, like, surface level, this review. It's very much just like, oh, how do the characters act around each other, you know? Not actually thinking about it, the story.
Yeah.
He's a fucking Prime Minister of the UK. Are you missing that? He's so much more than just an anti-Tenant. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Laser screwdriver. Who have Sonic? That's what he's taken from it.
Ugh.
He's like, oh, he's trying to bounce off Tennant's persona. Yeah. No, it's a bit deeper than that.
he has every piece of the puzzle before proceeding, Missy thrives on unpredictability, and whilst 12 spends
So does
his
Stephen
first season
Moffat.
unsure of who he is, Missy is very much sure of the type of person she wants to be,
Say something nice.
at least to begin with. In the
No,
series-
hang on a second. It's only unpredictable to the audience, not to the fucking character.
Yeah, and not to the overall plot. We keep saying this, and he's going over the same things over and over again.
Stephen Moffat.
This version of Missy knows exactly what she's doing.
Yeah, Stephen Moffat thrives on unpredictability within his scripts because that's what makes his scripts exciting for certain kinds of people. But Missy doesn't. Missy's not unpredictable. She knows exactly what she's fucking doing because she's the master. That's what
Yeah,
the
she
character's
knows
all
exactly.
about. The master plans things in advance.
So like he's taking it on service level of like, oh, as you go, it makes it seem like that she's crazy and she's go all crazy. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Oh wait, I want to do this instead. It's like, no, that's not what she does at all. Like we are telling him a story we don't like. What actually fucking happens? He completely is misunderstanding what the character.
Yeah,
is
it's funny
doing.
because I don't like Death in Heaven, but I'm
I
like,
don't like it at all.
yeah, ugh,
At least that got the master right. You know,
yeah. Also,
Missy actually had a plan.
I just want to add, I almost, like, if Death in Heaven was only one episode, it would have been on that top 25 worst. But because Dark Water
Yeah.
exists, I can't, because it's a
You can't
two-parter.
separate them.
Yeah.
It's not like the girl who, the woman who lived and the girl who died.
Yeah, or Heaven Sent and Hellbent.
Yeah.
Finally, we see that Missy's endgame in converting the dead into Cybermen is to offer them to the Doctor as his own private army. And whilst we've seen this kind of critique of the Doctor before,
Why so shy?
Oh yes, good Doctor Who.
Show her your true self.
Missy's
This scene is
offer
great,
feels
though.
different to previous
Yeah.
attempts that villains have made to character assassinate the Time Lord. Whilst Davros's claim is an aside as he executes his plan to create a reality bomb, a way to further achieve debilitating and absolute victory over the Doctor, Missy's entire plan revolves around proving a point to the Doctor and appealing to the truth that often keeps him from killing her. For all their regenerations and quirks in history, the Doctor and the Master are fundamentally two sides of the same coin. A simple way to interpret this plan is that it is born out of a desire to humiliate the Doctor, or an attempt to lead a seemingly morally unambiguous man into temptation, but Missy's plan also demonstrates a level of self-resentment. If her plan is to bring a person down to her level, then there is a fundamental acknowledgement that her level is somewhat lower in the first place.
I think, yeah, I guess. I think the Master's always been like that, though.
Yeah, like,
Oh, it-
what makes her different to the other masters? Like, is it because?
Yeah, so like, how is that? How is that?
Is it because?
defined?
Is it because this subtext is actually like addressed on screen? Is that what he's saying? Like,
It's like the forefront.
like
it's the themes.
like
of the
yeah,
front.
exactly. Like, rather than being part of the character's trades, it's now the actual themes of the story. Is that what he's trying to say?
I guess so. Like, I don't get how that's different.
Yeah, because
from
everything he's just said is
John
shit
Sim,
that John Sim does.
Like, there are clips I've seen of Roger Delgado saying, like, obviously, like, I think it was in Colony in Space, the reaction you did, where it was similar to End of Time Part 2.
Yeah,
So, like, that's not something new.
I want to see the universe, not rule it.
Exactly. It's like it's not something new. He's not redefining the Master. He's putting the Master's traits in the forefront.
God.
So that's not really redefining. It should be how Stephen Moffat did the Master. Not redefined.
Oh, dear.
No, Missy's plan is born out of a plea.
I need my friend back.
What a great way to show the intricacies of the Doctor and the Master's relationship in just a few.
By doing the same thing that always has been done. What a great way. What a great way to do it. Let's ignore the writing. What a great way to do it. It's like he's just talking about... If he was talking about, like, Delgado and Pertwee, he could just be saying the same things.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Few words, Moffat hints to us so much of what the Master has done previously is motivated by a desire to gain the attention of their oldest friend. This foregrounding of the Master and the Doctor's relationship as an adversarial friendship carries through to Series 9's
Oh,
plot.
God.
Across the Magician's Apprentice and
Fucking have to
Magician's
pause
Familiar,
there. I'm getting angry. I don't like watching this stuff. This fucking Magician's Apprentice bollocks.
Look how bland this is. Look how bland this shot is.
God, it's so horrible.
Series 9 is like I would actually say it's kind of bland in like its color and direction. Because I feel like when you look at Series 5, it feels so fresh, it feels so new, it feels so high quality. But as you go, it gets dull as it goes, and this is just dull.
Yeah, I mean, Series 7 is kind of dull looking, but it's very expensive, if that makes sense. It's like it's very expensive, whereas this isn't. That's like saying Joker in Dark Knight didn't have a plan because he says he doesn't have a plan even though he clearly had a plan. Yeah, he's just unpredictable. He's crazy.
It's like when the Joker went on the Murray show, like he had a plan, but it to us it made it seem like he was just going on there to just say stuff, to tell jokes, you know. But he actually had a plan. He actually knew what he was doing.
Oh, he's just
You know what I mean?
unpredictable. He thrives on plot twists. A character within the story thrives on plot twists. What can I say? The themes.
Yeah, the themes.
I scratch my head wondering why they could come up with two terrible titles, and Missy is something of a second foe companion, helping Clara navigate Skaro and saving her from death.
Why
at the
was she
start of
in
the
this
second
story?
episode. Most interestingly, it is revealed
Why the
that
fuck was Missy in that story? Is it because she had to be in one?
She's so second fiddle.
Is it because they had to have her in something in Series 9?
Oh, but I needed her to jiggle some Dalek balls.
Oh, God. I hate that. God.
How did she escape?
How do we get
I
from...
have an excellent idea.
How did we get from Rob Sherman to tickling a Dalek's balls?
Thanks, Moffat.
Honestly, Missy and Clara shouldn't even have been in this episode.
Yeah, it should have just been a Capaldi.
I mean, if you saw my restructuring the series video from the Advent Calendar, I said they should have adapted the Big Finish audio Davros instead of taking ideas from it and making them shit and adding Missy and Clara to it.
Yep.
God. Remember how Davros, can't open his eyes because they were burnt out, and that's why he's got that thing on his head. But then he opens his eyes because he was too scared to open his fucking eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
apprentice that the Time Lord has entrusted Missy with his confessional dial, the last will and testament of a Time Lord. Missy shows genuine concern that the Doctor, her oldest friend, may be near death, and it's a great example of how Moffat is keen to place emphasis on how Missy and the Doctor have more of a complex relationship than a mere rivalry. In much the same way, characters like Professor Xavier and Magneto can't bear to see the other in danger.
Oh yes, let's also compare it to another story that wasn't very well written.
Oh dear.
Don't get me wrong, two great actors, but, you know, writing.
Oh, I thought we were done with X-Men. I never wanted to talk about X-Men again. Ugh. There we go.
They find themselves coming to blows when their core values come into conflict. Interesting Missy with this
God, I just hate looking at it. I don't like looking at footage of X-Men. Even though X-Men 1's not that bad.
And this.
Yeah, I know. But even though X-Men 1's not that bad, I just don't want to look at anything to do with X-Men. I'm so sick of it.
Yeah. Honestly, hot take, X-Men 1 is overrated as hell. And so is X-Men 2.
Yeah. The only X-Men films that are actually really good are Days of Future Past, Deadpool, and Logan. That's it. The rest you don't even need.
And First Class is fine.
Yeah, same with Wolverine. They're like fine films, but you don't need to watch them.
There's only 3 really good ones.
Yep.
Her the trust that she seemingly wanted in Death in Heaven. And while she's still capable of acts of evil, she's definitely not an antagonist in this story. Much like a Rory or a Captain Jack or a River, she rounds off.
Don't you dare
test.
compare it to
This
Captain
is similar
Jack.
to the behaviour of Vizsla
Turlo?
in the Black Guardian trilogy. But whilst Turlo's arc was a simple transition from
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, I can't wait till you react to Mordred Undead. That'll be funny. Oh my god. Okay, anyway. Although, to be fair, the special effects DVD version actually gives them a different background. It's like a much more, abstract background as opposed to that, which is like, what the fuck?
That like, that might be
80s.
raw footage.
80s.
Yeah. 80s.
So,
Davies.
they're trying to compare Missy to Turlo, are they?
You probably have more... You have more of a say on
Well,
that,
I haven't actually seen the Black Guardian trilogy, but I do know that Turlo is kind of like trying to kill the Doctor, and then the whole point of Turlo beyond that, like after that, is that they just keep asking like, oh, is Turlo gonna turn on the Doctor? Is he not? It's like a weird little enigmatic thing he has.
I got
going
that vibe from his last story.
Yeah.
It was very odd.
Yeah. So. I suppose I can't really comment because I haven't seen the stories, but what I know is that Turlo's sort of antagonism of the against the Doctor is more just like fucking what's it called? It's like it's actually part of the plot, you know? Like it's actually it's like the main part of the plot. Whereas with Missy, it's all just like fucking themes and ideas. Yeah.
Is he just comparing it because they come to blows?
I don't know.
I guess.
Anyway, continue.
Anyway.
Trustworthy, Missy spends her time sat on the fence. She clearly has the sadistic impulses of her predecessors, but her motives are always anchored by the Doctor. She commits evil as a means to be noticed. She wants the Doctor's attention.
Is that not what John Sim did in the End of
Time?
Time? Or in Series 3?
He wanted the Doctor's attention.
Yeah.
He could smell me.
Like when he looks into the camera and says, and what Britain really needs...
Stop the bow.
What Britain really needs is a Doctor.
Yeah.
It's very
he like in
obvious.
Series 3 he antagonizes the Doctor.
It's very obvious.
He kidnaps Martha's family.
Yeah.
No, don't sign a Leo.
God, Leo. He's
Leo was kind of forgotten.
Yeah, he's the only character in Martha's family where I'm like, he got nothing.
Yeah, I recognise the actor. I know he's in something else, but he's just sort of. He's the only episode he really has anything to do is Lazarus Experiment, and even then he's not even that much.
Well, I mean that's more Trish's. That's Trish's episode though.
Exactly. What I'm saying is like that's the most he actually appears in.
Fucking love the the argument that the dad and the mum have in Smith and Jones.
Yeah.
So funny.
She just said you look healthy.
Oh,
I said orange.
Oh, I just saw an update. Apparently, that this. So we were talking before about like the first WWE show of the 2010s was the CM Punk SmackDown one.
Yes.
Right? We're talking about like because that was a really good promo, right? We're talking about the one where he's doing the straight edge stuff, and then we find out that the final show of the 2010s, Liv Morgan returns as Lana's lover.
I tweeted about that before we went.
So I haven't watched WWE properly in like 2 or 3 years. I don't know what the fuck it's turned into.
Hey, it's shocking that she's gay, right? Fucking WWE, you fucking terrible.
So how do we go from CM Punk to that?
Vince losing his touch.
I mean, he'd already lost his touch by that point, but CM Punk was a brilliant.
Yeah, but there was exactly yeah.
Ugh,
What a
God.
fucking like, come on, what a fucking shit show. What a terrible storyline. It's not even about Rusev anymore. Lana.
Anyway, I really don't give two shits about it, so let's continue.
How could you do this to me?
Brings me to Series 10, where Missy's arc takes centre stage, starting with Extremis, in which the Doctor saves her life and acknowledges her as a friend.
Because she's not dead. She's a friend of mine.
Missy is featured across
Oh.
the remainder of Series 10.
Well, I think the Doctor always refers to her as that as well. Like, I don't think that's something new.
I mean, it's not specifically said in that word, but it is implied.
Yeah, it's just like,
Oh,
oh,
but-
she's a friend of
Oh,
mine.
but now,
Like,
now that it's Moffat, we actually have to have the Doctor say that they're friends for people to understand that.
and doesn't the Doctor like call Daleks their friends at some random point as like a joke? So like, it's not uncommon.
Game Trailer Prime just said Ryan Johnson wrote that segment.
Probably because it subverted my expectations.
Oh God.
Yeah.
In which the Doctor saves her life and acknowledges her as a friend.
Because she's not dead. She's a friend of mine.
Missy is featured across the remainder of Series 10 as one of the Doctor's companions. Seriously, there's little argument to be had here that she's anything but a bona fide companion. The Doctor literally comes to her for helping Live the Land, and she sticks around for the remainder of the season.
And you know what?
She does spend most of it.
And you know what?
Missy's
Lie the Land is shit.
struggles with her sense of self across these episodes and seems to express genuine remorse for her mistakes in the past. 12 seems genuinely committed to seeing Missy change, and for the first time...
So, okay, so when I got to this part in Series 10, right? I was seeing these scenes, I'm like, individually, like in isolation, these are good scenes. But because everything leading up to this from like Series 8 was the way it was, it just wasn't earned. I was like, you know what? Like, this could have been a great story if you had these scenes, but like because the story before this point is kind of shit, like it doesn't, it's not
And
earned.
let's be honest, nothing from the Series 9 opener really affects how this goes. So
Yeah.
it's just the finale.
And the
of
fact
Series 8.
that the Dr. Falls managed to win me over is a fucking miracle. Like,
Yeah.
like seriously. Ugh.
Yeah.
After announcing their evil ways, she is pivotal in Empress of Mars' final sequence and successfully aids the TARDIS team in their escape. At the end of the Eaters of Light, she comes close to tears as she reflects on her past and her relationship with the Doctor.
I don't even know why I'm crying.
This is full fat milk. In the space of 3
Oh yeah. Fucking full fat milk. Great joke.
Yeah, because that's their rating system on their Doctor Who videos.
Yeah, so how do you feel about them showcasing a clip from the Eaters of Shite, your least favourite episode?
I feel a bit dead inside.
Mm.
Don't get me wrong, it's actually a good scene, but context of writing from past stories.
Did he just give a full...
Don't get me wrong.
Did he
I
just...
like Missy in Series 10. I really actually do. But I can't say it's fantastic up until, like, World Enough and Time.
Imagine looking at a clip from Eaters of Light and saying that's full fat.
Full fat milk.
Yeah, full fat.
Don't get me wrong, this... Michelle Gomez is fucking fantastic as an actress, and she really pulls it off really well. But writing, context.
Oh well, they explore
It's
the
not.
themes.
It's not earned.
Oh well, they're exploring the themes.
Series, we've seen a character go from doing this
I'm going to kill you in a minute.
to showing genuine remorse over her actions. She clearly wants to make peace with the Doctor, and his offer of friendship seems to genuinely strike a chord with her. This sets her up perfectly for the Series 10 finale, which sees Missy's arc take centre stage. The
Themes.
episode opens with Missy...
Themes, everyone. The themes.
Oh fuck!
You're not
this
talking about how Moffat writes it. You're just saying what actually happens within the story, mate. You're just saying, hey, Capaldi's Doctor is convinced by it slightly, so we give her a test to do it. You're not talking about the actual writing, how it's clever, how it actually builds off the Series 8 finale in contrast to this. It's like, I don't get it. Like, let's be fucking honest. Her suddenly feeling like regret for what she did comes out of nowhere. It literally does come out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
The whole, like, they're friends in Series 9 opener, that's not something new, so that doesn't really even count as, like, oh, that's the turning point. It's like, no. In that story, she tries to get Clara killed. And then suddenly, when we see her again, she's just... what the... just fuck off.
And then this is the scene with Missy dabs, isn't it?
Yes, it is the scene
God,
with Missy
this is the
Well,
one
it's
like
the TARDIS
big
and while she manages
thing
to
I
do a
have
fairly
against
convincing
World Enough in
impression
Time.
of
It's the only scene I really don't like is this one. But
I like it.
why I just find it.
I'm not a fan of the dabbing.
I
part.
just find it
It's
really like unfunny and like painful to watch. But I do get the point of it, like the fact that it's meant to set up.
I like Capaldi's like aspect of the scene.
I'm eating noodles in the TARDIS.
Really, no, I think it's crisps. I think he's eating.
I can't remember.
the Doctor.
Yeah, it's crisp.
Within a few minutes, things go horribly wrong. No.
Ah!
the dad because of this.
Even made the joke.
Triggered.
Yes, this is
The
great.
Doctor puts his faith in Missy here, and it's not exactly misplaced. She
Yeah,
doesn't
so this
betray
is
the
when
secret-
Stephen Moffat wakes the fuck up and turns into Russell T Davies for the first
Yeah.
time in like 7 years.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
As one might have expected. She's just not quite ready to try her hand at being the Doctor. An easy cop-out would have been to have this all go right, for Missy to understand that selflessness was better than being self-serving, and for her to embrace her new life and help the Doctor across the board as a force for good. But in having her first attempt at reform go awry so quickly...
But then the story doesn't really go
leaves-
anywhere. If that's what happened, the story doesn't actually go anywhere. Like what you're saying, it would have been a cop out for Moffat to do this, but it's like, well, there's a whole other aspect of the story to go. I'm like, I don't know. That's just,
shows us why Missy is fundamentally a different character. She isn't just able to change herself instantly and be perfect. Wanting it to happen is the easy part. Doing is the challenge here. She's fallible, she's got a lot to learn, and because of this, she will of course make mistakes. What happens to Bill is the Doctor's responsibility. In having Missy lead the team, he is almost like a parent trying to have their child run before they can walk. It is arrogant for him to believe that his conversations with Missy have allowed her to undergo this magical transformation.
Oh, it is crisp.
The Doctor fundamentally miscalculates the situation. What happens to Bill is his fault. At the
Yes,
same
this is
time,
all
he
good.
has this unyielding
But-
optimism in thinking he can bring
See, you're telling us what's happening in the story, and it's great, and we've just covered this, but it has no relevance to the shit that was in Series 8 and Series 9. You cannot
relevance to
you
Missy.
cannot justify those moments by saying that this is great. It has no connection at all.
Bill dies, and that makes the Master great.
God. The themes.
The themes.
Ah! Fucking
And we're talking about a fucking episode that we fucking adore.
God, this isn't full fat video. This is fucking rice milk. This is soy milk.
This is spoiled rhino milk.
Fucking rhino milk. Oh, one of my favorite quotes from MauLer is, "Why are they farming fucking rhinos?"
Well, apparently there's rhino milk.
Yes, and then there's the milk that comes from the titty that Luke Skywalker milked.
What the fuck?
Oh
hold
dear.
his friend back to the light. That tenacity that allows him to later get through to the Time Lord. When John Sims' master does show up, it's the perfect way to demonstrate both how far Missy's come and how far removed she is from still being like the Doctor. Sims' master is outright
but the only reason why that is because you literally changed her whole character out of nowhere, and then had the master return. And also, you have to remember that John Sim is actually quite different in this than he is in the Davies era as well.
Yes, he is. He's a little bit more preserved. He's a lot more calm.
Well,
he's a lot more focused.
Well, he doesn't have the drums anymore, so he's more like he's like a classic Who master.
Yeah, and that's fucking great.
Mm.
John Sim is great.
Yep. Ugh.
Anyway. Manipulating Bill into becoming a Cyberman and leading humanity to their doom again like he did in Last of the Time Lords. He's camp, he's outlandish, and he's over the top. It's a joy to watch, if a little one-dimensional, but when standing next
Whoa!
One-dimensional.
Are you kidding me? You literally just said the purpose of him being in the episode is to give a double personality to the Master. How is that one-dimensional? That's like four-dimensional. You got two different actors playing the same character, bouncing off each other. How is it? Does it get more interesting than that? What more could you fucking want from this show? Like character conflict within two different versions of a Time Lord. That's genius. That's not one-dimensional. Ugh.
Having Sims' master act as a sort of devil on the shoulder to the Doctor's angel is a great touch by Moffat, because through this we are able to see how different the two characters are, and in many ways it demonstrates how much work Moffat put into establishing the dynamic between the Doctor and his Lord best.
No, he just changed her. When he thought it was a good idea to do what he was doing, he changed her character. There's no justification for it. It just happens. And he changed her character so that this story could exist. Which makes for a great ending, but it doesn't make for a great arc. It just means that the end tries to justify the past. The shitty past. You can't tell me that it's all consistent. It's not. Fucking Christ.
Friend. Sim doesn't quite sit right in this story, and I don't mean that as a criticism. It's just, after watching Missy, it's weird to see the Master being so single-minded. Whereas Missy,
he's not really being single-minded. Single-minded, that's very odd. John Sim is not single-minded in that story. God, this is really odd. I don't know what he's trying to say. What a weird video. Like you say, oh, the Master is one-dimensional, but that shows off how four-dimensional Missy is.
But he's not. They're the same character.
So much across the show that it feels shocking that we swallowed such a one-dimensional iteration of the character.
Oh, for God's sake.
Now, I understand that Sim's Master could be argued as having a similar moment of change.
You did this to me!
Catapults Razalon in the top
all my life!
But I wouldn't say that this was the same thing exactly. Sim's Master's actions are motivated by revenge. Revenge for what the Time Lords had done to him, forcing the never-ending drumbeat inside his head for nothing but their own benefit. Whereas Missy's development comes from an actual desire to change.
Moffat just decided to do that. In nothing in series 8 and 9 it goes up to that. It doesn't. There's no way that Moffat had that in mind with series 8 and 9. No way. Yeah, I don't agree.
To do decent things in the same vein as the Doctor himself. This is a Master with a conscience. It's new, it's fresh.
Are you telling? What the fuck? Are you telling me that the other Masters don't have a conscience?
They actually do have like morals.
Like they don't ever have a justification for what they do. You just fucking said that John Sim had a reason for doing what he was doing.
So he has.
He does have a conscience.
A bit more one-dimensional.
He does have a conscience. There's a whole reason why he does what he does. Oh, God. Themes.
Is at least trying to be good. Having the Master wrestle with her sense of self is a great way to transition the character away from the sometimes pantomime villainy of Sims.
Sims was pantomime, apparently.
I mean, it was certainly camp, but that was the point.
It was camp, but
It was
he
showing
had
off.
more to it. There was more to his character than just and wacky songs.
The whole reason why he's doing that is because he's got the Doctor in the palm of his hands and he's trying to show
And he's
off to his
mocking
friend.
him. He's mocking him.
Yeah.
He's making.
And you
him feel
think,
like trash
and also,
mocking him.
as he hasn't featured the clips when the Doctor's a fucking old man and he pushes him in the chair and almost injures him.
And like
Abuses him. He
throws-
abuses the Doctor. Like, he literally abuses him. Treats him like a piece of shit. How is that pantomime? It's dark.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Character, and it allows for a deeper, better understanding of what the Master means to the Doctor. You buy that these two were once friends.
You buy that in every
The Master
other
struggle-
Doctor. That's not something new. There's videos about how Stephen Moffat redefined the Master, and he says they made it clear that they used to be friends. You know, not like Sim's Master or Anthony Lang's Master or fucking Roger Delgado's Master. They were friends. You never really got that vibe.
Oh my God. Has this guy even seen Classic Who?
Apparently, and he hasn't paid attention to the Master and thought, no,
Oh
this
my-
one's different.
God.
Fear in the Doctor's heart in Darkwater, you can tell that he genuinely cares about her here. Just look at this speech.
I'm not doing this.
Hang on a second. Are you telling me that the Doctor didn't care about the Master in Series 3? After all the Master did, he fucking forgave him.
I forgive you. Yeah.
Of course he cares about the Master.
Because he knows that how good the Master can be if he just does the right thing. You could be beautiful. We could travel the stars. It would be my honor.
Because I hate someone or because I want to blame someone? I do what I do because it's right. And above all, it's kind.
This is a Doctor who is desperate to show his friend how far they have come and how they can
No, he's trying to convince them to stay. That's not what the speeches are like trying to do. The speech is about trying to get within the story. The speech is trying to get the Master and Missy to stay and help. Not to say, look how far you've come, guys.
Yo, he really is a Moffat fan, isn't he? Like, everything's a fucking metaphor.
Yeah.
You know, there's
Like,
actual events that happen in a story, and they affect things, and they have consequences. It's not all fucking poetry and metaphors.
This speech is trying to get the Master to do the right thing.
But it represents the themes of the series arc.
That the Doctor cares. Even though that's very obvious from the first Master Doctor interactions in classic Doctor Who.
move beyond their past. Literally. Whilst the 10th Doctor made a similar plea to the Master in Last of the Time Lords,
I refuse. Regenerate. Just regenerate. Please, please, just regenerate.
this comes just as much out of the Doctor's desire to ensure that his own race.
It's that and the fact that, you know, remember in this fucking speech, he says the Axons, remember the Axons and the Daleks? You know, not only is he losing another Time Lord to become alone, it's also his best friend, so that even means even more emotional, like, personal stakes there are in it. It's not just because it's the Time Lord, it's because it's the Master, the Time Lord that probably the Doctor connects with the most. Fucking hell. It's not just because it's a Time Lord, it's because it's the Master as well. It's both of them. It's added on to each other.
God.
Does that not prove that the Doctor cares about the Master, or is that not blunt enough for you?
Oh, God.
But no, Stephen Moffat redefined the Master.
Survives. It's also something that he has to do out of obligation. Having been the Master's friend for so long,
So wait, he does care? But then you're... What? You just said, oh no, it's about obligation. But then he does care.
Why would you
What?
need to feel an obligation to forgive your best friend for murdering a fucking world?
1/10 of the population. Fucking...
It's not an
being unwilling to
obligation.
give up on him. In contrast, The 12th Doctor is fully aware that the Time Lords are alive. His speech is motivated purely out of respect and love for his oldest friend, and because just this once, the idea of the Master changing is more than just a pipe dream.
Well, he doesn't. I don't think he thinks that John Sim could change. His master could change. So why is he giving the speech to him? He's always trying to do. I guess in a sense he is trying to get him to change, but this is still John Sim's master. You know, what he's just trying to do is trying to get them to stay and help, not to change their whole mind of thinking. You know, it's like ugh, I don't know.
I think this might be the single best moment in Capaldi's tenure. Well, it's certainly a contender.
I
anyway.
agree, but you're
Without
giving it for the wrong
witness,
reasons.
without reward, that's the only way to truly do good things. Or it's the only way to paradoxically prove to others that what you're doing is for good and not for your own self-interest. So how perfect is it that when the Sim Master elects to leave, she decides, no, it's time to stand with the Doctor and save the innocent. She dies trying to do that, without witness and certainly without reward. And the idea that the Master, the character synonymous in the Whoniverse for his obsession with outlasting death itself, decides he would rather die than let his future incarnation do anything other than seek to help himself. Moffat gave us one of the greatest Master moments.
I agree, but you're giving it for the wrong reasons. Like what you've just said about this scene, yes, but you're saying it for like different reasons.
Fuck, I think I like Series 10 more just because I know what it actually is.
What Moffat's going for.
Like, I actually understand the story.
Moments of all time. Period. Across her run, Missy went from being sure of who she was and only willing to show others how ugly they were too, to realising something far stronger and more courageous lies within, which is what makes Missy such a great presence across 12's tenure. Because as Missy grows to understand herself, so too does this incarnation of the Doctor. It is Missy's actions across Series 8 which ultimately allow the 12th Doctor to learn who he is. In later seasons, he is sure of himself, triumphantly declaring,
I'm the Doctor.
God.
but this isn't something he could have learnt without first understanding this.
I think you can have those two separate scenes. You can have one or the other. They don't need each other. So I don't agree with that. If this scene didn't exist and then the face scene existed, I'd be like, yeah. So I think he's wrong on that.
I'm an idiot.
What makes Missy so great as a counterpart for Capaldi's Doctor is that she feels like a real presence across his tenure, always
Well,
pushing
she's
him
in
to
every
make him
series.
question himself. If 12's run is defined by a single villain, it's of course Missy. It's just a shame that her arc is sequenced so strangely across Capaldi's 3 seasons. We have the big reveal of Missy in the Series 8 finale, followed by her reappearance in the Series 9 premiere, and then she doesn't crop up again for another series and a half.
I mean, you do realise that the Master did appear from from End of Time Part 2 all the way to Series 8. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what his point is there. Johnson only appeared twice.
Okay,
In
let me outline this
successive
for you,
episodes.
full fat, you fucking twat. The reason why Missy was in the Series 8 finale is because she was the big bad. The reason why she's in Series 9 is because there's a contractual obligation to have Michelle Gomez in every series of Capaldi's run, so they used her in a story that she didn't need to be in, but they couldn't figure out another way to put her in there. And then the reason why she starts to actually appear often in Series 10 is because Moffat actually figured out what to do with her master and how to end her tenure, so he made her a regular character. That's why it is. It's not fucking thematic, it's not out of sequence, it's just how it is. You cannot justify mistakes because of themes. You cannot justify mistakes because of metaphors. You actually have to look at the story and what happens to it and forget your fucking poetry. It's... Ugh!
And Game Trying to Prime said, and Missy wasn't pantomime. Her first appearance is pretending to be a robot. I guess proper, because she obviously just does appear in Deep Breath.
Welcome
But when she's in her first proper story. Yeah, that's a weird one.
I do like her theme, though, Murray Gold.
Yes, it's fucking amazing.
half. The latter half of Series 10 is laser focused on Missy, however.
Yeah,
it's a testament
because
to
Moffat
the
actually knew what he was fucking doing.
with this huge gap.
So what he's just said is like, oh, it's structured very weird, but it's great. So what he's just said undermines everything that he's just in this video. Saying that, well, it's not structured well. You know, almost as if the Series 8 and 9 appearances don't really matter towards this one.
Yeah, because they don't.
Guarantee you, if fucking Missy didn't appear in Series 9, this just would have worked just as well. Because anything from Series 9, it doesn't
She
work.
didn't need to be in it. She didn't need to be in that story.
Yeah, exactly. She didn't need to be in Series 9. I actually
Oh,
would prefer if she
honestly, if there was one story that she should have been in, it was Hell Bent.
was. Yeah. On
Because
Gallifrey,
that would have
maybe.
made more sense. I mean, obviously, you would have had to explain how she got there. Like, that's a whole plot hole. But in terms of, like...
I know. It's the Doctor. Sorry. It's the Master from when he was end time but regenerated. It's before Series 8.
Oh, right. Okay, anyway.
I guess what you could do. Yeah.
Gap. Missy's story feels like it evolves subtly and naturally, rather than being rushed out of the gates or wrapped up in a slapdash, nonsensical fashion like some of his weaker stories.
Oh, is that a shot at time with the Doctor?
Yeah, it is.
That was a choice. Really, my only major gripe with Missy across her entire run is...
The fucking name?
Hang on a second. Hang on. I'm on 1311.
I'm on 13.
Okay, go back a bit.
stories.
That's such a weird line.
Yeah, that was a choice. Really, my only
Yeah,
major
Series
gripe
7's
with Missy
weird.
across her entire run is the fact that she's called Missy. She's the fucking master. Just call her the master.
I agree, but the fact that it's your only point is a bit odd.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really sort of... I don't really care.
The only thing bad about the Missy's run is because she's called Missy.
But
It's like,
thematically, it all makes sense for the arc, doesn't it?
For the themes.
For the emotions of the character, it's finally brought to the surface.
It's almost as if Series 8 and 9, her appearances don't really matter to series, you know. Honestly, if she didn't appear in Series 8 and 9, and just was in the, like, from the beginning of Series 10, for example, it would have worked just as well, because we know who the Master is.
All the traits that the Master is known for didn't exist until Series 8.
Until Moffat redefined the Master.
We didn't start calling Jodie Whittaker Docky, did we? No. Because that would be fucking stupid, wouldn't it? But as I said, Moffat
Docky.
allowed us
That's
to
something that
decide
Chibnall
both
would
the
do.
Master and the Doctor that we had never seen before.
Oh,
And
yeah?
hopefully Missy would take
We've never seen it before! It's fucking bullshit! We saw it in Classic Who, you fuck! I haven't even fucking seen it, and I know it exists.
whoever is running the show will be able to do this seismic development justice.
How does she escape that scene, by the way?
I don't know. Wibbly wobbly, wibbly wobbly.
The Doctor may travel to the past.
Well,
and
remember the
future,
Daleks?
but
Oh, the Squarespace!
God, fucking...
there's no
the
time
Daleks
like
love
the
each
present
other,
for you to
though.
start building a beautiful
The
website
Daleks
in
love the
Squarespace.
Master.
There's great. You can purchase third-party domain, 10% off your.
We'll be doing this, but someone has actually donated $100, which is
Oh, I wouldn't have donated for this video. Yeah, bad video. Not great video at all.
Yeah, he's like known as one of the highest viewed YouTubers for like Doctor Who, like the Avengers, fucking Star Wars, and look at the quality of his content. It's
Yeah.
fucking shit.
And I watched his their videos when they were doing Series 11, and I pretty much disagreed with. I think
Yeah.
apart from the first episode, I disagreed with.
Yeah,
all
you
of
know
them.
what's
Actually,
annoying? You know what's annoying? He made a video called like "Why is Human Nature Family of Blood the best episode ever?" and he only talks about the themes. It's really annoying. He doesn't talk about like Martha at all. He doesn't talk about the plot. He doesn't talk about like the direction, the atmosphere. He literally only
Does he just talk about the Doctor and Redfern?
He just talks about what it means to the Doctor's character. I'm like, yeah, I know, it does. It means a lot to the Doctor's character, but there's so much more to the story than just that.
Yeah. I think by redefined, he means repeats the definition. I agree. All we talked about was stuff that happened before and said, no, this hasn't been done before. You know, the Master hasn't questioned his morality at all. The Doctor and Master have never had they were used to be friends relationship, which benefits the story. It's not that we had that in New fucking Who.
God, fucking. Ugh. Oh, we got our Tizzy video done. So we did one. Well, because obviously the Council of Geeks one was actually quite, like, interesting. Like, it was like, wow, he's actually got some points that contradict the popular opinion, right? Whereas with this one, it was just...
Like, no, it's great. Themes.
Yeah, I know never to click on his fucking videos ever again now. Because, like, he's done videos on Captain America. I know exactly what they're going to be. It's just going to be like, oh, Winter Soldier redefined Captain America by bringing him to modern age, and it showed how his morals changed by being in a different circumstance. That makes this film good, because it repeats the themes of being an American soldier. Fucking... You right, Callum?
Yeah, I'm good.
You're just, like, phasing in and out. Are you doing something?
Yeah, I'm just away from the mic a little bit.
Right, okay. Damn. God, what if we do a Blindware video on one of these fucking EDARs at some point?
Oh no.
God, that would be the ultimate tism. Like, fucking, I don't know. One of Shane's tismy moments.
Solo was great.
God.
It was so good.
Fuck your Snoke theory. Oh God, what if we do like Aaron and Melanie's reactions to like Batwoman?
Or like, what if the series 11 reactions?
Oh.
Are they gonna do series 12 as well? Probably, because they're so like close to it.
I don't know.
Would they? Well, because Blind Wave are like halfway through series 10.
Yeah, I think
so. They probably won't do it and hold off.
Possibly. We'll see what happens. I don't really care though.
I mean, good, because the reactions were terrible.
I'm interested to see though, like when they finish series 12, are they gonna do Classic Who, or they just like I guarantee if they do Classic Who, like I guarantee if they do it, like Shane just won't be on it.
Yep, he won't. To be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I know
their 5 Doctor review to the last Christmas reaction.
To be fair, the 5 Doctor review is quite funny because like Eirich really liked it. Like he thought it was really funny. He liked the.
Well, he probably thinks it's like bad, but it's like he thought it funny.
Oh yeah, no, he liked the that fucking thing that jumps in the air, the Silver Surfer looking.
The most like deadly assassin.
But it's kind of a redundant review because they don't understand any of the Doctors or the companions.
They hate Classic Who, so yeah, they don't. I guarantee they don't want to do it.
Yeah, well, fuck them.
Calvin would only want to watch Tom Baker stuff.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, guarantee if they watch like William Hartnell, they'd be like so out of touch with it. And Shane, every episode, all that Shane would fucking say for like the first like several seasons is just like, man, this is really boring, isn't it? Nothing's happening. Where's Clara? Where's Clara?
Where's Clara?
This doesn't have that fast-talking dialogue that I like about Series 7.
Yeah, that I mistake for chemistry.
Yeah, and I'm like, you do realize that this is a story about, you know, Marco Polo in the mountains, and it's 7 episodes, and it's a massive journey, and there's lots of characters, and there's justification, and it's really well made and really well written, and it's awesome, and all you fucking want is cheap shit. Like
I want Clara back.
Oh, like fucking Nightmare in Silver? Like, that's what you want?
Yes, I want more of that.
Fucking Blind Wave. Alright, we are going to move on to our next little activity. Callum?
Yep.
Do you know what this is? I think I briefly mentioned it to you.
I think you did? I can't remember, though.
Yes, so... unlike the other ones, which were lists, they were top 10s. This one's going to be a bit... It's not really a debate. It's more just like we're going to figure out the answer to it. Basically, the goal of this next activity is to rank the series from the 2010s. So obviously being each one from 5 to 11. And the way we're going to do this, because it's not going to be like individual, we're going to do this like together. Basically what you have to do is you have to choose 3 of the series, right? And each one gets like a point from the based on what you choose. And if there's like, and then like, obviously, so like you'd pick 3, and then I would also pick 3, and then if there's like an outlying, like, if there's an outlying one out of all those, so say for example, we both pick 3, and there's one of them that we have in common, and that one has like the most points, then that would be next on the list. If there's a tie, then you have to eliminate like the ones that don't have the highest points, and you have to like give your points to one or the other. And if there's like another, like after all that, if there's another tie, then we have to let the audience decide between them. And then you basically we just rinse and repeat until there's a ranking. So that might sound like a bit of like a lot of rules to remember, but once you get into it, I'm sure you'll understand how this works. So yes, this exercise will figure out a way for us to rank all the series of the 2010s. So I'll be interested to see where this goes. So, Callum, I think you're going to go first. So pick out of everything from series 5 to 11, I want you to pick 3 series that you think could potentially should be at the bottom.
Bottom? Okay. Bottom 3. I would probably have to say at the very bottom I would have series 7. Then I would have series 6.
Sorry, was that series 6?
Series 6.
Yeah.
And then I don't know which one next. What did I have after that? When I did my list last year, I'm trying to remember.
Well, your list has changed quite a bit, actually.
It would have changed now, yes, but I'm trying to remember what my...
So last year when you did it, like in the middle of series 11 or like before that, I think you had series 8 next, but now that's probably changed to like, because I think you said your opinions have changed on like series 9, and then you've also got like there's also series 11 as well.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I would probably say series 9 because of my hate for Hellbent has risen.
Right.
So yeah, those 3.
So those 3. Okay, so the ones that I would choose, like 3 at the bottom, would be series 6, series 7, and series 11. So that means that series 9 and 11 won't be at the bottom.
Yeah.
So I think it's very simple for me to guess which of the 2 you're going to choose, but basically, give your series 9 point to one of the 2, and I'm sure I know which one it is. Right? It's series 7, isn't it?
Series 7.
Okay. Well, that means that I have to decide whether or not to give it to series 6 or 7. You know what? To make things interesting, I'm going to choose series 6, and we're going to let the chat decide which one's worse out of the 2. So, those of you who are watching this live stream, I can't remember how many of you are left now. Let's see. You got 6 viewers. Okay, that's not bad. So, give us your votes. Which series is worse, series 6 or series 7? So we'll just wait for those messages to come in, and this shall decide which one comes at the bottom. While we wait for that, while we wait for them to decide, why don't you tell us, Callum, why you think series 7 is the worst one?
It has the worst companion, some of the worst stories. It's bland as all hell, and it's really inconsequential to like anything that comes in the future. Like honestly, it's a very skippable series apart from Name of the Doctor and then the specials.
And you also just don't like a lot of the episodes as well, right?
And I really hate a lot of the episodes.
Yeah, and also it fucks with the ponds as well.
It really does.
But then you got Series 6, which is just a fucking gigantic mess. Like, it's horrible. It's so, like, all over the place, isn't it? It's fucking... Yeah, it's for me, like, Series 6, there's just so many episodes I really hate, like fucking Curse of the Black Spot, The Flesh Two-Parter, Let's Kill Hitler, Night Terrors, Closing Time, The Wedding of River Song, and then, like, some of the episodes that people love, like, I think are overrated, like The Impossible Astronaut and A Good Man Goes to War.
Yeah.
And even, like, The Doctor's Wife, I think is a really good episode, but it's, like, I still think it's, like, a little bit overrated. The only ones that I really like are The Girl Who Waited in the God Complex, which I think maybe is reason enough for it to be above 7, because 7 doesn't have episodes as good as those two, you know what I mean?
It doesn't have a classic great episode. Even Tower Called Mercy is just fine/good, but it's not top tier.
We've only gotten 2 comments from the 6 viewers. Are we anticipating anyone else?
Well, I'm one of the viewers because I've got the stream up.
Oh yeah, and so am I. Right?
I think that's fine.
Okay. Well, considering that both people that have voted said Series 7, I suppose we'll have to go with Series 7 as the worst.
Yeah, it is.
Yes. So, Series 7... Series 7 goes at the bottom, so it's number 7, I believe. Yeah. Okay. So, from now, I suppose this time, because now that it's the second time, we'll swap, so I'll have to go first. So, obviously, Series 6 and Series 11, because I picked those 2 last time. I'll be giving points to, and then also, I would say Series 9. So you would obviously have Series 6 and 9, right? Because you picked those 2 last time.
Series 6, 9, and then I'd probably have Series 11.
Oh, okay. So all 3 of us chose the same ones. Sorry, we both chose the same 3.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, 3. Fucking hell, I didn't expect this. Okay, so let me think. So last round, you didn't have Series 11, right?
No.
And last round, I didn't have Series 9, did I? So that means Series 6 is next.
Yes. I'd say Series 6 is next, yeah.
That means it's next because it's the only one that we both had in the first round and the second round.
Yeah.
So that one's going. Now, out of the 5 that are left, obviously you're going to pick Series 9 and 11, right? Because those are the last 2 you had. So what's your third one?
The next one I would choose... I'm trying to think. Which one?
Well, the only other ones left are Series 5, Series 8, and Series 10.
I think Series 8.
Yeah, it's the same as me.
Yeah.
And considering that we didn't pick Series 8 until this round, we'll knock off Series 8.
Yeah.
So which means that we now have to ask the audience, which is worse, Series 9 or Series 11? Because
me personally, I obviously will put Series 9 there as next because of Hellbent.
I would put Series 11, I think.
Ooh.
Though they're pretty close. The reason why is that Series 9 has 4 really good episodes. Series 11 has none. I don't like any of them that much. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh shit. Okay, sorry. I was seeing delay on the stream on the other thing. Don't worry.
Game Troller Prime says Series 9.
Okay. Let's see if Power Spine says one. If anyone's still watching, which is worse, Series 9 or Series 11? It's actually an interesting topic because a lot of people, there's been big debates on Twitter recently about Series 9. Like, there's lots of people that love it and lots of people that hate it. It's definitely one of the most divisive series of Doctor Who, isn't it? Series 9.
Yeah, it's probably the most divisive. Series 9. Series 9 is worse, says Power.
Okay. Well, if no one else is going to comment, then I suppose that means that Series 9 gets the wooden spoon, doesn't it?
Would that mean then... Oh no, he changed his mind. He said Series 11.
Who did?
Power.
Oh. Okay.
He says Series 11 is worse.
Oh, okay. So
now we're down to...
We're tied again. Shit. Goodness me. If only there was an odd number of audience members.
Yeah.
Please, if you're watching this live stream and you have not commented yet, please tell us if you think Series 9 or Series 11 is worse.
Yeah.
If no one answers, I'm going to have to take it to Twitter and do a poll and see what happens. Goodness, this is quite a conundrum.
The Battle of the Terrible.
In fact, I might do that right now. In the middle of a live stream. And I need to know, which do you think is worse? Series 9 or Series 11? And the first person to comment who's not already voted will be the decider. Hopefully someone looks at it and comments. In the middle of a live stream. This could decide everything. This could decide the fate of the universe, Callum.
The TARDIS hashtag emoji back, says Dr. Official.
Huh?
That's what they've said on Twitter.
Ah.
When you use the hashtag Doctor Who,
Also,
TARDIS,
just
or the Doctor.
I just want to say, we've just surpassed the length of the Game of Thrones review. We're at 5 hours 16. We're closely approaching the Rise of Skywalker. Goodness me. Whilst we wait for the decider on this, what are you actually doing for your New Year's in the UK?
I have no idea.
Oh, really?
No, I'm not that bothered. Game Troller Prime says Mathematic Series 9 has being on FTR and Heaven Sent, Face of Raven. Series 11 has 3 that I'm positive.
Which 3 of those? Probably, what, like It Takes You Away, Kablam, and Demons tend to be the ones that people talk about.
Series 11 has none. I'm positive.
Yeah, there's no episode from Series 11 that I would actually say is great. Like, none of them. Like, with Series 9, Under the Lake Before the Flood, Face the Raven, and Heaven Sent. But with Series 11, like, even my favourite episodes, like, I just don't give a shit about them. Like, you know, when you ask me, like, what are my favourite episodes, what is my favourite episode of Series 11, like, my singular, I actually find it really hard, because there's about 5 episodes at the top that I would consider, like, at the exact same level. They all are, like, decent, but they have massive problems.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, I think you said, like, It Takes You Away is the most creative one, But then at the same time, like, I really don't like the Doctor in it. I think she's fucking annoying in it. Like, she's really annoying in it. Then you get like Demons of the Punjab, which has like the historical factor, but then the fucking sonic screwdriver is abused in it, and like the aliens are pointless. Then you got like Rosa, which just kind of like, it tries to be Vincent and the Doctor, but kind of fails. And one of the reasons is the Krasko element. Like, Krasko is such a weird villain, and there's just some parts that feel forced, like the music at the end. Then you think of, what's another one that people like? Fucking Resolution. Like, it's just, it's okay, I suppose. Oh shit, Game Controller Prime has changed his mind.
Yeah.
To Series 11.
I think he's... Yeah.
Okay then. I can delete that tweet now. So, Series 11. Series 11 is at number 5. I assume that means that Series 9 will be at will be next. Yeah, because it has to be. Okay, so far we have Series 7 at the bottom, then Series 6, then Series 11, and then Series 9. And the 3 we have left are Series 5, Series 8, and Series 10. Now that we've got 3 left, you now have to pick 2 of them.
Okay. I think the next one I would hit would be Series 8. And then the next one I'd pick would be Series 10.
Well, that's the same as me.
Yeah. Is that in the same order?
I would have...
I would put Series 8 next, and then I would put Series 10 above it.
Yeah, so would I. I think that might.
Right.
I think that might decide it, won't it?
Yeah.
Because we both had the same order, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Series 8 next. And then that means that Series 10 would be the second, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And that means first is Series 5, which is no surprise. Like,
No.
Like, was it really going to be anything else?
No.
Interestingly, Joey Morgan, who was on the debate, put Series 5 at the bottom of the 2010s. Oh, dear.
Man, imagine thinking Series 5 is a series 2010.
So
That's actually like crazy to me.
yeah. So we have our ranking of the series from 2010s. We have at the bottom we have number 7. We have Series 7. Then at number 6 we have Series 6. Number 5 we have Series 11. Number 4 we have Series 9. Number 3 we have Series 8. Number 2 we have Series 10. And then number 1 Series 5. I mean, that's literally my ranking, I think.
Yeah.
Or
same.
except, I mean, I suppose.
Well, except me. Because I would swap. I think I said I thought Series 9 was worse than Series 11.
I'm also like, for me, like 7, 6, and 11 are very interchangeable.
Yeah. I guess.
They're pretty close for me. So, with that all said, your hopes and thoughts for Series 12, because that's obviously next.
Yeah. Okay, so obviously we are now nearly 24 hours away from broadcast. I really don't know what to expect in terms of quality. I think it will be the same vibe. And oh god, I really don't know. I think it will be better written slightly, but it'll be the same vibe. Of like it'll be more between the characters, the vibe of like them together. I'm hoping that it's better written. Because it just needs to be better written. It needs to actually have actual character development between the character interactions.
Something that is giving me a little bit of hope is that Chibnall is only writing the opener and the finale, and both are two-parters.
Yeah, that actually does give me hope. I feel like he's gonna try and step back and let other people be more creative.
Yeah, and also the only episodes he's writing won't be like short. Like they'll actually
actually have time to fully develop everything around the story.
and they're actually like quite major stories as well, not like shit like the Saranga conundrum.
Yeah. So that actually does. I agree. That actually does give me some hope.
Yeah, I've got a feeling there's a chance that it may be better than Series 11.
I would say I'm confident in it being better.
Yeah, but at the same time, like I'm a bit worried because Chibnall might start making some really like insane decisions with the law that might fuck with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Game Troller Prime says, I want the 13th Doctor to get more depth. I want better integration of the monsters and the plots. Less focus on political and social themes and just do entertaining shit. Oh. I don't know about the last thing you just said, because I feel like that, like, stripping away some of these things might make it a bit pulpy, but at the same time, I suppose I can understand what you're saying, like, because they are being quite heavy-handed with some of the political stuff, and whilst, I don't know, I don't necessarily have a massive problem with it, I feel like maybe stripping that away might make the episodes, like, literally nothing. You know, what do you have left at that point? But, you know, like, I do agree that an episode like Arachnids in the UK just doesn't handle that stuff really well at all. It's just cringe. I do absolutely agree, though, with 13th Doctor getting more depth. Like, she absolutely needs a character. Just, like, something to dig into, because so far she's been the most surface-level shit ever. Better integration of the monsters and the plots. Yeah, we need more, like, villains that are actually doing stuff in the plot, not just, like, oh, it's actually not a villain. Like, we need actual villains, you know?
I want villains. I want bad guys.
Yeah.
I want it all.
Yeah. Making the companions build a real relationship with the Doctor, give more energy, build on the lore in a good way and not in a hell-bent way. Yeah, that sounds about right. More energy. I mean, it certainly looks more expensive, I can tell you that, but I'm not sure about Chibnall being more energetic with his style.
For example, the things I'm worried about is stuff like, you know, the shot in the trailer when they walk out of the TARDIS with their suits and start walking? That was really poorly edited in the trailer because it's kind of awkward silence. You know what I'm saying? And I hope it's not like that vibe in the actual episode and future episodes.
Yeah, because if it was the 10th Doctor coming out on the set, he'd be like, ah! And he'd be starting a conversation straight away, you know?
Yeah, because they're just like, I look at Graham, look back, and then I start walking with epic music in the background. It's just really awkward.
And then if it was like Tom Baker be coming out, it's like saying, I hope I don't look ridiculous. It's just something like that, you know?
I've always said that I've had impeccable taste.
Harris Sunderland's an imbecile.
I think I'm confident with it being better than Series 11, but I can absolutely think that it could still be bad. That's the thing. That's like what Power's starting to said.
Knowing what Chibnall's like, I feel like it was probably going to be similar level, but maybe slightly
could be
better.
The saving grace, like we've already mentioned, that he isn't writing a lot of episodes.
Yeah.
So like, even if his episodes aren't great,
but then
again,
a lot of the episodes he didn't write in Series 11 still felt like filler, you know? Like it had that like whole Series 7 problem of every episode feeling like filler. And it was just annoying. Like,
well, I think the difference is that at least those stories felt that there was like a great story just trying to burst out, but it was being held back.
Yeah, that's true. There was potential with Series 11.
So much potential.
Whereas a Series 7, there was
stories that had
nothing.
So much potential were like Demons. Kablam could have actually been really great, and It Takes Away. I think those three stories had the most potential behind it, and they just didn't really fulfill it. Obviously, I really like It Takes Away, but it needed a bit more to really pump it up a level.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and if Rosa was done in, like, Davies or Moffat era, it would be, like, one of the best ever. But because it's, because it's series 11, it's just a bit like, why is this important event such a, like, okay episode, You know what I mean? Like, it should be really important. Like, it should be like an episode that's, like, handled with someone like Richard Curtis who knows exactly what they're doing, whereas I feel like with Mallory Blackman, like, she's good with dialogue and she's also personally connected to the event, but I don't know, it didn't hit that top tier like it thought it did, you know what I mean? It wasn't that all-conquering
honestly
classic.
Yeah, Rosa I still think is very overrated. I think it's actually quite a poor story.
Like, a lot of people praise it because it represents the event in history. I'm like, yeah, but that's not, like...
Yeah, but the dialogue isn't that great.
It doesn't mean that it's a great episode, though. Like, it is possible to misrepresent an event like this.
Yeah. I just think it's...
And I think the people that try and say that it's, like, on par with Vincent and the Doctor are absolutely out of their
it's
mind.
not even... It's really not even...
Yeah. And then don't get me started on the Chibnall episodes in Series 11, because fucking hell. Like,
if Series 12 is, like, just better than Series 10, I would consider that a success.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, Series 10 actually has some fucking charm to it.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying, like, in terms of just quality, if it's better than Series 10, that's a massive success.
Well, I mean, I would say Series
3, 5, 4,
I would say Series 10 is like a passing grade Doctor Who, It's like what you want.
Yeah. It's the bare minimum you need to make it have a good series.
Yeah.
Because I don't want an average series that has a couple of decent episodes. You need to see, but, like, Series 10 is the bare minimum because it's actually really good with some really great classic.
Game Trailer Prime wants it to be in his top 5, like number 4 under Series 3, 5, 4, and 1. Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
That's a tall order.
I think what he means is that he wants it to be, like, underneath it, even if it's not that, like, close. He wants it to be on top 5. So I would say, like, better than Series 10 or whatever he has.
Well, I know that Game Trailer Prime doesn't really like Series 10, so I would assume he means, like, above Series 8.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just underneath that quality of, like,
I mean, fucking hell,
Series 3.
if we're talking about what I want it to be the best series ever made, but it's just not going to happen.
It's definitely that won't be possible.
Like, even though, like, I know people are like, oh, don't judge based off a trailer, but, like, I know, like, already.
Trailers are made to be judged on.
I already know based off Series 11 and based off the trailer that it's not going to be better than Series 1 or 4 or 3. Like, it's just not possible. It's not possible.
I'd love it for it to be, but it won't. Like, you can absolutely judge the series on the trailer.
Fucking hell,
because you know what trailers are for, right?
The Series 4 trailer
to be able to watch it.
The Series 4 trailer has more excitement in it than the entire of Series 11.
Yeah. It has Donna talking at a campfire.
It has
fucking great.
It has David Tennant giving a deep, meaningful look in his TARDIS.
Yeah. Hell, the Series 1 trailer was Eccleston run away from a fire. It doesn't make any sense, but it's still fucking cool.
Yeah.
Another one had Rose Tyler, Be the Viper, just talking about, I could stay with my mum, my boyfriend, and my job. Or we could all trade it in for monsters and danger, or life and death. What would you do? You know, that's still a fucking great trailer.
Oh, Billy Piper.
Doctor Who trailers have not been good since Series 5.
Remember how, like, when Billy Piper was acting in the show, she would get involved in the story, and she would, like, whenever she got put with, like, all the side characters, like Captain Jack and Empty Child or Gwyneth or anything, she'd be extremely dynamic and really bring out the juices of the side plots in the story. Like, that scene with Nancy when they're fixing the barbed wire in the Doctor Dances? It's stuff like that. That's what's missing from the show. Yeah. Whereas a fucking Yaz, she's just like, oh, no way! Rosa Parks! Like, it's just like, oh, fucking... Oh, get a character.
giving like I hated in that episode that they were giving like history lessons. It took me out of the story, like really bad. There's that I just got all messed up with the boss thing.
Ugh.
She was the first black woman to drive a bus, wasn't she? No, that's not what happened, Brian. Oh, I just got confused about the thing.
Jesus Christ. Ugh, seriously.
The Trip of a Lifetime trailer is god tier, absolutely.
It is. It absolutely is.
The day the Earth died in a ball of flame.
And it is now the longest video on the channel.
Yay!
Remember-
What episode? Yeah.
Remember how we, like, at the end of the Rise of Skywalker review, I was like, this isn't going to be topped for a long time?
It got topped a week after.
1 week later, we did a proper long man eater.
Yeah. What episode that we know stuff about are you guys most interested in?
The Cyberman episode. The Cyberman
I'm
episode,
interested in the one where there's the thing coming into the TARDIS.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Because that looks really cool. That actually does look really cool.
I'm interested to see whether or not Chibnall's going to fuck up the Cybermen.
Yeah. Well, he's not writing it, is it? Or is that the finale, Duke?
That's a good question,
Because aren't
actually.
the Daleks rumoured to be in it as well?
I'm pretty sure the Daleks are meant to be in the special, not Series 12.
Right. That would be really odd if they in 2 specials in a row.
No,
like kind of.
No. When I say the special, I don't mean like the one that's gonna air tomorrow. I mean like.
Oh no! Yeah. I just mean like the next special after is what you. All right.
Yeah.
When the series finishes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that would be. They just do 2 in a row like that of Dalek appearances. They're like in
Well, I mean,
specials.
technically, Spyfall is this year's special.
Isn't it being billed as like episode 1?
It is episode 1, but it's also the New Year's special at the same time.
Yeah, I guess.
Someone I spoke to said that one of the things in Spyfall might have been taken from the Faceless Ones. Ooh! The Faceless Ones. Well, interestingly, that DVD should be coming to my doorstep very soon. Cybermen are most likely the finale. Yeah, I think they might be.
They probably will be. Yeah, I imagine. I imagine.
Guarantee it's not going to be as good as Series 10, though.
No. Like, because that's like god tier. Like, I put it as number 2. It's my favourite story in the 2010s, so it's going to be hard to beat.
Oh, dear.
There is a plane scene from the trailer. Well, that's going to give me Series 7 vibes.
The Faceless Ones is at an airport.
Yes. So that might be the first story.
Yeah, the Faceless Ones DVD, from what I remember when I ordered it, is meant to ship, like, now.
Yeah.
So I should be getting it very soon.
Ooh.
Oh, the thing entering the TARDIS you just mentioned, Callum? Apparently it's in Spyfall.
Ooh.
But I don't know.
Okay, then if it is in Spyfall, then I'm actually kind of excited for it then. 'Cause I obviously is effect, but I'm interested to see what that monster is.
Yeah.
I want a good story. I want a good written story about it.
Yeah, if it's not Spyfall, I feel like it might be the Ed Heim episode.
Yeah, if it is, then it'd be like
because it gives me It Takes You Away vibes, you know?
It does. I just want it to be a little bit more better written.
Oh yeah,
have it be a monster that can phase through things and all through time or stuff.
Oh yeah, no, that is actually another thing I'm really looking forward to.
Don't give it like a whole exposition drop thing. Just have it be a simple monster that can do things.
That's another thing I'm looking forward to, is seeing Ed Heim's episode. Because even though I do have my issues with It Takes You Away, it's very creative and I want to see what he does next.
I want him to go above and beyond. Because if he can literally like have a well-written story with the vibes of It Takes You Away, it could be actually really fucking good.
Yeah. And then you've also got Vinay Patel and Pete McTeague as well, who did Demons of the Punjab and Kablam. Those could be interesting.
Get the writers for Demons to have an actual monster, a creative monster.
The Ed Heim episode has giant practical monsters. Okay.
Is it the spider scorpion thing?
That's not practical. That's CGI.
Well, there could be a practical element.
I'm pretty sure it's CGI.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like within the episode, not in that scene. That
I'm interested to see how Yaz doesn't get caught by that massive, like.
Well, it crashes into a bloody street shop thing. So.
Yeah. You know what was interesting? The first time I watched Arachnids in the UK, all of the political shit went completely over my head. And when the guy said, "This is how I'm going to get into the White House," I thought it was going to be like something that would tie into future episodes. Like, I'm like, oh, is this guy going to come back and he's going to become like a president?
No.
And then when it was revealed...
Imagine if he actually does come back.
Yeah, I felt like an absolute idiot when someone said, oh, he's just a fake Trump. I'm like, oh, shit, of course he is. Fucking hell, how did I not notice that?
Yeah.
And then I realized...
Imagine if he actually does come back. That'd be really odd.
Yeah, and he actually is the president.
You know what I hate about the opening of that episode? The way everyone's standing. How far away they are from each other.
Mm.
It's so structured and unnatural.
Yeah. You notice how Donald Trump is better characterized in Years and Years as a terrorist than he is in Arachnids in the UK?
Moffat, come and rewrite Arachnids in the UK.
You mean Russell T Davies?
Russell T Davies, yes.
God, what if Stephen Moffat had done Years and Years?
It'd be all over the place. Because I think the chaoticness of Years and Years when Russell writes it,
yeah,
it's way better. If Moffat did it, it'd be chaos, I think, and it would be all over the place.
Yeah. You know how there's that the Joan Redfern character in that is like a lesbian?
Yes.
Like there'd be like flirtatious lesbian sex scenes in it.
Throughout the entire thing from episode 1.
Yeah.
She's
like, I am a screamer.
Now that's a spoiler for you. Moffat would do a reference.
God,
to
Series
6.
You just know he'd have Alex Kingston in it, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he absolutely would.
God, he'd have fucking...
He'd do a reference to probably like I don't know what one. Maybe he'll do a reference to like one of the popular ones that aren't actually very good. So maybe something like Day Over the Moon and Impossible Astronaut. Maybe he used the diner.
He'd have fucking Alex Kingston and Michelle Gomez in a sex scene. And then he'd have Jenna Coleman in it as well. Clara.
Jenna Coleman would have a cameo in like...
Remember how she has a cameo in First Avenger?
Yeah. Actually, my brother actually watched First Avenger yesterday.
Hmm.
And then he watched the Avengers and he was like, oh yeah, I remember. And that was just before she... Doctor Who. Like, just before. Because that came out in 2011.
Yes. Silent of the Daleks.
It's odd that her first appearance was in a Marvel or Doctor Who.
Yeah, it's weird because before Doctor Who, she was only known for soap opera, and then she ended up being in Captain America.
And then she ended up being Doctor Who as one of the longest running modern companion.
I mean, to be fair, I think that was back in the day when Marvel's like, hey, just hire hot actresses, please.
Yes. British hot actresses.
Like fucking Natalie Dormer was in that film as well. And I'm like, she should have been Captain Marvel.
Yes, she should have.
Yeah.
Anybody would be better than
if you think about like Scarlett Johansson in Iron Man 2, like she's so different in that than she is later on. Like
yeah,
Black Widow's
character,
because Black Widow in the first film was like, what? Like she's literally just fucking. I mean, it's no surprise lots of like the postmodern people hate Iron Man 2 because like she's literally just like a sex object in that.
Mm-hmm.
She's a sex object that can fight crime.
Yeah.
And Robert Downey Jr. is like just perving on her. That's all it is. But then we get the Winter Soldier.
Yes.
Oh. Ever since the Spyfall stuff was leaked months ago, I thought the fake Trump was coming back to using aliens to take the White House, like inverse Slovene two-parter.
Maybe it will.
Oh dear.
Maybe he will. This is gonna get me into the White House.
If we were
Fucking, he says that, and then in the same episode, he go against the spider.
if we were to rank the Doctors from the 2010s, would David Tennant still be number one purely based off End of Time and Dave the Doctor?
Yes. No, I don't know. I'd have to. Probably not. Because obviously, he had 7 cent. He had Enough in Time.
Yeah, I think Capaldi probably.
Capaldi is probably the best Doctor of the 2010s.
He's actually in the logo for EDAR.
Yes, he is. Because he has a good pose for the comics within.
And I was kind of joking about Tennant though. He doesn't really count.
No. Well, he does count, but I don't think he has enough episodes to really put him anywhere near.
Talking
bottom.
about Doctors that were created in the 2010s though.
Yes.
I would say Capaldi's the best. Then probably Matt Smith, then John Hurt, and then Jodie Whittaker at the bottom.
Oh yeah, true. John Hurt, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't really thinking about John Hurt, but yeah.
Yeah,
Jodie would be.
John Hurt in one episode better than Jodie Whittaker. Almost as good as Matt Smith.
He actually has a full he has a full character arc, and actually has like importance to the Doctor Who universe now.
He also has a great companion, and he's also a fucking phenomenal actor.
And he has great performance.
Like that, those scenes in the barn with John Hurt and Billy Piper are some of the best scenes. They're better than almost all of Series 11. Like they've got so much to them. What I did in the name of peace and sanity, but not in the name of the Doctor.
In the name of peace and sanity.
Also, it's never explained how they got out of that time stream.
No,
But we didn't.
He just walked away.
But we didn't care because it was John Hurt on screen.
What the fuck? Why is Fear the Walking Dead promoting Doctor Who?
I don't know.
Their Twitter is promoting it, and Game Troller Prime liked it.
What the fuck? Remember
That's really fucking odd.
Remember how Wendy's promotes wrestling?
Yes, but Wendy's Twitter is funny.
Yeah. Wendy's should be the showrunners.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, if we've got nothing else to say, I think we better wrap this up because we've been going for 5 hours and 46 minutes, and it's almost 2 a.m. where I am, and I sadly have work tomorrow.
Yay!
But if anyone's wondering, days 29, 20, 30. I was going to say 2030. Fucking hell.
2030, everyone.
Days 29, 30, and 31. I will get onto them as soon as possible. It may take me a while considering I've now got to work some shifts, sadly. But I will try my best. And also on top of that, look out for reactions and reviews to Series 12 as well. And there might be some other stuff too. I'm not 100% sure what we're going to be on together next, Callum, because we're not actually going to be doing any of our regular Discord reviews for a while because of Series 12.
Not for a while because of Series 12.
And also we probably do need a break from them.
Yes, because we had the break in between the Marvel and then Spider-Man. From Spider-Man, we've done reviews for film every week since the start of Spider-Man 1.
There was 1 week we had a break, though. I think it was between, like, it was one of the X-Men films, I think. We had a break between, like, Wolverine and First Class.
Did we?
Yeah, there was a 1 week break we had, I think.
I can't remember that. It feels like we've done it every
Well, it was
single
fucking
week.
X-Men era. It was, like, the bottom pit of the show. Well, not
It
the
was-
I mean,
it was-
fucking bottom pit of the channel, even though we got 5,000 views almost on X-Men 3.
How, though? It was on a fucking Skype review.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, but it's been a busy few months since after Endgame, especially.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I think a break is needed.
Yeah.
But we've got Series 12 to look forward to.
Yeah. But, basically, yeah, so the Patreon calendar videos, once those are out, I'm going to start releasing days 26 to 31 to the public. I'm going to have to create thumbnails for all those videos. That's going to take ages, especially because I want them to be good thumbnails. There's going to be videos on Series 12. I'm actually going to be appearing in a couple of Lord Slav videos during Series 12 as well. In terms of what I'm going to be doing soon, something that's not going to be filmed, but I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing a Doctor Who marathon from the 4th to the 5th of January. This happens quite a lot with the group that I'm in, the Lord Slav group. We watch a Doctor Who story from each Doctor, and it's fucking insane. The last time I did it, I was around for Tom Baker and Peter Davison. Then I went to sleep. Then I woke up and I did all of New Who, and then we watched the Feast of Stephen CGI reconstruction. That was insane. So yeah, I'm going to be doing that on the 4th or the 5th. I've actually taken time off work just to do it. In terms of the stories we're going to be watching, I might not be there for all of it, but the ones that are on the lineup, it's the Ark, the Highlanders, Day of the Daleks, The Creature from the Pit, Black Orchid, Vengeance on Varos. What was the 7th Doctor one? I think it was the Happiness Patrol. Then for New Who, it's Aliens of London, World War 3. I think it's Voyage of the Damned. And for Matt Smith, what is it? Is it The Lodger? I think it's The Lodger. And then for Capaldi, we're doing Kill the Moon. And then for Jodie, we're doing Arachnids in the UK. That's gonna be torture. But I'm really looking forward to watching Aliens of London / World War 3 because everyone else in the marathon's gonna hate it, and I'm gonna love it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Sadly, it's not going to be filmed or anything, I don't think. But we'll see what happens. I might convince them to do something. Maybe Joey could film some for his commentaries, because he does commentaries, but we'll see what happens. It's not up to me. But that's what I'm going to be doing. I don't know when the next EDAR will be. I have no idea. I've got a funny feeling that it might be one with Lord Slav, because he wants to do one based on Bolstreak videos. That'll be hilarious. There's going to be reviews of Series 12. There's probably going to be some Series 12 stream at some point. Well, who knows what will happen. But I do think that the primary focus of those videos will be revolved around me and Adam's reviews, similar to the Series 11 reviews we did back when those were airing. The Faceless ones DVD is going to arrive at some point, so sometime after Series 12 I'm going to try and film that with Adam. Also with Worst of Classic Who, we've got the Time Monster next. That's going to be interesting because it's a Pertwee story. In terms of the Discord reviews, Callum and I have decided to not do James Bond. Instead, we're going to probably do Game of Thrones unless plans change. That seems to be the plan we have at the moment, which is probably going to start after Series 12 ends, I imagine.
Yeah.
What else is there? I'm just trying to think about any other content I have. There's potentially... I do have potentially gaming content coming soon. Oh yeah, that reminds me. sometime in the new year, when all this Advent shit is over and like we're not focused on Series 12, we'll probably get back to our GM mode again because we haven't done that in a while. In terms of gaming content, there's another little thing I've got a plan soon, but I'll have to work that out. It's gonna be quite a bit to work out how it's gonna work. But I'll be talking to one of my friends about that. We'll see how that goes. And is there any other like running series I have on my channel? I can't remember.
You've got the top 10 each Doctor stories.
Oh yeah, top 10 fourth Doctor stories. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen for a while because that means I'll have to watch like a whole bunch of fourth Doctor stories. There's still quite a few I haven't seen, so that's not going to be for a while. And I imagine at some point I'll have to do a Patreon request video for Jake if he figures that out. And yeah, and the hope is that eventually we'll get Jake started on Torchwood and the Sarah Jane Adventures.
Yay!
I'm looking forward to that when that comes.
I'm very looking forward to Sarah Jane Adventures.
I'm very much looking forward to him seeing all the wonders of Torchwood, like the sex alien and the cyber woman.
That's all in Series 1.
Yeah.
Fucking Owen fucking drugs someone to have sex with him.
Sorry, I'm just a twat. Fucking Captain Jack Harkness winning the day by kissing the sex alien. Because he's got so much sexual energy. It's like the best. It's the best cop out ever. That's gonna be Jake's debut with Chibnall. It's gonna be that one.
Yep.
Day one. Yeah. We're not going to be reviewing any more Star Wars. I know some of you might be like, "Oh, why don't you review the Clone Wars series?" I'm like, I can't be bothered.
No,
I can't.
Even
be
if
bothered.
it's good, even if it's good, like
yeah.
Speaking for me, I'm not a Star Wars fan anymore.
Yeah. In terms of the MCU, Black Widow does come out next year though. So because of
we'll probably get on that.
Completionist reasons, I want to review that because we've done all the other MCU films.
Yeah. And now that we're not doing a catch up, we can just do one whenever one comes out and just it'd be fun.
Yeah. I'm just going through all the stuff I did in the Advent calendar and just addressing things that I mentioned.
Yeah. You've got the 2 days that haven't come out yet as well.
Oh yes, that's right. Sorry, I forgot about that. As soon as I'm finished with the Patreon stuff, I'm gonna get straight on to working on day 18 and day 20. Fixing the copyright problems with those. Those are actually quite big videos that I'm really proud of, and I'm sad that they're not online yet. But I will be getting right onto those. I got a lot of fucking work to do, don't I? I did a Yu-Gi-Oh review with Daniel. I'm considering for next year's Advent calendar of doing one of Yu-Gi-Oh GX. It's possible. It depends on whether or not Daniel wants to watch that.
Yu-Gi-Oh GX.
Oh yes. Get your
I
game
I
on.
watched it all, but it was like ages, like years ago. All 150 episodes.
Then of course we've got the Egypt story. Fingers crossed that all comes together. Going off that, I've actually I auditioned for one of Joey Morgan's audio adaptations of the novels that he's doing, and I actually got a part in it. So I'm going to be appearing. I'm going to be appearing in one of those stories. On top of that, what else is there? Pixar, A Bug's Life, probably do at some point with PJ. And God, I'm trying to think. Is there anything else? Big Finish, maybe. I don't know. That's something that I might start doing more regularly.
I actually listened to part 1 and 2 of Jubilee finally.
Oh yeah. Did you?
It's pretty good so far.
It's a good story, that one. I mean, it's Rob Sherman's. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Big Finish is...
It's like you mentioned, I think, in your Big Finish review you did for the Advocate last year for you. like you mentioned, like how you can't visualize the story.
Oh, the
in your
one
mind.
doctor. The one doctor. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel I can like visualize the surroundings.
Oh yeah.
It's all like
You know,
very empty, very dark.
something
and
I
dingy.
something I love about Big Finish is the fact that we can both like visualize what the story looks like, but in both our heads it probably looks completely different.
Oh yeah, I guarantee you, it looks.
Yeah,
completely
but I
different in my head.
absolutely have like images in my head of what I was thinking about when I heard that story.
Mhm.
I had the same thing with Chimes of Midnight as well. The fuck, that story's great. Like, you know it's great when Adam gives it a 10. Like, that never happens. I mean, the only 10s he's ever given on this channel are Chimes of Midnight and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. That's it. I'm pretty sure.
That's it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we give them out like firecrackers.
I've given heaps. I have some ideas for some videos that I might be producing at some point. They're like top 10s from 2019, like top 10, just quick little videos of like just going back on the 2019 videos we did, like top 10 like highest rated reviews of Genesis Avengers 2019, and also lowest as well, and then like just the highlights reel. That one probably won't be for a while, as I'll have to rewatch all of the videos and pick out the highlights. But those are some ideas I have. In terms of the Jake Doctor Who videos, stay tuned. To those of you who saw Day 25, stay tuned. Anything else that you guys want me to do? Patreon is there. $10 tier is there. And yeah, I can't think of anything else to talk about. What about you, Callum? What have you got coming up on Editron, your channel?
Over at my channel, obviously I have parts 3 and 4 of Destiny of the Daleks that I need to do. I might be able to do a video today, maybe. It's just like, for me, it's like hard to talk right now because I think I've got some like thing in like, I can't even know what it will be called, but like irritation inside my mouth, and it's kind of annoying to talk for long periods of time. But I will maybe try to get that out soon, maybe New Year's, I don't know. If not, I try and hopefully we'll film after, maybe when Spyfall 2 part 2 comes out, maybe. But yeah, that will come out hopefully at some point. Obviously I'm going to do reactions to series 12 when they come out as well, so because I don't think there's at no point I've done like live reactions to brand new episodes of Doctor Who that have been airing at the same time I was watching them, so that'll actually be really exciting for me, new to me. It'll be very exciting to do. Yeah, other than that, I don't have anything planned right now. I posted a picture of a little thing about a critique maybe on series 11. That's just like an idea. Maybe I'm just flying around and not. That's not going to be guaranteed at all. It's just something I'm thinking about. Maybe it doesn't even have to be about series 11. It could be something else. But yeah, nothing right now in the pipe works other than that.
Possibly an Unbridled video next year. Like
Probably, yeah. At some point, or hopefully we'll get that started. Probably, yeah. Definitely after series 12, and that's going to be a thing.
In terms of goals I have for 2020, it will be, one of them is getting on that top 50 YouTubers list. I know that's going to take getting more subscribers. I'm going to try my best to see if it can happen. If we can maintain Jake being on videos, I think that would absolutely help, because that's one of the biggest like influxes of subscribers is those videos. But I would really like to see if I could try and scratch myself onto that top 50 list, because I think that would be quite an achievement, because there's actually a lot of YouTubers now, so I think getting in the top 50 would be unbelievable. And then as well, I think it would be great if we could somehow, if like Jay managed to see EDAR, like, imagine that, if he actually like found it.
Get Jay on EDAR, that'd be fun.
Like a cross EFAP, you know.
Yeah.
Same.
Oh, of course, because EDAR is officially EFAP approved.
By the MauLer man himself and Rags.
Yes. And Raggers.
Yeah.
That would actually would be like legendary. That would actually be. really
Yes.
fucking cool.
And
Because I
now-
know he's actually releasing a critique on Series 11 at some point,
Mm.
so that'd actually be really cool to watch.
Yes. Well, we're at over 6 hours.
6 hours, guys.
Fucking
That's
Christ.
that's 1/4 of a day.
It is, yeah, it's a lot. But it's actually 2 decades for me.
Yes, in this video you have lived in 2 decades.
Yeah, I've been live streaming for 20 years. When I started this, I was only 2 years old. God, we're at the 6 hour mark and we just gained a viewer.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Well, I hope you all enjoyed this stream, because I did. It was nice to spend New Year's with this channel. You know, I could have been somewhere like, you know, like the music festival that Anthony's at.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think this is quite a rewarding experience looking back on the 2010s. In conclusion, I think a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes were made, but there are some fucking great episodes in it, and there are some great actors like Peter Capaldi and Matt Smith who absolutely, and John Hurt, obviously, who brought something really special to this show. And yeah, I think that 2010s is probably my least favorite decade of the show at this point. Like, it's either that or the 80s. Like, but at the same time, like when I think about it, like I think the 2010s actually makes a lot of mistakes with like the show's lore rather than the 80s, which is a bit like just lackluster. So sadly, I think 2010s might be my least favorite decade of the show, but it does have its positives, and I think there was a lot of potential. Yeah, and you know what? The best episodes from it are brilliant.
Definitely.
Yes. Anyway, we will see you all next time for whatever one of those billion videos I just mentioned. It's one of them.
He'll be one of them.
Yeah. I would imagine it's for patrons, it's probably day 29. It might be that one. But for the public, it's probably going to be my reaction to Spyfall. And if that doesn't come out in time, then go check out Lord Slah's channel, because I will be on his panel discussion of that episode. So yeah. And I think that's just about does it. So are we ready to end?
We have concluded EDAR.
Yes, I'm fucking exhausted, and now I've got to work tomorrow. Some things never change. Anyway,
Changed.
goodbye.
Why?
Eaters of light.
Eaters of light. Use the devil.